They didn't put it up there this time.
Good morning, how are you? When did you get in?
Less than
You're, you know that they've been inundated stuff in the session already. So, there was a recent presentation by the Association of Counties. They took their dog and pony show around. I should have brought it with me to show it. They had a breakdown of all this legislation related to the counties, but just what did a synopsis of it.
something you should have gotten from me as well.
Oh, is that? No, yeah, this is yours. No, yeah.
It's the one I, yeah. With all this.
We should meet you.
I'm just wondering if it was his session. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can start out by saying, you know, you've had an opportunity to review my presentation, brief in terms of the overview and the comments that I make. So it's going to go beyond 10 minutes. However, I'll then be responsive to whatever questions are. So,
She redid the tax package. Wait. To change the intent of legislation. No, like the day. Well, even she can change the intent of the language. She can strike the amendment, but she can. No, like the. Yeah, that one. And her reasoning is, oh, we need more oversight. That's a perspective of, regulatory oversight or not. So, yeah, but they've done it to her too, but they really roll together with Martinez stuff. And I still, I can't believe they won on one. Didn't have a message. I was surprised. Yeah. That. So, well, they have a time clock. But again, it's all to take a look at. Will there get enough? Well, and that's why that you can't get away with it. You can run the over on it, because, but see, that's the other thing about it. That she won't bring the next special, or they want to come back, well, she needs to come back to that. If they can do it themselves, why don't you get back with it or not?
It's a functional organization.
In recent history, it's everything. Well, a couple years ago, they had one there.
Yeah,
Was it last?
no, not really. I mean, in the entire time I went.
You know, and it's difficult when you have to wait for almost years. Because people bring these things,
Institutional knowledge just well, so many things that people don't remember anything. I don't know. Can you put enough people together? Can the leadership
what is the procedural process, how that works?
procedurally, first off, they would have to do the most to take themselves.
No, but if they waited until next session,
Okay.
to get the.
Once the next session comes up, it has to be because it's now one study session. So they have to introduce it in the meeting. I don't think they can go back.
No, I think they can, because it's a short session. I have to double check, but I think it allows them to, reconsider or bring to detail in the final session.
I've never ever seen it. I've even seen the discussion.
Maybe that's why nobody knows how to do it.
There have been a couple of things that they're the first time ever we've seen. So could be.
Yeah, and I've looked at the rules, and I haven't seen anything that.
That's interesting. But it would have to, we'd have to write on the coattails of something else for that.
But I think it's, I think assuming that.
Wish they would do.
You might see it. We'll figure this one out, yeah?
Let me see if I can. Great, I just couldn't see you up here.
Good morning. I call the meeting to order. The time is 9:06. We will commence with the invocation by Rabbi Barry Schmeckler from the Shabbat Jewish Center. Rabbi, good morning. How are you? I'm well, thank you. I don't think the microphone's on.
Morning. Let us pray. Almighty God, we stand before you in prayer, look favorably upon all the honorable members of the County Commission of our great county of Donna Ana. We beseech you, Almighty and merciful God, to extend your grace to each and every member of this august body and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Grant these public servants wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. The Jewish tradition tells of 7 universal laws given to mankind by God through Noah, one of which instructs us to create a peaceful and moral society governed by law. Almighty God, grant those assembled here be aware of your presence and this holy mission as they labor to enact just laws with honesty and integrity. May they have the wisdom to turn adversity into opportunity and to transform the hard challenges we face today into the seeds from which we will sprout the growth of tomorrow. May our county serve as a beacon of light for people of all faiths and walks of life. May Donna Ana help achieve the goals so powerfully stated in our Pledge of Allegiance, so that America is truly one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to end with a prayer for the valiant men and women who gave their lives in defense of our country and those around the world who fought for freedom from terror and the right for everyone to live in peace. God on high, grant your reassuring peace to them. May they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound in the bond of life. May they rest with honor, and may their actions hasten the day when righteousness, peace, and security shall prevail forever. As the prophet Isaiah foretold the day when nation shall not lift up sword against nation, nor shall they study war anymore. And let us say amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi. Next, we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I see many young faces in our audience, so I would like for those under the age of 12 to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll come forward, please. Come on up, kids. Good morning. Are we ready? That was wonderful. Thank you. Can they do it in Spanish? No? Thank you, children. We'll move forward with the roll call of commission members present and determination of quorum. Amanda?
Commissioner Murillo?
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Here.
And Chair Chaparro.
Present, we do have a quorum. Thank you. And just so the members of the public know that Commissioner Sanchez will be joining us shortly. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. Just one change that I'm requesting. With your consent, I'd like to move item number 12 on today's agenda under the consent agenda, application and commitment letter for the Transportation Project Funds Grant. I would ask that it be removed from the consent agenda and placed under approvals.
Do we need a vote on that?
A motion.
May I have a motion on that?
Motion to accept the agenda.
Madam Chair, no motion is necessary because it's on the same agenda. It's just with your authorization, we can move it.
Then that's fine with this chair. Thank you very much. We will move on now to the pet showcase. Mr. Macias.
Thank you. Again, for those of you that are in the audience and may be viewing from a distance, the County Commission makes an effort every one of its regular meetings to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center. So we start today with a cat of the week, and this is Scarlet. I'm not sure that that's the most appropriate name for a black cat, but this is Scarlet. I'm very sweet and love head pets. As soon as you approach me with a loving hand, I'm always purring and making biscuits. I get startled pretty easily by fast movements and loud noises, but I really just want a family that will let me feel safe and loved for the rest of my life. Our dog of the week is Miles, and he's 2 years old. Before I landed at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley, I was a farm dog. I enjoyed the outdoors and loved spending as much time working and playing outside as possible. I might be a little bit shy with strangers, but just a little bit of quiet time with me, and I'll show you how much love I can offer once you gain my trust. So, Scarlet and Miles, or some other animal that might capture your heart, the County Commission encourages our residents to reach out for the adoption of an animal. There is an event, although it appears to be restricted to Vado residents. I hadn't seen that before, but it's a Vado vaccine and microchip clinic, which is going to be held this Saturday, the 29th of April, from 9 in the morning till noon at the Vado del Cerro Community Center. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will move forward now to employee recognition. The commission will recognize Doña Ana County employees for the years of service to Doña Ana County. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the County Commission tries to take an opportunity at all of its meetings to recognize individual employees who have reached a certain milestone of longevity or tenure here at the county. Today we have one individual to give a special recognition to because it is a retirement, a far too early retirement. So Ms. Martinez, if you'll please join me over here so that you can feel nervous because everybody will be looking at you. Yes. Including your fellow assessors, fellow employees at the assessor's office who are here to cheer you on. Beatriz or B. Martinez joined the county in 2005 as a data entry clerk with the assessor's office. She left briefly in 2009 to work with border control. B admits she thought the grass was greener, only to find out that it was not. It's only the uniforms at Border Patrol that are greener, not the environment. She returned to Doña Ana County and the assessor's office in June of 2010 as a data entry clerk. B was promoted to appraisal data entry lead in 2015 and inputs field work for commercial land and residential appraisers, ensuring all accounts are valued correctly. She also works with protest petitions and enters in permits. Beatriz or B aims to be helpful and friendly to everyone. She certainly has achieved that many times over, and strives for accuracy in each document she delivers. According to her current supervisors, Tanja Hazen, B will be terribly missed. Protests are critical to our process. B runs all over our protest without error. She creates standard operating procedures that were awesome with pictures and with every detail needed. She is passionate about her work, and it shows in everything she does. So although she may have been wonderful, great with protest, she's retiring right as the protest season begins in order not to be able to be great with handling those protests. In retirement, she plans to take care of her beautiful 91-year-old mother, spends time with her 3 children, and helped to raise 7 grandchildren. She enjoys gardening and loves to shop and sew. Nowhere to go. Congratulations to B. Martinez on her retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the Board of County Commissioners in giving a very special recognition to one of the most pleasant, beautiful individuals that you would ever encounter, and she's been a wonderful, wonderful resource as a county employee. The retirement platter reads, in honor of your service, Beatriz A. Martinez retired with distinction after 12 years of loyal service on the 30th of April of 2023. So let's take a picture. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now move forward to public input. And if there are any members of the public that would like to approach the podium to speak to the commission, please do so. And if you would sign the book on the left-hand side. And I would like to just remind everyone, you do have 3 minutes. Thank you. And please state your name. Good morning.
Good morning. Just if I get this thing around here. So Madam Chairman, Vice Chair Shallow Hernandez, the County Commissioners, and Mr. Macias, my name is Michael Potts, and I'm currently a member of the Board of Voter Registration. Now, I came to you all 2 weeks ago seeking answers from you and what your expectations were for the Doña Ana County Board of Voter Registration. I previously sent you email detailing the board and what it has done and not done. I guess maybe you thought I was kidding or not serious about getting answers from you, so I'll ask you straight up. Do you want this board to be an active board that continues to make sure the voter registration rolls are clean? Or do you want a board that just jumps when the county clerk or secretary of state says jump? Now, what about all the people who pass away in this county? And in this bag, I have a whole slew of obituaries. Those people have to be taken off the voter registration rolls. And what about individuals that have been convicted of a felony? Those people have to be taken off the voter registration rolls. And what about the people that move from before the general election next year? Are we going to leave them on the voter rolls and possibly get any fraudulent ballots from people that don't live here? Are we cleaning them off the voter rolls before the general election, or do we leave them there until 4 months after the general election and then clean them off, which is the current procedure as of right now? Now, this is on your shoulders and this is your board, and this is a decision that y'all need to make. If you want a fully functioning board, then all you have to do is say, Mr. Potts, go get the job done, and I'll get the job done. So what's it going to be?
Thank you, Mr. Potts. Were you finished?
I am finished, and I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. And if
So,
I may
hopefully I
respond.
will hear back on how you want this board to be conducted and what you want to do. And I have no problem with the county clerk because she's an absolutely professional, outstanding woman that does the job that she's required to do. And we've worked closely with her, but it seems like there's more that this board can be doing to make sure that the voter rolls are clean in this county. So there's no question whatsoever. There's nothing that comes to the county clerk as far as you didn't do this or you didn't do that. So we can be a very good partner with the county clerk, but it's up to you as a board to what you want us to do. And thank
And
you.
if I may address you, Mr. Potts, before you leave the podium, Mr. Potts? Mr. Potts, come on up. I'd just like to address some of the comments that you've made. First of all, thank you for saying kind words about our clerk because we think she's terrific as well. And yes, and another thing I'd like to add, it's not that we've not done anything, but I sent an email to our legal counsel, Mr. Gooden, regarding this very issue, and he did respond to the commissioners regarding the statute and the law on this. So your words have not fallen on deaf ears. We did receive a legal opinion on that, and
Right, yeah, I have the red book and I've gone through those procedures and
well,
statutes
if
quite
I
a
may-
bit too.
Thank you. If
Thank
I may,
you.
Mr. Gooden, would you like to address that very briefly?
You know, Madam Chair, just, again, we typically don't engage in a lot of back and forth during the public comment area, but in reviewing the issues and the emails that Mr. Potts has sent, I believe he has a misunderstanding of the role of the Board of Registration, and he has a misunderstanding of the BOCC's role as it pertains to the Board of Registration. The BOCC appoints the Board of Registration. That is it. You don't have any other oversight, anything else to do with that board. The Board of Registration by statute is set forward as to what it does. And basically, the role of that is to take, under Section 1428, the Secretary of State's supposed to send out notices to people that may have moved or believed to have moved, and then that is provided back to the clerk and the Board of Registration, and they, if there's no response, then they order them to be removed. That is basically the role of the Board of Registration. The other issues that he's raised about deceased individuals, obituaries, the clerk obtains those, and the clerk does what they need to do with those. And with people convicted of felonies, when they're advised of that information, the clerk deals with that information. The Board of Registration's role is limited, and I believe that it is being used as is required by statute here in Doña Ana County.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Mr. Macias.
with your permission, let me just clarify again, not just for Mr. Potts, but anyone, that public input is an opportunity for a citizen to appear in front of the Board of County Commissioners to give their opinion or their reflections on issues. But they are not items that are placed formally on the agenda ahead of time. So the commission should not really engage in a discussion related to those issues because we have not given notice. That is the reason why people want you to answer them or respond to them, but we'll take note of the questions that they have and then we'll attempt to address that outside of the meeting. So I know that Mr. Potts was hoping for you to talk to him, but the item isn't formally on the agenda. And I just want him and anyone else who's going to address the commission, the commission isn't here to respond. It is here to listen to whatever the concern is that's being addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? If you'll step forward, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Joy. We have lived and raised our family in the North Valley for over 38 years. I was a math teacher at Mayfield High School for over 25 years. My husband, through his employment with Shamrock Foods, knew and worked with almost every restaurant owner here in town for over 30 years. He also refereed football, high school football and basketball throughout the state and many, many times here in Las Cruces. So in comparison with what we have given to this area, I have two very simple requests of the Board of Commissioners. First of all, I would ask that you initiate and pass regulation with other appropriate entities here in the county that would prohibit commercial cannabis grow within half a mile of any residential property. And I'm saying this in relation to the one that you have allowed, the Tingen facility, to have this commercial facility on Silver Creek Road in the North Valley, which affects hundreds of neighbors around, including myself. So I ask that you initiate something that says they cannot do this, and this will prohibit it from other neighbors having to deal with this like we are. The second thing I ask is that you would place our group on the May agenda for your next board meeting. If you are very willing to place pet showcase on the agenda, certainly you will also want to hear from human beings regarding issues that we have. So very simply put, I would ask that you place us on the agenda for your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the commission? Good morning.
My name is Trina Witter, and I wanted to thank you for removing item number 12 from the consent agenda. I believe, as I stated in an email that I had sent to you all yesterday, I had just learned about that project a couple of weeks ago.
And ma'am, this is, and if I may interrupt, I apologize. This is on the
Stop the
agenda,
clock.
so if you can wait to speak on that item when it is
Oh, is there an
presented.
opportunity later?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay, great.
So thank you. And
No
I
problem.
need to clarify that. If there is anyone here regarding a specific agenda item, if you would wait to make public comments at that time, it would be much appreciated. Is there any other member of the public that would like to approach and speak to the commission? Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. I did take some notes to try to be within 3 minutes, so I hope I make it. My name is Yoli Diaz, and I would like to begin by saying that I am not opposed to cannabis. If cannabis helps people, I think that's great. What I am opposed to is to watch what is happening across my backyard neighbor's street in a subdivision. I don't understand how Doña Ana County allowed a cannabis business on subdivision residential lots. And this subdivision was created in about 2004, and it is the Tingen property. To provide history, prior to February 2nd, 2017, the subject property was zoned ER3 residential district, the same as mine. I was subdivided in 1996. This allowed residential districts of single-family site-built homes on moderate, large-size lots. And they were specifically designed to meet the demand for those persons whose lifestyles included raising and keeping of large and small animals in a semi-rural atmosphere. On December 13th, 2016, it changed. It went from the ETZ, so some people might still remember that, to the Unified Development Code, and the official zoning map of Doña Ana County was approved by the Board of County Commissioners and went into effect on February 2nd, 2017, when the subject property was zoned 31L, low-density residential, limited from the ER3 residential district. Chapter 350 Unified Development Code of Doña Ana County, Article 5, Zoning Districts and Requirements states that D1L Low Density Residential Limited says regulations specific to D1 and D1L zones, which is, this is what this is, the D1 zones are primarily for residential use at a low density. On June 18, 2022, I copied the Doña Ana County website's assessment directly from Doña Ana County. I was just surprised to see that it included a change that I believed could not be correct. It showed the first 3 lots from Valley Drive on Silver Creek Estates as agriculture. It also showed that the years I could see of 2019, 2020, and 2021 had a $0 agriculture land assessment. That cannot be. But if you go back from 2006 to 2021, you will see what the assessment was, a $400 to $500 figure. I just looked yesterday, and now it's back up. So for 2022, it's the only year it goes from agriculture. The rest is non-residential land. So I really would like to know, why has Doña Ana County made this correction, which was necessary to assess the properties as they were since the beginning of 2006 through 2021 in this residential subdivision without stopping this business to continue in these residential lots? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Is there anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. I am Francisca Villalobos, and I live on 2905 Doña Ana Road. I'm living there for 20 years, and I belong to District 5. I'm here because I need your help. My property is 600 to 800 feet from Doña Ana Road, and one time I have a fire, and the fire truck can get to my property because he can get access, because it's too, well, okay, to my property, because the oversized vehicle is not capable to go in my house. The good thing, they have a big hose so they can stop the fire. I need another access to my property. That's all. Thank you.
And ma'am, would you like to address this in Spanish?
Pues sí.
And I will do my best to help along, and if I may come
Yeah, I can interpret, or you can pass the chair to the vice chair. You may.
¿Qué le gustaría decir, señora?
Bueno, yo vivo en 2905 Doña Ana Road.
Well, I live at 2905 Doña Ana Road.
Ok, y mi pregunta es si pueden ayudarme a otra entrada para mi propiedad.
And my question is, are you able to help me with another entry onto my property?
Sí, porque el caminito donde puedo acceder a mi casa está muy angostito.
And because the little road which accesses my house, well, it's very narrow.
Ajá. Y la troca del fire department no puede entrar.
And so the fire department truck can't enter.
So, se tuvieron que meter por el ditch.
And so they had to come onto the ditch.
Ajá. And then tenían una manguera grandota y fue como pudieron entrar a mi casa para apagar el fuego.
And so they had a large hose, and that's how they were able to enter my house to put out the fire.
Y es la única entrada que hay para mi propiedad.
And that's the only entryway onto my property.
So, si tengo una emergencia, yo tengo miedo de que no puedan entrar.
So if there's emergency, I'm afraid that there's no way to enter.
Y alguien puede morir.
And so then someone can die.
Esto,
That's all.
gracias.
Thank you.
Excuse me, por favor.
Un momento.
¿Cómo se llama?
Francisca Villalobos.
Francisca Villalobos.
I have another question. How wide is the road to her house?
Como 14 se me hace.
I know it's not, it's not a discussion. I'm just trying to get some facts so I can talk to somebody about it.
Se le va a obtener la información por medio del administrador del condado. ¿Cómo? Se le va a obtener su información sobre comunicación con el administrador del condado. Okay. De nada.
Thank you. If we can just get her contact information so we can follow up at a later date.
It's on the board.
Yeah, we'll get that from
Yeah, Mr.
the
Mr.
record.
Macias is- And Madam Chair, thank you so much for showing off your versatile skills here. So thank you so much for that.
And just for public knowledge, if there is anyone requiring an interpreter, it should be done 48 hours ahead of time. Si hay alguna persona que necesita los servicios de intérprete, por favor hay que pedir antemano, a lo menos 48 horas antemano. Gracias. Any other person that would like to address the board?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Your name, please?
Hi, I'm Ixayana Flores. I live in 2905 Doniana Road. I belong to District 5, and I am here in need of your help. I am scared that the fire department and the ambulance could not access to my house for an emergency. God forbid my grandparents do not have a stroke or a seizure, as I would call the ambulance to help me. And knowing that they would not be able to drive into my house to give help, and knowing I am only 14 years old and my house is about 800 feet from Doniana Road, I ask myself of fear if a fire would occur, would we be able to be out of service? Would we die? I ask myself every night, please help us find a second access road for us, as we need for an emergency service vehicle to go through my house, as now my grandparents are getting older of age. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to approach the podium? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Don Gibbons. I'm here to talk about the cannabis farm on Silver Creek. I'd like to give a quote from a great leader that this country once had, and the quote was, "Government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem." And that quote, that was 42 years ago, whoever thought that it would be part of my life and what's happened to me, my family, my neighborhood, and my community that we love so much. I lived there for 29 years. I was the first house on that street. My front door to the farm is just over 100 feet. Since when do you allow a commercial business on residential lots? I called you, Manny. You ghosted me. I texted you and I called you again, and you never followed up with me. You're supposed to represent me. You know, I thought you guys worked for the citizens, worked for us, you know. You know, and great leaders recognize when they make mistakes, and they fix those mistakes. That's what makes them great. We're all human. We all make mistakes. If you haven't driven out there, I'm shocked why you would not drive out there. I mean, when you're making these kind of decisions that affect people's lives, you know, I'm not against the cannabis. You guys grow all you want. But now I'm against it because you've shoved it down my throat and affected my life and my finances. Who's going to buy my house with that ugly farm across the street from me? You know, Easter weekend, we went away to Tucson. We're driving out on I-10, and I told my wife, look at all this land out here. Why aren't you guys growing it all out here? It was a perfect opportunity to get it out away from the citizens of this community. It's just unbelievable. I don't understand why. I don't understand why I'm here fighting for this today. Why is cannabis the same category? You put it under agriculture as regular agriculture. It's not. It's not tomatoes, Manny. Okay? This has to be fenced and guarded? And the smell and what's going to happen? I just don't understand. I don't understand the stress that you're putting on myself, my wife, who's a cancer survivor. She's worried to death about our future. This was known back in June, and it should have been stopped then, and it wasn't. You know, and we need to get this on the agenda because we've done a lot of research, and I'm going to tell you right now, this does not pass the smell test at all. This is a tragedy, what has happened. And to let that man get away with that and the county to allow it is a disgrace.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium to speak to the commission? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are y'all today? What I'm going to say is I live in Saddle Creek Estates.
And your name, please, sir?
My name is Clarence Crawford.
Good morning, Mr. Crawford.
Me and my wife live there, and there's a lot of people that are here from Saddle Creek. This canvas that Mr. Gibbons talked about is really unacceptable. And if y'all lived in a neighborhood like where he is, and you walked out your front door, you'd just fall over. And this is going to be an environmental issue as well, because it produces a smell like a skunk, and the wind changes directions where all of, like Gray Fox and Saddle Creek is, it's going to affect every one of us. My wife has breathing problems, she has asthma, and just even the smoke will kick it off. And I can't hardly wait till the skunk smell comes. We'll be in the hospital again. So this is a danger. Besides, you ought to drive out North Valley. Have any of y'all drove out there and looked at this facility? May I ask you a question? Do I get an answer? We can have a discussion when? Okay. Well, anyway, thank y'all for your time, and there's other people that would like to talk, but it's driving, not only that, our property values are going to go down. Real estate people have done talk to Mr. Gibbons about his property, and ours is next on the agenda. And I thank you for your time. I know y'all do the best. Like you said, you make mistakes, and this kind of sneaked through the cracks. But that's unacceptable out there. And whenever they said that they farmed that subdivision, it was rock fences, three sections. And there's no way that they farmed that with a big tractor. No way at all. And they said it was agriculture. It sat there empty till the pot showed up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium and speak to the commission? Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Carol Swickard. My husband and I live on Horseshoe Circle, which is Saddle Creek Estates, also next to the Tingen Pot Farm. Excuse me. I've been here once before, and I mentioned at that time that this was a mistake. The Tingen Pot Farm is a mistake. It's on residential property. Research has shown that it's residential property. This is a commercial grow operation. It looks awful. It will affect the neighborhoods, and it's already affecting property taxes. Taxes, property values. My husband and I have lived on Saddle Creek for 30 years. We've waited 30 years for our house to just double in value. Now to watch it go the other direction, thank you. Really appreciate that. This needs to be on the agenda. It needs to be appropriately addressed. You can't keep putting us off. This is your job. Respond to your constituents. We need help. We need it now. You're not even being fair to Mr. Tingen. He spent a lot of money out there. And if we can win, he's going to lose it all. So that's not fair to him. That's Doña Ana County business. It's not fair to him. It is not fair to the rest of the residents in that region. Have you seen it? It is a commercial operation on 3 residential sites right next to houses. It's time to address the problem. Put us on the May agenda, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you allow me just to provide a point of information to the board and to the members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Macias, thank you.
So again, Madam Chair, everyone has to understand that there is a process that is involved. There is a proposed ordinance or changes to the ordinance, the cannabis ordinance, that has already been in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I'm certainly hoping that these individuals that are addressing the commission today were there at that meeting addressing the Planning and Zoning Commission. So there is an item on the May 9th meeting related to this issue. It is a request to the commission to publish for public input proposed changes to the ordinance. All right, so that's already there. So people don't have to request because it is scheduled for that meeting. But that is not a meeting where you take the public input, where you make a decision related to the substance of the ordinance. It is the opportunity to get permission to go forward to publish the ordinance in order for there to be public input received during a 30-day period, which is required by law. So this commission will have an opportunity to address the substance of any proposed changes to the existing ordinance on the 13th of June. And so, yes, that is going to be another opportunity, not only for there to be written comment during that 30-day period, but for people to appear here in front of the commission. But that is not going to occur because it cannot occur any earlier than the 13th of June regular meeting of the county commission.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And would you please remind me of the P&Z meeting? You mentioned a date in May.
No, that meeting already occurred.
Oh,
That's
thank you.
why the ordinance is going to be on your next regular meeting calendar of the 9th of May for permission to go forward to publish. And there will be already input and I believe recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
is there a way that we can suspend public comment for a moment and do a proclamation for National Bike Month? I see students in the audience who are several hours late to school. It might help them go to school if we could maybe hear the proclamation and then continue with public comment after.
Madam Chair, I don't know, but Mr. Vice Chair, I don't know that the students are ready to go back to school
I
yet.
don't know that
But
they
I think
want
it's the last thing they want to hear, but no, I agree. If there's a way to do that.
Mr. Macias, I think I just need consensus from the commission. Is that correct?
And deny these students a viewing of the democratic process? I would keep them here.
I think they got their fair share of
Commissioners?
taste today.
Ma'am, yeah,
Commissioner Reynolds, are you fine with that?
I'm fine with it, but I want to make sure that the people giving input understand we'll get right back to that after this. Okay?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well-
what I'm proposing to the board is that we take a presentation out of orders so that these wonderful students who helped us with the Pledge of Allegiance can get back to class. I do think we're missing a couple of them that may have stepped out. So if we can just continue with one more public comment. Oh, here they come. Commissioner
Yes.
Sheldon Hernandez, are you fine with that?
Yes, let's get these kids rocking and rolling.
Commissioner Murillo, are you fine with interrupting the agenda? All right, then we're going to go ahead and move on to presentations and proclamations. Agenda item number 2, to proclaim May 2nd through 5th as National Bike to School Week and May is National Bike Month in Doña Ana County. May I have a vote?
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know this, this proclamation is always kind of one of our fun proclamations that we get to do for, as Board of County Commissioners here at Doña Ana County. And I say it's a fun one because obviously we had a sneak peek of these kiddos when they did an amazing job with the Pledge of Allegiance. And so thank you, kids, for that. But really, it's not just them that make this so special. It's the whole staff, the coaches, the mentors that do everything with these kids and the initiatives all across Las Cruces Public Schools. Why is National Bike Month and Bike to School Week so important? I know there's two we're declaring two things here in this proclamation, but I just want to each point those out for Bike to School Week and National Bike Month. And here's some of the reasons why it is important and what some of the things we've seen across the country. In 1969, there was an estimate that about 48% of kids either biked or walked to school, from kids that were from age 5 to 14. In 2017, that was estimated at only 11% of our kids biked or walked to school. And as we find as communities have grown, our populations have spread out, so have our schools and the locations of our schools. And which means that many times the local communities lack infrastructure, that parents may feel safe allowing their kids to walk or bike to school. I mean, that could be sidewalks, multi-use paths, crosswalks, et cetera. And honestly, I'm one of those parents as my kids go to East Picacho Elementary, and understanding that they would have to walk along Valley. And so I think we've seen as parents, I think it's not become a regular thing, and so there's some discomfort with that. Unfortunately, this issue feeds on itself, and what we've seen is that what ends up happening as a parent, we take our kids to school, and so we end up with getting more congestion in traffic along the schools. This also means the kids don't get an opportunity to exercise and get outdoors as often as they should or need to, and we want to give them those opportunities. But one of the things that's been so amazing with the Safe Routes to School with Las Cruces Public Schools is that they've been able to create a program where not only is it once a month, possibly in some schools even weekly, they take students and they walk to school, or they bike ride to school. And that to me is so amazing, because that work that these volunteers do and the staff do makes all the difference in really showing these kids on how they can do that to, be able to take advantage of their neighborhoods and walk into school. But I just wanted to really recognize, I know like I said, we always have this every year, but truly it's important that us as commissioners be able to provide the infrastructure that these children need to be able to walk to school safely, to bike to school safely. And that can be something as small as sidewalks in Doña Ana, or even the sidewalks we've put in La Union. So we should continue to keep that in mind as we work through our duties here as Board of County Commissioners. And I'd like to ask Mr. Macias if you would read the proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Madam Chair, with your permission. Whereas the month of May is National Bike Month, celebrating biking as a mode of transportation, recreation, or exercise, viewed as an essential activity by the League of American Bicyclists. During the second week of May, the Center for Safe Routes to School celebrates National Bike to School Day. And whereas in 1969, 48% of K through 8th grade students walked or biked to school, by 2017, only 11% did. That means lost physical activity, an opportunity to be outdoors and learn a sense of responsibility and independence. It is also a great time to connect with parents, friends, or neighbors while helping reduce traffic congestion. And whereas, along with the League of American Bicyclists, the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, Las Cruces Public Schools, local cycling clubs, and independent bicyclists, we promote the greater public awareness of bicycle riding, operation, and safety education. And whereas Doña Ana County continues to improve bicycle routes and trails for transportation and recreation, which supports the Safe Routes to School program, and whereas elementary and school students are encouraged to participate in the Safe Routes to School program and ride their bicycle to school during National Bike to School Days, all are welcome to participate in programs throughout the county and attend the Family Bike Fiesta at 9 a.m. Saturday, April 29th at Lynn Middle School at 950 South Walnut Street. Now, therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of May as National Bike Month and May 1st through 5th as Bike to School Week. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
And Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to ask Ms. Ashley Curry, who is the Las Cruces Public Schools Safe Routes to School Coordinator, to come on up, and everybody else with the group, the kids, and while they're on their way up, I did want to add that it just happens that Friday, May 19th, is also Bike to Work Day. So if anybody has a bike that wants to take their bike to work, that might be a good time to do it. Good morning, Ms. Curry.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and members of the public. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with our students from MacArthur Elementary. They biked here this morning, so if you go out front, you can see all their bikes in the bike rack, and they are wonderful bikers. They are very good at following the rules of the road and have a lot of experience. They're amazing. Ruben Archuleta and Daniel Ortega are their bike club people at this school who take them out and teach them all of the things that they need to know. So it's a joy and a pleasure to be here with you today with these students from MacArthur Elementary. And thank you again, Commissioner Sanchez, for identifying exactly what it's so important for us to have an opportunity for kids to safely be able to get out, enjoy their space, and actively commute to school. It starts their day with their brain being awake. They're actually ready to learn. They've got the wiggles out of their bodies, and they can take in information as they start the day. Those are studies have been done to show that students who walk and bike to school get better grades. So not only that, but we would also like just to take this opportunity to thank the county for what you have already done. And I know you're already aiming to continue to put in the sidewalks that we have at Doña Ana Elementary, the multi-use trail that I heard has now been fully funded or is hopefully there along Elks Drive, so to go to Doña Ana Elementary and the future Columbia and Vista Middle School. So I just appreciate everything that you have done and continue to do. I invite you to join us for any of our walks or bikes to school. And I will let the children, they have written some cards for you, and if I may, they'd like to read those to you. So again, thank you very much for your continued support.
Thank you.
My name is Joshua Spencer. The first time that I actually started riding my bike was at home. I started by riding my bike when I was like 7. I started riding my bike with training wheels, and then I took one off this one time, and then I started trying to balance it, and then I started coming here to Bike Club to ride around and do the field trips, do some fun stuff, and ride around.
Thank you, Joshua.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Campos. I just want to thank you for the trails that you provide us so we could go on field trips. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you my name is Gabriel Gonzalez Aguayo, and thank you for today declaring National Bike to School Day.
Thank you, Gabriel.
My name is Phoenix, and I've been riding a bike since I was 6. And I just want to thank you for making safe trails so we can ride more bikes.
Thank you, Felix.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Ortega. I'm the physical education teacher and MacArthur Bike Club sponsor. So I'd like to, on behalf of the entire MacArthur Community Elementary School, thank you for providing safe routes, beautiful parks, and all the infrastructure you do for our kids so they can get their exercise and be better learners. So again, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Thank you all. And Amanda, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes.
Madam Chair, and if we may, kids, you're all going to be great public speakers. That was awesome. Good job. So give you all a round of applause.
Absolutely, yes, they all have questions. Is that a good angle?
Sure, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much, appreciate you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue now with public comments. Is there anyone else that would like to step forward and speak to the commission?
Good morning, members of the commission and Manager Macias. Betty Gonzalez from Anthony, New Mexico. And I'm glad to hear that Ms. Murillo is, I guess, joining us by phone today. I'm here today because, as you've probably heard, we no longer have public opinion in our municipality in Anthony. And I'm here to address an issue that I'm concerned about. This is regarding the South Central Regional Transit stop that we have in Anthony. Ms. Murillo, I believe, is on that board, and I believe also Chairman Chaparro. You are also on that commission or the board for that transit authority. We have one of the main stops in Anthony, and the reason I'm very concerned about this is that it is in a very busy spot. It's at the sheriff's station, and there's a lot of traffic in the area. However, the main reason I'm here is that with the weather becoming so warm now, there is nothing there that gives any bit of shade for these residents who are coming like from La Union or from Sunland to the stop in Anthony, and then they proceed to other parts of the county. In the wintertime, it was terrible also because when it was raining, there was nothing to shade or protect these people. And I believe that the Transit Commission should be in a position now to where they would be able to afford some kind of protection for these residents that are using the transit system. La Union, I just recently saw, has a very nice covering for the people that are boarding the transit buses. And I don't know how they got theirs, but it certainly is a nice addition to their transit stop. So I'm asking that hopefully this transit system will look at some kind of protection for the members of the community who are using this stop in Anthony, New Mexico. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the commission? Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Mina Elliott, and I live in Saddle Creek. And I'm sitting here, and I didn't plan on coming and talking, but I became annoyed. We're talking about our children being able to get fresh air and exercise. But once this pot farm is in full bloom, what about our children and grandchildren? What about that environment, their fresh air, their ability to play outside and inhaling these fumes? We're sitting here, we've asked you, have you gone up there and looked at it? And nobody even with a nod, yes, you represent us. Have you looked at it? You opened the door and it's right there. When that farm is in full bloom, it is going to permeate such a stench that how do we send our children and grandchildren out to play and get the fresh air and bike? We can't, because it's going to stink to high heaven. And you think children with asthma and breathing problems, we want them inhaling that? What if they were your children or your grandchildren? This should never have been put there. The research has all been done. Everything has been pulled. Mistakes were made. We understand that. But admit to them, rectify it. Our children deserve the right to bike to school also, our grandchildren, to play outside of those homes. We go and we pay, get the American dream. Those are residential lots. And now I had friends from Arkansas come down and saw that, and they thought it was some kind of jail detention center. They were like, what is that? Thank God they took the Constantine wire down. But everybody, realtors, won't even bring customers out that way. They won't even give us anything to tell us how badly our properties have dropped, because they say they won't even bring them out there because of that eyesore. But I sat here and listened to how, let's do this for the children. It should be for the children. What about our children and our grandchildren? Go out there. Do us this favor. Go out there and look at it and answer, would you want to open your door and see that right there? That smell will come in. We will have it and we will smell it, and our children will not go out there and play. Our grandchildren will not come out there and play because the air quality will be bad. It happened in Tucson. The smell was horrendous. Think about us. Who was thinking of us? Who was representing us? You represent us. Please look at everything and understand where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Good. My name's Ron Wilson. I would ask the commission to reflect back on your mission, your vision, and your values. I'm here speaking about the cannabis farm on Silver Creek Road. And I applaud your decision about the bike day. And I would ask, establishing these safe routes. And what if it was your kids and your children? Well, actually, it is your kids and your children. You mentioned East Picacho Elementary. Where do you think the pot farm is? It's right down the street. Is it a safe route to bicycle by barbed wire, Spanish daggers, cactuses of all sorts? It is your kids. It is our kids. And your legacy will be cemented in your lack of inaction to correct this. These are residential lots. And what have we done by allowing this to happen? Is it free to happen in any blank lot, in anywhere in Las Cruces or Doñana? Go back to doing the right thing. Would you want this farm within 100 feet of your residence? This huge fence, the barbed wire, the cactus, and then say you're concerned about safe bicycle routes to school. Again, your actions have to be congruent with what you say your vision, your mission, and your core values are. And up to now, they don't jive. We want to make sure that all the T's were crossed and all the I's were dotted in the appropriate manner, because there are some concerns about that. And if mistakes were made, and we believe there were, you need to correct them. And you need to do it soon, before somebody does get hurt. What type of traffic do you think a pot farm is going to attract? Would you want that traffic in your neighborhood? I don't want it in mine. And that's exactly what this farm has done. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Anyone else that would like to approach the podium and speak?
Yes, my name's Paul Keith, and I live in the Gray Fox community. So I applaud your efforts today in recognizing the young kids and them getting out on their bicycles and being able to do that in a safe manner. Some of my neighbors have talked about what's out in front of their front door and asked you whether or not you would want that out in your front door. Well, I think as you guys as county commissioners are going to see that outside your front door. Because here you guys are trying to put forth a new community park very close to where the cannabis farm is being put in place, where all the citizens within Doñana County are going to drive up Valley Road, and they're going to see that outside their front door. Their kids are going to see that outside their front door. Their kids are going to ask, hey, what's that look like? You know, I've seen things like that on TV, and I've built things like that in war zones in places where none of us ever want to be as a former soldier. And you're going to have to answer that. What's that outside our front door as they go up to the park and utilize that park, hopefully in a safe manner? And is that the vision, and is that the community that we want to build for our future, which is those kids are going to be out there riding their bikes? And our kids get to see that every day that live in the Gray Fox community, because I have buses that come into the community every day that are dropping off our kids and picking them up, and they drive by that every single day. That's not something that I think that we as a community want to promote. So I'd ask you all to reconsider whether or not you think this is the best for our community to be able to go down this route and continue with promoting building these things within communities, because they are impacting property values all across the nation. While sitting here, I just was Googling and looking at property values and where these are being built, and every one of them are saying, yeah, people don't want these things outside their front doors. And so as I meet with my real estate manager, because I've been here now for 10 years, and I came down here from Colorado Springs because I really enjoyed the weather, and I was stationed at Fort Bliss for a number of years. I thought this would be a great place to retire. Well, I'm now reconsidering this and meeting with her, and some Mr. Gibbons had already talked about, you know, you guys assess us in property value, but yet when it comes down to be able to realistically sell our homes and so forth, it's not the same. And that's because of the decisions that you guys are making and how it will impact. And maybe one day they will impact the property values and you guys will see less revenue and so forth. But the bottom line is it's good for our community and it's good for our future kids to see this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keith. Anyone else that would like to approach the podium? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm tall, so I'll put this up here. Good morning. My name is Lisa Butler, and I want to say good morning to the commissioners and the county manager. My name's Lisa Butler, and I'm here representing not only everybody here that's in red shirts, but those that cannot be here because they are at work or taking care of their families. I'm here to address the pot farm that has been installed on Silver Creek Road. And I want to give you a little bit back of a history in case you don't remember all the many times that we have come before this commission board to protest this. Back in June, we became aware of what Mr. Tingen's plans were for the residential property across the street from our home. Now, from the bedroom windows of my home to this property is a lot less than 100 feet. We're not talking about 100 feet. We're talking a lot less than that. And when you made your comments, Commissioner Macias, he's too busy right now, regarding the processes that happened, I beg your pardon. The processes that happen are already suspect. Okay, going back, the director of the community development, Christina Ainsworth, who is on your staff, recommended a half-mile buffer between commercial zones, cannabis farms, and area residences. That recommendation went to planning and zoning. Planning and zoning took that half-mile recommendation and made it more cohesive with the other 300-foot rule that the state mandated and shrunk it down to 300 feet. That was the recommendation that planning and zoning gave the commissioner board. At that time, I left town. I couldn't be here for that meeting. So we left with the understanding that you, Manny, our representative, were going to hear our input and whatever and fight for us. When it came to the commissioner board, for some reason that we all cannot figure out, you have decided to take away all protections to residential homes. The irony is all those beautiful children that were here, that's why we're here. Those children are our children. Those children are our grandchildren. And it is hard enough to raise kids in this day and age to stay away from pot and drugs and alcohol, and then you normalize it and put it right across the street inside of a residential subdivision. What we are asking is that the commission follow the established rules, the ordinance that's in place right now, because it was not. This was installed on land that had never been assessed as agriculture, and through a faulty tillable land permit, that is when the assessor's office switched that zoning and then allowed all this to come in. That land was never agriculture, never. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium and speak to the commission? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not here to talk about the pot farm. I come this morning to make you aware of the wokeness in our country. There are many citizens who would qualify as woke right here in Donna Ana County. They think that a diverse, inclusive, and egalitarian community is a good thing. They accept others for who they are. They treat others with respect, regardless of their sexual orientation. They recognize the complexity of the human sexuality and wish to extend the maximum acceptance to those who don't fall neatly into traditional categories. They are sympathetic to the queer and trans. The woke are aware of racism and sexism in our society and wish to do all they can to eliminate it. As Ron DeSantis has warned us, wokeness is all around us. They threaten our religion, our sense of entitlement and privilege. How you respond to wokeness will determine the destiny of our community. Will you side with those who wish to preserve our society and defend it against the woke? Or will you rise up to the ideals of our great American ideals of liberty and justice for all? Will you accept the status quo, including injustices in the name of tradition and religion? Or will you stay asleep? And will you stay asleep as those who oppose to the wokeness do? Do you wish to sleep and not do anything to create a more perfect union? Or do you wish to join and support the woke and create a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable society? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to approach the podium? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Macias. I'm here talking in regard to bringing up the, in regard to the resource officers in our schools. It's a great opportunity that you guys will be talking about the pros and cons in consideration of the officers in our schools. There's so much tragedy going on in our society today that you guys will be talking about. And I hope that you guys take the pros and cons and do a lot of deep soul searching in regard to this. Because there's a need to protect our children. Not too long ago there in Anthony, we had a stabbing where the man stabbed his mother in front of a school. That individual could have just gone into the schools and done some tragedy. And he was in the loose for a few days until he was captured. So in regard to all this, we need to look into protecting our children. So I'm hoping you guys will do the right thing in helping our children in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, please?
Ramon Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you. Any other member of the public that would like to approach the podium and speak to the commission?
My name is Bryson McCool. I live in the Gray Fox community. Very simply, Commissioners, Manager, is there any way that the discussion on the pot farm can be put on the agenda for May 9th? I know you're going to talk about the regulations, but how about can we get specifically on to talk about the pot farm? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to address the commission and approach the podium, please? Hearing none, seeing none, then we will move forward to staff input. Mr. Macias?
Yes, we do have one item. Go ahead.
Can you bring up my presentation? Chair Chaparro, Commissioners, 3 months ago you authorized the beginning of our project to replace our ERP system. Commissioner Shalja Hernandez requested a quarterly update on the status, and that's what I'm here for today. So first, I want to give you an idea of what the timeline of this project looks like and where we are in the context of that. As you can see, we've spent 6 weeks in the strategy phase. That's now completed, and we're in the middle of the planning phase. I'll give you a little bit of detail on what both of those phases involve, but the big stuff is coming up. You can see architecture and configuration is going to take 27 weeks, and then another, actually can't read it from here, 19 weeks for testing. That's going to be the bulk of the project. That's where we set up the application, test it, run all of our processes through it, and ensure that it works. Parallel is a extra testing phase where we run a parallel payroll. So we run our payroll normally through our existing system, and we also run it in parallel and ensure that every number comes up the same, which is obviously quite important. Finally, we go into deploy, which is currently planned for June 15th. That will actually be July 1st because we will be deploying in the beginning of the new fiscal year, but we'll deploy slightly early so we have a chance to get through some challenges there. And then our vendor collaborative that's helping with the setup will provide 6 weeks of post-go-live support. So let's look at what's actually involved. Strategy stage was a lot of high-level discussions to talk about who's in charge of what, identify our steering committee, project leads, work stream leads. Discussing the architecture and preparing for the discovery sessions where they're going to start learning about how we do what we do, and getting a sense for their purposes and for ours, what our principles are, what we're trying to achieve with this project, strategic goals, value statements, and success metrics. That stage was completed about 3-4 weeks ago. So we are now deep in the middle of the planning stage. From the standpoint of county staff, the planning stage involves 2 important things. The discovery sessions, where each of the individual work streams sits down with their counterpart on the other side to talk about what we do now, how we do it, what our friction points are, what we would like to see that works better. And then there's training, because we can't really work with them as well as we could unless we at least have a basic knowledge. So I have a large number of people going through a lot of trainings over the course of the next few weeks and for the past few weeks. I wanted to show you that we have approximately 30 work streams. Basically, we divide up the processes within our county into certain work streams, accounts receivable, absence, benefits, and we've assigned an individual within the county, they're all listed up here, about 25 people, that are going to be the lead in implementing that portion of the new system. Once we're done that, in mid-May, we will start move into the architect and configure, and that's where, as they say, the rubber hits the road, but we're not quite there yet. And that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. It was on. Thank you for the update. I really do appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to getting this implemented and seeing what it does for us. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez.
just wanted to add a comment. I think it's echo the Vice Chair's sentiments as well. I think I'm excited, as obviously I'd love to see the timeline get compressed so that, but understand that doing these things the right way takes time, and so appreciate all the efforts and the updates. So thank you all so much for the update.
Thank you. Right. Mr. Macias.
Nothing further in step.
Thank you. We will move on to county elected officials' input. I see Ms. Ortega approaching the podium and Mr. Reyes. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez. My name is Gina Montoya Ortega, the assessor here at Doña Ana County, along with my Chief Deputy Assessor, Mr. Ruben Reyes. And we just kind of want to give everybody an update that the last day of the protest rendition is approaching, which is May the 1st, 2023, which is next Monday at 5 p.m. Please, if property owners have not come in to apply for their exemptions, head of household, veterans, valuation freeze for 65 years of older, if approved. This is also the time to ask any questions or protest the value of your property if you feel the need to do so. And then Ruben would like to say a few words.
Madam Chair, Vice, Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Murillo, we also like to inform the board that we, the Assessor's Office, are going through our yearly evaluation with Property Tax Division. Once this evaluation is complete, we as an office will have a better understanding of where we stand in our daily operations and assessments and valuations. We hope to have a report once everything is complete and update you on that information. Thank you.
So yes, so actually this afternoon, we actually have our exit interview with PTD, Property Tax Division. And one last item is, we had talked about it the last time, SB 324, which is certification pay for the assessor's employees, has passed and goes into effect July the 1st. We are in the process getting ready to present to the Board of County Commissions here in the next future a possible resolution in reference to.
How long do you expect that to take? 2 days, 2 months, 3 years?
We're hoping that today is our exit interview, and upon that interview being complete, it's up to PTD to give us the final report, which we're hoping within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
But that is at the discretion of Property Tax Division.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Oh, I have one more, sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
The statute that passed, or the bill that passed, are you going to present something to us in more detail? Because I've read the bill, but I'd like to have a better understanding of what this actually means and when the board should make a decision on it.
Yes, we will come in with more details. Just wanted to mention it again because it is at the discretion of the BOCC. So we will come with more details explaining it all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Any other elected official that would like to give input? All right, then we'll move on to commission input. Input from any of the commissioners. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to inform the public that next Tuesday on May 2nd, there will be a community meeting regarding the Shalem Colony Park and Trail. I know that the county has sent out some flyers and notifications, both in English and Spanish, to residents that are within the area of the park. So we're hoping that more people will be notified and can attend. It will be, so it'll be 4 to 7 p.m. At the Picacho Peak Brewery or the Grapevine Plaza. The 4 to 7 is just, it's going to be an open house format, and so people are more than welcome to come in. We'll have members from the engineering team, the consulting team that have designed it, our county team as well, and so we'll be there to answer questions, document any input that residents may have, whether they're suggestions, comments, opposition, whatever it may be, but we will be there to hopefully help answer questions and have discussions with those that are interested in the park. But just again, that's May 2nd, 4 to 7 p.m. at the Picacho Peak Brewery or Grapevine Plaza out on Picacho, just east of Shalem Colony Trail.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other input from any other commissioner?
Madam Chair, just an announcement that we will be doing a ribbon cutting at the La Mesa walking path, which is right behind the community center. That has been completed, and that is next week, Wednesday at 10 a.m. And I think it's pretty cool. We just got some lights out there too.
Is that May 3rd?
That is May 3rd.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did have one question.
Yes,
Sorry.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I know Commissioner Murillo, Vice Chair Sheldra Hernandez, and I had a meeting for the South Central Solid Waste Authority. And one of the items that we happened to be discussing was an initiative for the South Central Solid Waste to work on increasing recycling in the area. And I know the discussion during that meeting was really focused around probably more the services they provide in the city of Las Cruces. But, you know, I think it's worth noting to how we continue to spread the word, because all of our transfer stations and are all managed by the South Central Solid Waste Authority for the county. And so kind of along with that here, I was going to ask if Mr. Macias, if there's any chance here in May, whether we might be able to get an update on the discussion we were having that was in December with Jacobs. I think it was in December. Talking about a potential, the project for trash collection.
We can accommodate that request, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Madam
Any,
Chair?
yeah, I heard Commissioner Reynolds, yes.
You guys sparked a couple of things I should probably talk about. We are engaged with the federal government, Department of, I can't remember, EDA, Agriculture, to actually look at a plan to redo the sewer system and to expand it, and a good plan to do that down in Chaparral. So they're actually going to come back to us. We've sat down, we've run through the facilities, we've had some talks with them. They're actually going to look at all the requirements for the roughly 30,000 people down in Chaparral and come to us with a recommended plan on where our future for sewer system or liquid wastewater system should be done. It might include additional stations. It may include actually pipes to run it to another station, some lift stations. There's a whole complex situation that we're looking at. The good news is having us be one of 11 communities in the United States that are getting this assistance from the federal government. It puts us in a really great position, first, to have a good plan, but secondly, to have access and awareness of funding that's out there to help us to fix these kind of problems. And once we go through this model in Chaparral and we figure out a good idea of plans about what we can do in order to adequately provide sewer systems there and eliminate the septic tanks, it'll be a model that we're hoping to use throughout the rest of the county and also to take advantage of some of the additional funding sources that are available. So watch this space. We hope to have something back in about, I think it's supposed to be sometime in early June. We're supposed to have a plan on this, or so maybe August. It's this summer, okay? That's one thing. The other thing is we have now got finalized approval for the construction of Dripping Springs, and that's going to be using the flat money from the federal government. The construction should start sometime in 2005, 2006 timeframe. Our county engineer is sitting down and working with them on the finalized plans for that. So the money, we'll have a small matching fund that we'll have to do, but it's going to go all the way from Farm and Ranch Museum all the way up to the monument and totally redo Dripping Springs with bike paths, multi-use paths. If you want to look at an example of kind of what that's going to be, you can look at Soledad Canyon Road because it's going to duplicate that. So we're in the process of actually moving forward with that as quickly as possible. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. All right, then, anything else from the commissioners? Commissioner Murillo, are you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Okay, I wanted to make a comment regarding one of the public comments on the South Central Regional Transit. This entity has been requesting to place a shelter there on Anthony Drive, but it's been going through deaf ears since last year. I know the South Central Region has the shelter ready to be installed, but it goes back and forth that, no, it's New Mexico DOT, that it's the county, that it's the city of Anthony. And I wanted to see Mr. Macias or the staff can be able to assist to be able to place that shelter. I know that Doña Ana County has a canopy right next to the senior citizens, and a lot of the individuals that get on the bus are already done the custom practice to sit there and wait until we get this shelter going. But this has been going on since last year, and we wanted to see if we can get some assistance, because I mean, this is since Mr. Armijo has been trying to get a hold of the other entities to see who can be able to assist us in getting that shelter placed. But this has been going on since last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Any other input from any other commissioner? Thank you. Then we'll move forward to agenda item number 1, minutes, regular meeting minutes for April 11th, 2023. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any changes to the minutes? Hearing none. Amanda, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. And fellow commissioners, if it's all right, I've been asked for a small break. 5 minutes? Is that- Thank you. We're going to be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, let's do this.
Calling the meeting back to order. Right, then we will be moving forward to agenda item number 3. Proclaim May 4th as National Day of Prayer in Doña Ana County. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I would like to make an amendment to the proclamation as it currently reads. I would like to strike out the last sentence of the 5th paragraph. It reads, one such gathering will be held outside the county building at 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 4th on the North Lawn, and all are welcome to join.
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
I have a motion to strike that last sentence of the proclamation.
5th paragraph,
Of
Madam
the,
Chair.
pardon me, the 5th paragraph to remove the wording outside the county building, is that correct?
The gathering held outside the county building. Yes,
Madam Chair, from a procedural standpoint, we need to have a motion to approve
And then a
and
motion.
then a motion to amend.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve and proclaim May 4th as National Day of Prayer in Doña Ana County?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Now I motion to amend and remove the last sentence of the 5th paragraph stating one such gathering will be held outside the county building at 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 4th on the North Lawn, and all are welcome to join us.
All right, I have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
What, just a second. Where are you?
It's the whereas.
Whereas, okay. All right. I have a motion to strike the wording of the gathering will be held outside the county building at 10 a.m. on Thursday, May 4th on the North Lawn, and all are welcome to join us. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. The motion was made by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Commissioner Moody, are you there? I heard a whistle.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion before the proclamation is presented?
I do have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Why are
Commissioner
we
Moody.
removing that last, if I can get some clarification, why are we removing that?
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo.
Yeah, I
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
personally believe that the Doña Ana's National Day of Prayer event should not be held on the North Lawn of the county building. I believe that it should be held off-site from the county structure.
Commissioner Murillo, did you hear that?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other comments by the commission?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
I just wanted to add that it's not with, while we have held the National Day of Prayer here at the county building, it's not without precedence. And I think in 2020 and 2021, the National Day of Prayer their events were held off-site. So it wasn't until, again, last year that we held it on-site. And so I am in the same sentiment of the Vice Chair, that we not utilize the county property and resources for the event.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments? No other comments? I'd like to make a comment. I don't see that there is a problem utilizing county property to pray or to state a proclamation. I know this has probably gone to court, but I don't think there's any clear decision that prohibits prayer on county property. So any other comments?
I'll just make one. I don't believe this is prohibiting prayer on county property. What I believe my point is that I don't believe that this proclamation is all encompassing to all faiths. And that is where my point lies, is that I would have rather seen a more encompassing proclamation if we were doing something. I understand that this is a National Day of Prayer proclamation, But with that being said, I'm just asking that it be taken off-site like it has in the 2 years past. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelter. And on this, any other discussion? All right, may I have a roll?
Madam Chair, I think you should allow public input on the motion to amend.
Yes, Mr. Gooden.
And at this point, it should be, the comment should be related to the amendment to strike that sentence, not as to the entire thing. That would come back again in a minute.
Mr. Gooden? Anything?
Nothing, no.
We were just having a discussion here related to public input related to an amendment rather than to the broader topic.
All right,
But I think we're fine to go forward.
Thank you. All right, so I've never had this happen before. We just vote on the motion as amended, or do we vote on the amendment and then the motion to approve?
No, you have to vote on the amendment.
All right.
first.
I need a roll call vote on the amendment, please, Amanda.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
No. All right, well, the
So the
amendment
amendment-
passes 4-1, and now we will vote on the motion to proclaim May 4th as National Day of Prayer in Doña Ana County,
As,
as amended by the motion stated by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez and voted by a amendment of 4-1. Is that how I
Yes,
state that
That's
correctly?
fine. That's correct. However, normally we're given a chance to read the proclamation, and you have to open up
Thank you.
the issue to debate by the commission if
Thank
they
you.
choose.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Mr. Macias, would you please read the proclamation?
With your permission, Madam Chair, whereas the 72nd observance of the National Day of Prayer will be celebrated Thursday, May 4th, as prayer brings people together in the unity of spirit and love. The theme of this year is to pray fervently in righteousness and avail much. And whereas a National Day of Prayer has been part of our national heritage since it was declared by the First Continental Congress in 1775, the United States Congress approved as a joint resolution in 1952 that the President would set aside and proclaim a day of each year as a National Day of Prayer on which people may turn to God in meditation and prayer at places of worship, in groups or individually. And whereas in 1988, by Public Law 100-307, Congress amended it and established the first Thursday in May as a day to observe National Day of Prayer. And whereas all residents in Doña Ana County, our state and nation, are afforded the privilege of prayer with the joy of seeking divine guidance, strength, protection, and comfort from our respective religious leaders, we treasure the freedom to gather in prayer, exercising reliance on God's power in the face of present challenges and threats, asking for blessings on each individual in Doña Ana County. And whereas the National Day of Prayer is marked by various events and activities across the county, such as prayer gathering, and now my understanding is that the following sentence has been stricken in its entirety by the amendment. Therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 4th day of May as National Day of Prayer. Madam Chair, a proclamation previously as amended for the consideration of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any further discussion, commissioners? Mr. Wendler, if you'd like to approach and, not the bench, sorry, I was about to say that. Approach the
No,
podium.
which one of these is working? Is that one working? Yeah, fine. What can I say? It's with great honor, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and everyone here in this room, that on behalf of our Lord, that we accept this proclamation. I understand basically what's happened here. My ears are a little hard to hear sometimes, but I tune in to what the Lord says every day, and he's telling me that, yeah, we really need prayer. It's a reminder that we need to go to those relationships, to nurture those relationships in our faith, in our spiritual lives. And each and every one of us, it's up to us as individuals to decide as we look to our Creator and say, what is it you want to say to me? It's an individual thing, as all things are. All of you administering to the county business, it's within you and your heart to decide what kind of decision you make. And we've heard a lot of things happening here today. I'm reminding of the bike month and those kids. I was an elementary principal, and it brought back a lot of memories. And I'm so thankful that I had that experience working with our youth. And now I'm working with the older ones. You can see my kanas, okay? And as I get older, I've learned a great deal about nurturing my faith. As the body deteriorates, my spirit grows, and I'm very thankful to my Creator for that. And so I understand your decision on this. I want to thank you personally, Chair Zapato, for your vote. The others, you have a decision to make in your heart as well as all of us. I've already addressed that. This county's been extremely supportive, and we're very appreciative. When I say we, I'm talking on behalf of everyone who has this strong faith, and we know what our faith is. That's what it's all about. So what else can I say? I will say that as I'm sitting here listening to this dialogue, and I'm thinking, well, there's got to be a way. The Lord will provide. He always does. And I know that out front is a public sidewalk, right? It's not on county grounds per se. So I'll just let you know that we in the committee that's put this together at this time will be praying on this and seeing what we're to do. But we need to pray. We need to pray for all of you. We do that all the time. Okay? 1 Timothy 2nd chapter, verses 1 through 6. We're to offer prayers, supplications, intercessions for all people. And I could go on and say the rest. And also, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord watches over the city, then the watchman stays awake in vain. First 127th Psalm, verse 1. I can go on with this, but that's my faith. I thank you again very much for your time and your energy and your effort, and God bless you all, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wendler. Because the proclamation has been amended, we do not have a proclamation for you today.
Okay.
Mr. Macias, when will he be prepared? Something that,
We can, I'm sure it's being prepared right now.
all right, would you like to wait until it's ready, or?
Madam
I think-
Chair,
How do we
I think
proceed,
that we
Mr.
can go forward with the procedure. You've already voted to amend, so now the next step is to go forward to vote on the actual proclamation itself. We do have it encased in a proper frame, but all we have to do after the picture or the ceremony part of it is just substitute a piece of paper.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Oh, and here's Janet with the proclamation. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez,
No.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries 4-1.
No, that's fine.
Believe you're more photogenic than he is. Come on. She'll take a great picture. Let the commissioner hold on to it and give it to you, Chuck.
It's just been pointed out to me that I'm the saddest person in these pictures because I rarely smile.
We will now move forward to agenda item number 4. The county lobbyist will present on the 2023 legislative session, Mr. Charlie Marquez. Mr. Marquez, good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Chaparro and Commissioners. Thank you, first off, for the opportunity to come and present this status. I understand that you've also been able to sit in on other presentations that was done by New Mexico counties. So I will not go through this page by page. I'll just kind of jump through it, and then at the end, if you have any questions, I will stand for questions. This session was an interesting session in that it was the first in-person session that we've had since the advent of COVID. As indicated here, the hallways were filled with now filled with lobbyists and people from the public. And it certainly, for the people that are voting on issues, presents a different challenge for them to have to actually look at people as they take their votes, and then also to be intercepted in the hallways for discussions on different topics. So it was, for sophomores, this was the first time they actually had that experience. And it is a very different one when it's done in person versus virtual. So anyway, just different outcomes as a result of this. The other thing is that we had a huge surplus in the budget, $3.6 billion. The total increase to the actual budget, however, was 1.3. So it was the largest budget we've ever seen, $9.6 billion. Anyhow, and then we had changes with regards to all the leadership. I'll go on to the next page. We had a new Speaker of the House. The Speaker then made some really dramatic changes, changing the chair of appropriations, which is a significant issue. It altered, I think, many parts of the budget and created a number of challenges for people that had expectations coming out of that budget. And the House is the one that saw most of the leadership change. The Senate didn't. The most recent was the change in the majority whip, but I think that was the last session. So anyhow, so those changes had implications. Just kind of, this is just a highlight here talking about Senate Bill 51, which that bill, by the way, is intended to get savings that are given by manufacturers all the way to the patient. And it was a significant issue for the governor. The issue is that it passed 3 minutes before the end of the session. So, and as many things are, I mean, we have these cliffhangers at the end, and depending on what they do, either many bills die or they get quite a few done at the end. The House, for the first time ever that I've seen, basically was done with their business at 10 o'clock on Saturday, as opposed to noon. And usually they're going right to the end. And then here are some statistics with regards to the number of bills that were introduced. We had almost 1,100. In the last session, which was 30-day, it was literally half of that. These are some significant pieces of legislation that were of general interest, I'll say, regardless of the entity. Paid Family Medical Leave Act. For those that were not aware of it, this was a significant effort put forth, as I understand, by the Southwest Women's Law Center. And it was, the intention was to provide FMLA, but paid FMLA. And really rather complex procedures to get that done. Bottom line was it was expected to be pushed through the process, but and I'll just say the business community was able to garner the votes to stop it in the House Commerce and Economic Development Committee. big surprise. Medical malpractice, very significant issue because of the loss of doctors in New Mexico, all around the state. They made changes to it. They realized the implication of not dealing with this, and so all the leadership came together, including governor, and they got this piece of legislation passed, and hopefully this does slow down, if not eliminate, the exodus of doctors from New Mexico. The tax package, my lord, I can't, the number of whether either tax breaks or tax credits or tax deductions that were provided in this package, I'm going to guess at approximately 25 to 30 different tax issues. However, when it arrived at the governor's desk, she gutted the bill, leaving only a few of the tax breaks in there. One of them, of course, was still the issuance of rebate checks to New Mexicans, 500 for individuals and 1,000 for married couples. The budget, I talked about that, growth of $1.3 billion. And you can see all the various components. Medicaid was increased by $246 million, and that was really to provide more appropriate rebate or reimbursement, I should say, to Medicaid providers. And then, of course, there was some for the schools, a number of other initiatives. With regards to the county specifically, there were 3 specific initiatives that were initiated by the county. Quite frankly, one of them was late in the process, and surprisingly, we were able to get it through the entire process. And that was the HB 512. It literally was introduced at midpoint of the session, and we were able to get it up to the governor's office. Unfortunately, she vetoed that. And the message indicated that while we were trying to seek parity with municipalities with regards to a protest provision that's in that procedure, she felt more appropriate that municipalities be given additional oversight rather than taking it away from the counties. So that'll be interesting and curious to see whether or not something gets introduced in the next session. Senate Bill 152, actually this is the one that has the protest provision. The other one had to do with oversight by the Board of Finance. This one has a protest provision where the issuance of an IRB, and if a company comes in and there is a similar business, then that business can protest the issuance of this IRB. Problem is they can go to a municipality and get that IRB without the protest. The issue here was that we never got a hearing in judiciary, so it never moved on. And we'll try to figure out what we do with that next year or the year after. This was a success, Senate Bill 310, crisis triage centers. There was a lot of effort put into this, discussions with the governor's office. We got it through the process, and it was signed by the governor. So that was a big point of success. And again, here it just talks about, we had 1,087 pieces of legislation introduced, approximately 96 bills that were tracked with interest by the county. And like I said, we worked on them as we needed to along the way. And then the next page is all the capital outlay, which I'm sure you all have seen these numbers before, but here it details a lot of this. And I'm not certain, Mr. Macias, what finally came out of the, the funding for the, what is it called? The reproductive health care facilities. You had indicated something about who was going to oversee that. Was there any change to that? Or?
Excuse me. Although it says Doña Ana County, that funding went through the Department of Finance and Administration.
Anyway, so you can reduce this number by $10 million. So we were not as successful as we would have liked to have been in our capital outlay pursuits, but that's something that we will just have to work on going forward. West Wind Way we had high hopes for that, and not much funding was forthcoming. And all the detail around who funded these is now available in the capital outlay section of the legislative page. So now we can see who gave what to each of these projects.
Madam Chair, Mr. Marquez, while we're on this slide, I have a question. Is this no, this is not all encompassing funding?
No.
Okay. I just want to point that out because I see a lot of things missing. Okay. Thank you.
And that concludes my presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. Do we have any questions for Mr. Marcus or comments from the commission? Commissioner Shelder Hernandez?
I do on that House Bill 505 funded projects. We got quite a bit of money for the warehouse and then a couple other things. Was that done under a different House bill?
No, in fact, it should have been included on this list.
Because there's quite a bit missing here. Correct. There's about 5 million missing in capital outlay to our county.
Yeah, and you're right. The election warehouse, that had $1 million in it. But I'd have to go back through this list.
Madam Chair, with your permission.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
We had shared with the commission already the list that we worked with Michelle Blackwell to compile. So the county received over 16 million in actual direct allocations. So one of the big ones that I'm not seeing there that it took us a little while to find was the 2.5 million that came in for the Hatch area dam that we've been working on. That's not shown up there either. So I'll make sure that I send out that final complete list.
Thank you.
And
I
if
appreciate that.
Part of the or appropriations came in under a different bill, which is the junior funding. And that's, Senate Bill 192. So there's several sources of funding that are provided under different pieces of legislation.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Marcus? Commissioner Reynolds?
I'm kind of confused as to I'm kind of confused as I go through this to understand the purpose of this presentation. If you're not listing everything and you just showed a couple of bills that either made it or didn't make it, I'm trying to figure out why we had the presentation.
One is that I've come here to provide status, a general, how shall I say, a general look at the legislative session to understand some of the challenges that we deal with. And then with regards to the initiatives by the county, you do have the final outcome on those and the reason why they either were successful or not. Other than that, I mean, subsequent to this, you've also got, and I'm assuming in your books, the full detail of the other pieces of legislation as they're each tracked. I have a limited amount of time here, and so this is the summary that I provide.
Madam, I have two questions for you then. Are you going to provide us with a list of who voted for which appropriations? Are you going to do like a scorecard to show us who voted for some of the stuff that we got and some of the stuff that we didn't get and where the money actually came from? So we can reach out to our representatives and say thank you, or reach out to them? I mean, how do we take this information and act, I guess is what I'm trying to figure out. Because we can go through it, but if you could summarize that for us and provide it to us as a document so we don't have to all do individual research, I think that would be very beneficial. So you could say, let's say, Representative Small, he supported this item, and Angelica Rubio, Representative Rubio supported this one, you know, and so we could get some idea where the support we're getting is coming from, so that when it comes to next year's budget, or we can actually in advance start to approach some of these people with ideas about what we'd like them to fund, rather than having to wait till the session starts, because that's really limited session coming up this year. And I don't know how much influence we can have unless we know who's actually supporting us and who's not. Be great to have that information. The other thing I was thinking about is I'd like to see a more comprehensive understanding of exactly what we can do to change some of this. So if we didn't get enough, or we got too much, or how do we, the commissioners, get involved in this process in order to better get funded for the projects that we need here in the county? Or is it just something that you do and nobody else gets involved?
Okay, let me answer. You've asked 2 or 3 questions.
Sure.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. First off, with regards to who has appropriated what dollars for which projects has just become available. I provide that annually to Mr. Macias.
Okay.
So that will be available here in the next week or so. With regards to how do you affect change within your district, I think it's a matter of understanding which are the county priorities, obviously, within your district, and of course, then lobby that legislator or legislators. And then in conjunction with that, we meet again with legislators in trying to move these initiatives in the subsequent year. The capital outlay process is one that's highly criticized. And it is either boom or bust. We happen to be in a period of time where we have surplus monies. Now, how they divide that money up and decide to, what is used for capital outlay versus what's going to be used for funding of CYFD. That's a decision that's made within the legislative body. And one would think more money, more capital availability. And that was not necessarily the case. And going forward, I don't know that it will be either. But the process would be, of course, going out soliciting those legislators. And that's, in fact, that's going to be part of my plan this year, to actually meet with them, talk to them, and try to keep them focused on. They were well aware of the things that were high priority to the county.
Okay.
However, behind closed doors, they make their own decisions. We can influence, lobby, if you will, try to influence them as much as we can, but in the end, they end up making the appropriation as they see appropriate or deem necessary for their constituency. And so, and this is the result of that.
I have a more direct question. Should the board actually, this coming session, let's say in January when there's a 30-day session, should we be planning to go to Santa Fe and stay for the 30 days and go into the meetings and lobby in those for this? Or is that something that we should not do? I mean, how do we become as effective as possible is what I'm asking. Can we do it without going there? Should we do it without going there? Or should we all plan to maybe go up there and work? Or can we work here? I mean, this is I think is one of the biggest, biggest things that I don't completely understand where my best value or our best value is going to be served. And that's why I'm asking you your opinion.
Madam Chair, again, Commissioner Reynolds, I would say that first, that's the reason I'm hired by the county, is to lobby these folks. I would encourage your participation by having 1 or 2 visits. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary to be for the entire session. Most of the work is done ahead of time, putting a bug in the legislator's ear for a high-need project, and then soliciting their constituency to give them a call. Those are probably the most powerful things that will affect change with regards to the appropriation or capital outlay process.
Okay. And now what about for some of the bills? If we want to get behind some of the bills, do we need to have more influence because that's not just decided by our representatives and senators here.
Yeah.
So should we be here doing it, or should we try to go to Santa Fe, or can we rely on you to get that done?
Hopefully for, the bills that are of, and I'm going to say peak interest, you can rely on me. But there is also another option that came out of COVID, and that is to participate via Zoom, which doesn't require 4 hours each way going back and forth. Otherwise, process is the same as it is for appropriations. So, I encourage your participation. I invite it. But, being up there full-time, I don't believe is necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Mr. Marquez, did you meet with any of the commissioners or any of the elected officials like the sheriff, the clerk, the assessor prior to the legislative session?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no, I did not meet with them directly. I usually, that's coordinated under the office of Mr. Macias. That's who I meet with. And then he then will engage whatever department is appropriate.
Okay, did you develop a plan for lobbying that was tailored to the county based off of the needs or wants of the sheriff, the clerk, the county commissioners, the assessor, the probate judge? And the reason I ask is very simply, I think as we're discussing, I think more to what Commissioner Reynolds was saying, because the reason I ask is because, like you said, the legislators, you met with them and you felt it was effective, but the result, they did something behind the scenes. And so my question is that in your contract, it says you'll work closely with Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners, the county manager's office, and other offices as designated to develop and produce a long-range campaign. And so I'm wondering if this campaign exists, if perhaps it should be reevaluated for its effectiveness. And maybe to Commissioner Reynolds' point, maybe it's something that we need to understand as commissioners or other elected officials, that we should be participating in that so that we understand what that plan or campaign plan is for lobbying for Doña Ana County. And so I guess I'm concerned because if this is your contract, Mr. Marquez, and I guess Mr. Macias, I'm wondering if you received a end of year, a comprehensive written report regarding the legislative session, listing names, dates, discussion topics, objective outcomes, and assigned follow-up activities and meetings with designated staff and potential legislative and non-legislative funding sources from Mr. Marquez and his group of Spectrum?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I have not received that document. That's what this meeting is for. This is the initiation of the report in terms of the outcome. And then there'll be a series of meetings with Mr. Marquez to talk about what future efforts oriented to the next session will be. But no, I do not have that written report. This is the first step towards achieving it.
Is there any way, like I said, I think as we're looking at this and understanding, I think the comments of the effectiveness of these plans, is there any way that we can understand and see what the evaluation of the previous year's contracts were? To understand how Mr. Marquez was assessed in his success or in lobbying for the county?
Well, certainly we can. The success for most lobbying is, one, get the legislation that you're supporting passed, get as much money as you can through the capital appropriation period. Last year, I believe it was $32 million, but that was because of the really strong commitment on the part of the governor towards the jetport that accounted for $20 million. This time around, the total is actually 16 million plus, so it is a kind of a very good return on the investment that we make. But part of the discussion to make it even more robust is as we go through our capital improvement process and as we bring that particular item to the attention of the board and the board acts on it in terms of determining the priority, that is an opportunity to have a very robust discussion in terms of the strategies that are going to be necessary in order to attract a higher level of funding.
Well, and thank you for that, Mr. Macias. I think my concern is that while we've had discussions on ICIP, I think we've never had discussions on critical policy that have been affected. Unless I'm wrong, I mean, commissioners, you can correct me, but I think though that's kind of the whole piece of it is I would love for us to have that discussion. Obviously, ICIP is always the big ticket items, but if there's additional policy that we should be looking at, and whether it's through the Association of Counties, whether it's specific to Doña Ana County, I feel like that should be part of this discussion and that this long-term campaign that we should be working on. Obviously, we saw SB 310 for the triage center, which is absolutely kind of one of the big things we pushed this year. But you know, aside from hearing on it from Jamie Michaels, we didn't have an understanding of, I think, the full legislative kind of priorities of what it was important to us in Doña Ana County. And so, you know, I think as I would like for this to, as we move forward into, I guess from here, and start to look at developing the plan, I'm just wondering if, like I said, I just feel like it's not as thorough. The concern is we could be potentially paying for a contract where not all of the items here, the deliverables are being met. And if, you know, we should, you know, reevaluate these deliverables, or if we need to realign them to what we need as a commission as we move forward. So I guess that's where I'm at. And because I like I said, I know we've had discussions about ICIP, but some of the other stuff we haven't had discussions about. And I think that should be totally part of our lobbyist scope of work.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And if I may add, I think what Commissioner Sanchez has stated is a good starting point for conversations that this commission could have with our lobbyist and our county manager and staff. I don't think it was brought forward in the previous years, but since it's being brought forth now, I think it's an excellent starting point regarding any development of plans and how we move forward as to our contract with our lobbyist and what this commission is looking to for monies that's coming into this county. And I don't know if we want to maybe move forward to a work session when it's closer to, or right before the legislative session, but I certainly think it's a good start of a conversation.
And Madam Chair, if I just might just give a little bit more thought as well. So I believe in taking advantage of every opportunity that gets in front of you at the time. So if there's areas of concern, areas that you can think of now is a great time to have a little bit more of a robust conversation in terms of topics or priorities that weren't pursued in this last legislative session. Next legislative session is only a 30-day session. It's going to be confined to financial matters. There'll have to be a call from the governor in order to have an issue discussed. Last year, just as an example, not this past session, but the session before, we had already approached the governor related to the legislation that was necessary in order to maintain the viability, we believe, the viability of the Crisis Triage Center, not just here, but in Albuquerque, Santa Fe, any other community that would want to pursue this kind of investment. The governor told us directly that no, it was not going to be on her call, that she would consider the support, but not till this past legislative session. So there's some natural inherent restrictions in some of the process. So as we go forward into, and of course, the office was very supportive and signed the legislation. And you can see how successful it was because there wasn't one dissenting vote in either house. And that was because of the extent of the lobbying that was occurring related to gathering support through all of the different committees that particular legislation went through. The others had their own hurdles, and you can see another piece of the legislation that was passed, and it went through the legislature very easily, but the governor did not support it, had a different philosophical view on it. Did we lobby the governor's office? Absolutely, but it didn't, materialize in that legislation passing. But there was considerable effort that was made. So next year, really next year's focus is the extent of the ICIP. And I want to assure you that the greatest success is in the not waiting till the legislative session, is actually ahead of the legislative session, beginning anytime in August is an appropriate time to really be having conversations with legislators about priorities within the county structure. But it would be helpful to take advantage, if there's something that there is a priority other than the ICIP, well, let's take advantage of it. Let's have a discussion. Mr. Marquez is here now. If there's something that you feel that was absolutely missed that we need to start looking at for next year, we should take advantage of having that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, is there a priority that is on the forefront of your mind? Commissioner Reynolds?
I do have a recommendation based on Mr. Macias's request. Obviously, there's strategy involved, and there's actions that are involved. And I'm sure that you guys have a strategy, and I'm sure you have actions that you've taken in order to try to get the legislation passed, get the ICIP done. I think it would be beneficial to this board to understand the loss analysis, if you know what I'm talking about. Basically, if you and Fernando are going to sit down and say, well, we should have done this, we could have done this, we did this, it didn't work, this is the reactions, I think it would be valuable for this board to understand kind of what did we do well, what did we not do well, anticipate, where we might be failing, and have this board have some sort of understanding as to how we can actually participate in order to hopefully improve the process. So I think that's certainly worthwhile to do a loss analysis and present this to the board at some point in time after you've looked at all the votes, you've looked at the money, you've looked at all this, and you guys sit down and what did we do right, what did we do wrong, and what do we do next? I think that would be valuable for us and the county. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sheldo Hernandez?
as I was not a part of the process last year, and I was viewing it from outside of being a commissioner, I would like to say, pardon me.
Mr. Macias, the chair is
As I was witnessing it from outside the realm of being a commissioner, I believe that there are some things that I am learning. But also, I think that there's been a lot of good conversation and there's been a lot of good dialogue here. And I think that we should really put some of this dialogue into actions. I know, Chair, you said something about a work session. Starting the process early, talking to these legislators before they get to the session is great. Because once they get there, they're 25,000 tasks deep, and anything we can do to push forward these, whether it's projects that our fellow elected officials, like our county clerk has, or our sheriff, we can encompass those, work through those. I know that I got called up to talk on a couple bills that were outside of what the county's priorities were, but using us as mouthpieces to the elected officials, which we deal with on a regular basis, I think would be a great strategy to begin with. That's one that I think should be harnered ahead of time. But I really do think starting the process, doing something like you said, a work session, getting a plan in place, focusing on what we want to do would probably be a really good thing. So I would definitely heed the warning, I guess, and say, let's get this done early and not wait until the last minute and have those conversations, if that works.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldo Hernandez. Anything else, commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez?
I just wanted to add, I think is the work session and us having some more conversation so that there is no question where we're at and how we work with our legislators, whether that be having all the legislators here and in one session or breaking it up, because I know Mr. Macias did have conversations with Mr. Marquez, but if that, like I said, if that approach didn't work, then let's reevaluate and see how we can be better at this, because while, I'll never say no to $16 million for Doña Ana County. I would love to find out, can we increase that number? Can we find other methods that we might help, that there might be policy that'll be more beneficial to us? So I just think it's a all-encompassing approach that I think we can do to ensure that we are successful. And I think as the concerns may be that, well, we outlined our ICIP with certain priorities, then we can, make sure we're consistent with that message.
No, and I agree with being consistent with the message, because I'm aware that a couple of emails were sent not supporting certain projects on our ICIP list, and so that was not appropriate. But if we can work together in supporting what the county needs, whether it be capital outlay or any other priority, if we can just be consistent and lobby together with our lobbyists and be very consistent on our message as to what this county needs and what our elected officials need, I think that would be most beneficial. And of course, we all have different relationships with legislators, and so I don't know, maybe we can figure out who's going to be more effective or more efficient with whom and in what area. But any other comments on or questions for Mr. Marquez? Commissioners, Commissioner Murillo? She may have signed off.
Madam Chair, if we can, I don't know how we can ensure that we have some follow-up actions from this.
Mr. Macias, I'll leave that to you.
And I don't know, like I said, I don't have anything to specifically say we need to meet in 1 month, we need to do this, but I would love for us to have, maybe some discussion on what that potential process could look like, whether it be a work session during the summer, after the beginning of the fiscal year, and where, when things start to calm down a little bit. I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to maybe defer to Mr. Macias to see how we can develop a plan.
And again, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, all we need is the request. If the board is comfortable, I'm not a believer in trying to get all of the legislators together.
I think that'd be
because
impossible.
it's such a difficult task to try to accomplish that. And unless you're going to do, a dinner in the evening and, make it a little bit of a higher level communication, not that I'm saying that we need to do that, but let me suggest to you that all of you already know that you can be very effective in terms of doing your outreach. Let me give you an example. Tortugas Lighting Road Safety Study and Improvements. It's there because of Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
He had his discussions. He's been promoting that for several years now. So it's in there already. So you already know, all of you already know how to do your own individual outreach. But we certainly are able to come up with a more step-by-step plan and then have a discussion later this summer, especially because what we're looking for is how much money is going to be available. I don't think that legislators begin to know how much will be allocated to them until probably the late summer or early fall is when they really get a better sense of how much capital that they're anticipating, how much of it is going to be in severance tax bonds, how many is going to be in the general fund. It eliminates a lot of speculation if you have an individual conversation with legislators. Sometimes we bring them in 2 or 3 at a time and sit down because they have a common area. There are certain projects that are of county-wide significance. Certainly the clerk's office was of county-wide significance. So that is brought up with every single legislator that we talk with. The top 10 ICIP projects that were approved and designated by this commission is basically what we're promoting, depending on what the particular project is. If it's a road project in the northern part of the county, you can be assured that legislators in the southern part of the county aren't going to have that at their priority list. So Mr. Marquez and I spend a lot of time discussing which legislators are going to have a level of interest to make a particular commitment. So there's a lot of discussion related to the strategy, not that it's overly complicated or anything like that, but we certainly can come in August with basically a plan in terms of how we're going to approach. And it could be as simple as if we're meeting with legislators and they have a common district, or at least overlapping with some of the county commissioners, bring you into the conversation. Have you basically promote the priority that the commission has approved within that given area. And we certainly have discussions with legislators in terms of what they want, aside from what will benefit the county, even if it isn't in the top priorities. Tortugas wasn't there, but it's funded. It has $200,000. I'm not clear that that's enough to accomplish the task, but yes, one can look at it and say, you know, I did something. I really added something for what I believe is going to benefit the community, and it comes primarily from my efforts of intervening because it was not top 10. There's a number of these that weren't in the top 10, but they're funded. There's money there to do it because that is the preference of the individual legislators. And we will try to get a breakdown, but let me tell you again, it is not available to us when the session ends. In fact, it's become almost a secure piece of knowledge in terms of who provided the money. And it almost becomes like detective work for Mr. Marquez to find it out because it is not shared initially. Ultimately, you can find out who contributed because at some point legislators will want people to know, I helped out with this project. But it's not readily available. And I'm surprised that we even have it at this point, if Mr. Marquez is saying it just came out. So we'll do that analysis and we will come up with a more concise description of the strategy that can be approached for the particular nature of the legislative session that will be coming in 2024.
And Madam Chair, if I might.
And if I may, I'm going to have Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez take over the chair. I have an emergency phone call.
Okay.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. And Mr. Macias, I think just part of that approach, and I think you're right, it's having the discussion with the legislators because I think they're going to be interested when a lot of them share jurisdictions with the county and the different cities, whether that be the city of Las Cruces, the city of Anthony, Sunland Park, Mesilla, Hatch. But I think what's important is that their needs, the municipalities, their needs be taken into account in that we know what we're trying to fit and work on together and understand that they're also going to be approaching our legislators. And so while I know in a way it can be seen that we're competing for dollars, I think there is a way in which if we're smart and we have a strategy, we can work with the legislators to make sure that they are addressing the needs of the municipalities and addressing the needs of the county. And I think, like I said, it just goes back to having a regular discussion and building up that strategy such that, you know, and any one of us could go and say, hey, look, we may tailor it to a specific legislator, but I think it's important for us to have all that information so that we can, you know, we as commissioners can help advocate on behalf of the county and in such a way that I think would be successful where we could be reaching our legislators. So like I said, if it's all taken into account, I just want that to be, I would love for that to be added to the list of things that we look at is the cities and how we're coordinating with them to make sure we're not, you know, fighting each other for these dollars.
Right, and certainly, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, we certainly have all of the information. We can certainly get the ICIP list from all of the area municipalities because in some way it is a little bit of a competitive nature. Let me suggest to you the town of Anthony did fantastic but for the size of the community. They got over $6 million for some of their infrastructure planning, and that's a wonderful outcome for that community. All of the communities have received some degree of funding. We certainly can have a better understanding of where there's commonality, and we will have, probably as we're having more discussions with the City of Sunland Park related to the Crua area and the future and the joint powers agreements, we certainly can have some additional discussions about how can we jointly on our ICIP list be promoting the necessities within that Crua jurisdiction. So everything that you're saying is right on point, and we'll certainly follow it up in a way that is more structured and informative to the commission.
And I like the word structured because I think that's what I'm hearing from the commissioners, that we have a more structured idea of how to proceed, what the step-by-step plan is, and from what I'm hearing from County Manager Macias, we should have that by August. Is that appropriate? Is that, okay?
Madam Chair, if I
Yes,
may
Mr.
respond to
Marquez.
some of this. One is, this process is dynamic, incredibly dynamic. We have no idea what all is coming at us. We bring it, we take it as it comes, as bills are introduced. I do meet with New Mexico counties on a pretty regular basis, so I understand what the general priorities are. I also promote any of the priorities that we have to be supported by other counties. So, you know, it's not willy-nilly. But as the bills come up, then now it becomes one of an ability to react to it. Because then I can't deliver something to Mr. Macias saying, I need a board position on this. Well, by the time I get that position back, it's gone through an entire chamber. And so now my opportunity to affect change becomes minimized. And so a lot of these things, I depend on the knowledge and expertise of Mr. Macias with regards to the county. I've represented the county for now 20 years. You know, I use what experience I have. I have relationships across the board, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. And I'm going to tell you that I attribute success that I have based on those relationships. But those individuals, and I get what you're saying, they are not very open during that legislative period to sitting down and talking about what they're doing for Mesilla and how that works with Doña Ana County. And they're not. They form their own opinions. So the best I can do is try to influence them with regards to what I know are the priorities. I do work with the other lobbyists, and we seek common opportunities. And so, you know, so all those things come into play. And a lot of this is just a dynamic process. And I'm not going to attribute the whole thing. I understand the need for structure, and I'm willing to try to address that.
Madam Chair, I had a question for Mr. Marquez.
Surely, but before you ask Commissioner Sanchez, I'd just like to share with the rest of the commission. I was up in Santa Fe during the legislature for maybe 3 or 4 days, as some of the other commissioners were, and I can say that Mr. Marquez was able to put me in front of legislators within an hour or two of my request regarding certain meetings, certain committee meetings. And so I don't know, maybe I hadn't expressed it earlier, but when the time came to speak to a legislator, I would get the call from either Mr. Macias or Mr. Marquez saying, can you be at the Capitol in half an hour? And I appreciated that. I mean, didn't appreciate walking through the snow, but I mean, I know that you put in a lot of effort to making those meetings possible, and they were with top elected officials and top officials from the state. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Mr. Marquez, how do you handle deferring priorities from your different clients?
how do I handle, I'm sorry, ask the question again?
So let me give you an example. You were lobbying against, for one of your other clients, against policy or against one of the bills, which was, I'm sorry, I can't remember the one on, to expand voting rights and changes of the law. SB4?
Yeah, HB4.
HB4, thank you. But that was something that I know our clerk was advocating for. And I think I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, if this commission, from a policy perspective, felt that was important to support, how would you handle that when you have, if we're saying the commission, this county commission says, we want you to advocate for, but you've got another client that says you're advocating against. How do you handle that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, that comes up periodically, not very often, but it comes up. In this case, I was unaware of the position of the county. Nobody had notified me of position on that, although it's tracked, sent down, and asked for positions. But outside of that, I hire additional individuals during the legislative process. If I have those issues, at least publicly, I will separate those and have somebody speak on my behalf, and then I speak at another point or even in the same committee. But I do go to the legislators and I'll advocate as I've been directed to by my clients. And so I try to resolve those points of conflict, if you will, although they are very rare. But that one I was just completely unaware of.
Thank you. And I think as I mentioned, hopefully going forward, we can establish kind of what our policy priorities and such are. But then I still go back to the contract, which says that you are contracted to work closely with the Board of County Commissioners and other offices as designated. And so that would have been a perfect example where you could have worked with our elected officials to understand what's important to them. And maybe, like I said, if we've got to make the decision as Board of County Commissioners, then so be it. But I think that we would be very supportive of some of these priorities that our other elected officials are. So like I said, hopefully we can have those discussions moving forward, but I just wanted to have a better understanding of how you deal with that, because I understand, obviously, we're not your only client. And so you have to balance that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I'm happy that we will be moving forward in a positive manner. I know that you've not had the guidance that should have been expressed previously, but you will from now on, Mr. Marquez. And so we look forward to working with you in the future and really formulating a structured plan for our expectations of what your work is and the people that we represent. So any other comments or questions, commissioners? Thank you,
May I
Mr.
just
Marquez.
thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate representing the county.
Thank you.
You're one of my favorite clients, and so I look forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. And Commissioners, I have been requested to move forward to Agenda Item 19 because there is an expert witness on that agenda item that must leave by 12:30. Is that okay with everyone? Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Shelter Hernandez? Commissioner Murillo?
I'm fine, thank you with that.
Thank you. Having the consensus of the commissioners, then the next agenda item that will be called will be Agenda Item Number 19, Presentation and Approval of Health Insurance Plan Changes for Fiscal Year 2024. Ms. Haynes, you're fast. Thank you. May I please have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, Commissioners. My name is Meg Haynes, and I'm the Director of Human Resources. I'm here today to introduce John Hatz. He is the Area Vice President for Gallagher Benefit Services, and he is here today to present to you the county's benefit plan status and fiscal year 24 budget projections. With that, I'll introduce John.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is John Hatz with Gallagher Benefits, and I'm going to go through the medical and health insurance budget projections. So what I'm going to go through today is a summary of the plan status of your self-funded plan and what that means with respect to budget projections. And I've included two options for projecting the expenses in the future, one with no additional margin added and some with additional 3% margin. And what that does is it just increases the chances that the rates will cover the expenses. So in summary, the medical plan currently is operating at an 89% loss ratio through February 2023. What that means is for the rates that are currently set, for every dollar that the rates are there, 89 cents of that is being spent on claims and administration. So the plan is running better than expected. So with that, using that experience and trending it forward, what we believe our best estimated needed increase for future rates effective 7/1 would be 0% if we add no additional margin into the factoring. And if we add 3% claims fluctuation margin, a needed increase would be of 2%. Given the way the plan is running and the current reserve position that the county has, it would be my recommendation to go with a no increase to the employee and employer rates for medical and dental effective 7/1. The next bullet point is this is just a holdover from last year. There's a Senate bill that removed cost sharing for behavioral health services. And I just wanted to note that the county implemented that effective 7/1 last year. So to expand coverage and kind of break down financial barriers when receiving behavioral health benefits, which is a good thing. Here is a snapshot of how the plan is running through February. I won't go through every single number here unless you really want me to, but this just breaks down the kind of in a balance sheet approach, the revenues and expenses. So the very top blue line is the revenues, that's the rates. The line items below that are the itemized expenses, and it rolls it all up, and it will show you there where it says combined medical plans. The overall plan is running, again, at an 89% loss ratio, which is better than expected. So this shows you what the kind of the overall budget is in total aggregate dollars. So the projected claims are about 10.5 million. The fixed expenses that go along with administering the plan are about 2.8 million for the total needed funding of about 13.3, and your present funding is at 13.3. So again, those line up within a fraction of a percent. So our recommendation would be we feel that we can hold the medical and prescription drug rates at current levels. And then if you choose to go with an additional claims margin, the needed change to the present rates would be 2%.
Madam Chair.
So with that, I will turn that over to any questions. That is kind of the end of what I have to deliver today.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Reynolds.
Sorry, I have a question about this slide. At the top, you say the budget projections are 3%, but yet you say the needed change is 2%. And on your agenda, you originally said 3%, but I noticed that it was only 2%.
That's a great question. So when I say 3% margin, what I'm adding an additional 3% is just to the claims portion only. I'm not adding any additional margin to any of the fixed expenses. So that 2.8 million.
Excess that we have?
So if you look at this slide, here's the 0% margin. You'll see the 2.8 million in projected fixed costs remain the same. And then on this one, those numbers remain the same. So I'm only applying 3% to the claims. So when you add those two together, it results in only a 2% increase to the rates. because 3% is only applying to a portion of the expenses.
I saw that on the slides when I was reviewing them, and I said, why are we saying 3, but then we're showing 2? So
Oh, great
I was
question.
a little confused about that. No, thank you. And we know each other, don't we? We've seen each other before.
What's that?
And I've met in Santa Fe before on New Mexico Social
Yes.
Counties, yeah.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioner Shelter Hernandez? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Murillo?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
And again, Madam Chair, what we would be looking for is a motion to approve the health insurance plan changes for fiscal year 2024.
And Madam Chair, we have that motion already on the floor. so-
We have that, we have that motion on the floor. All right, there's no other discussion. May I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so very much. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
That was easy.
Like delivering,
We can come up with some questions for you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm back.
Does anyone need a break before we go on to the human resources overview? No? All right, then we'll move on to agenda item number 5, human resources overview of reclassification process. Ms. Hayes, may I have a motion on that? Oh, no, this is just a presentation. No motion needed.
Good afternoon now. Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, Commissioners. Meg Haynes again. I'm here to deliver a presentation to you in regard to a request from the March 28th, the Board of County Commissioners meeting, where a presentation for the reclassification process was requested. So, position reclassifications for Doñana County are covered under Policy 5-4. Now, under Policy 5-4, for reclassifications, a department head will submit a position description questionnaire, also referred to as a PDQ, and a memo with the request. HR evaluates the PDQ and classification plan to determine if there should be a change in title and/or grade placement. HR submits a recommendation to the county manager for approval indicating the title, grade, and FLSA status. HR then notifies the department of the results. Doñana County utilizes a job evaluation process in which I will explain on the upcoming slides. There are different methods of job evaluation. Doñana County uses DBM, which stands for Decision Band Method. This method is highly effective in objectively evaluating the proper placement of a job. It provides a consistent and valid approach to comparing and contrasting jobs. DBM is based on the decision-making of a job within our organization and its level of responsibility. All jobs require incumbents to make decisions to perform their jobs, so decision-making is a logical basis to compare jobs within Doñana County. The first step is to band the position. With DBM, positions are placed in the bands based on decisions made. In Band A, the position is defined. Employees in this band determine the manner and speed to perform defined steps of operation. In the operational band, Band B, employees determine how and when to perform steps and processes. In Band C, the process band, employees select the appropriate process to accomplish operations of programs. And then in Band D, the interpretive band, employees interpret programs into operational plans and deploy resources. If a duty requires an employee to make a recommendation or gain approval prior to taking action, then that decision rests with the higher level. And as you can see, the 4 different bands are listed. The next step is to actually grade positions. Once the position is put in the correct band, the grade is determined based on the difficulty and effort involved. So you could have a position at this point that is a B2. The next step would be to subgrade the position. And that is determined, next subgrade is determined, which involves assessing the relative difficulty, complexity, and skills required of the job in comparison to other jobs within the same band and grade. A review of other positions at the B2 level is conducted. Factors such as time pressure, need for alertness, need for care and precision, and essential skills and experience are used. At this point, the position could be classified as a B21 through a B32 in that example. This slide shows our county's structure. Positions that are evaluated by DBM are placed within Doña Ana County's structure as seen on this slide. It has the different bands and the different grades and subgrades that go along in our structure. So in summary, for a position reclassification, a department head submits a PDQ and a memo with their request. The Human Resources Department evaluates the request and makes a recommendation to the county manager, and then once a decision is made, then the department is notified. With that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Commissioners, does anyone have a question?
Madam Chair, I do have
Commissioner
one
Reynolds.
question. How does this work well for recruiting?
Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, it does. We have had this system since 2011, 2012, and we haven't had any issues with recruiting at this point. We also look at our pay plan annually to see if the salary grades need to be adjusted based on market.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that I agree with your comment that we haven't had any problems recruiting, and this hasn't been impacted. That's why I'm asking, because I know that there are several departments that have, it takes an extensive amount of time to get people on board. And at least 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. How does this process impact that positively or negatively is what I'm asking. Because there seems to be a problem recruiting people.
Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, good question, thank you. Basically, a well-run classification and compensation plan is important to recruiting. This classification plan is kept up through job descriptions being reviewed with the department prior to every position being advertised. So prior to a position being advertised, the department works with our HR representatives to review the job description to see if there's any changes that need to be made to that position. And if so, those changes are made at that point. So the plan is kept current through recruiting. So I would say that the recruitment process is not hindered by the job description or by the classification plan. It in fact helps because the positions are properly identified when they go out for advertising. Oh, okay, I apologize. Additional information too is many of the positions that we do have issues recruiting for are represented positions within our unions. And two, the other issue to that is that we just adjusted our pay plan by 5.25% to assist in the recruiting process to make us more competitive in the market.
Okay, so you feel that that's going to really make a huge difference?
I'm sorry?
you feel like that's going to make a huge difference, or is there more that we can do or should do?
Chair Chapato, Commissioner Reynolds, I believe it has made a difference, even with the represented positions in which we have changed the way they are recruited and placed within their positions, as well as with the unrepresented positions with the change in the salary plan. We're able to pay more.
Okay, so how many, so we still have over 270 positions that are funded but unfilled for this year?
Chair Chapato, Commissioner Reynolds, I'm not sure of the exact number. I know it's around there, but there are vacant positions, depending on where the departments are on the recruiting process, on whether they're actively recruiting or not. Our department works with those departments in order to make sure that the positions are advertised, and work with the departments if positions need to be extended, need to be advertised in other areas. So yeah, there are still vacant positions.
The reason I asked that question is because we're going to be talking about this in the budget later. And so of the positions that don't get filled by the end of June, where do those positions go?
They don't go anywhere. They stay where they are unless there's some kind of movement. Again, remember you're discussing reclassification, which normally is a request from a department to take an existing position and create it and evolve it into a different position, and normally a higher paying position.
Mr. Macias, I appreciate that, because I'm wondering if the reclassification process might need to be applied to some of these open positions that we haven't been able to fill for 3 years. That's what I'm asking that question.
And when we get to the budget discussion, we're certainly going to be hitting on that point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to what Commissioner Reynolds brought up. From what I'm understanding, Ms. Hayes, is that some departments choose to have vacant positions so that they're able to perhaps pay employees a little more if they're reclassified. Is that what I'm understanding? Or did I completely miss the point on that?
Chair Chapato, thank you for that question. Departments choose not to fill vacant positions for various reasons. Sometimes they've recruited and they have an issue filling that position. The reclassification process is not meant to give increases to employees. It's meant to reclassify a position that may have outgrown its current position. Yeah.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez.
Ms. Haynes, is there a process where a department head disagrees or would be able to appeal the determination of or reclassification?
Chair Chapato, Commissioner Sanchez, yes, if the department head does not agree with the outcome of the position reclassification, they can submit additional information for review and consideration, and we will review that.
No, go ahead.
So would that request for appeal come to this board?
Chair Chapato, Commissioner Reynolds, no, it does not. Based on policy, it does not.
Should it? I'm asking the board.
Well, if we don't have it in policy, I mean.
No, it
That's
is in policy. Personnel matters are not handled by the board. That's always been clear. Everybody is aware of that. So those are issues that are a determination that is made at either management or discussion within HR, but they don't come to the board. So because of all of the items on the agenda, if someone wants to, again, have discussions related to the personnel code, then we should put that on an agenda in the future. But right now, we're talking about how the reclassification system works, how it currently works. We've had a lot of people waiting here for a very long time on issues that we need to try to get to, so I would ask that the questions be related to
Limited
the
to that.
current system that we have operating.
Ms. Haynes, I'm just curious to understand, obviously you went through the process, is there an SOP that any of the department heads can look at and understand this is what they, like basically that step-by-step that you had, it basically was like a process map. And so I wonder, can our department heads go to an SOP, pull it, and be able to say, okay, this is everything I need to submit to your department for reclassification. And then if not, if they don't agree with it, then they have the everything else they need to submit. And the reason I ask is because I wonder, I just want to make sure that this is a standard, that we're having a standard, hence an SOP, what it stands for, but just make sure we're having standard processes as we go through. Because while I know we have certain policy in place, I think that's where the board comes in, is that we may not be involved with the decisions on specific personnel and hiring and so on. But I think if we need to look at the policy that drives this to where, how we can make things, help give direction on how things might be better with your input, I would not be opposed to having kind of a deep dive and understand where we could, I think as we were just talking with the lobbying efforts, how can we reassess and look at getting better? And what support do you need to get better, or that you see opportunities for improvement? So that's where I'm at. I don't know that you necessarily have to answer that, but like I said, but I would love to see and understand for, how we're using SOPs, and in a case like this, how that's communicated to our department heads so that they are all aware of what the requirements are.
Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Sanchez, thank you. Yes, we do have an SOP, and we can share that SOP with the department heads. And what we are currently working on and almost completed is a checklist for the department heads too. So that way to make it clear, easy, step-by-step.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
That sounds great. A checklist is great. That way everyone is clear on what is required. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner
I'm sorry,
Reynolds.
one last question, and this is my last one, I promise. So this is a process that's actually following, that actually dictates how we reclassify, correct?
Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, the SOP and the checklist, yes.
So if in fact someone submits a request to appeal your decision, that's not an individual necessarily, that's a position. So we're not talking about individuals, we're talking about policy still. So if there is a request to appeal and the satisfaction isn't gotten in the process, we're not talking about a person, we're talking about a position. And therefore, it's not a personnel issue, it's a policy issue, and we should be consulted. Just my opinion, and I'm done. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Reynolds, I didn't understand your question.
Madam Chair, what I'm saying is that, okay, if you come to me and say, as an example, John Doe, okay, is having a problem with personnel or has committed a violation or is not acting right, that's a personnel issue. He's not getting paid enough. He's not getting promoted. That's an individual. That's a personnel problem. However, if we're talking about the HR policy and the procedures and the processes, okay, that's not a personnel problem. That's more of how do we want these policies to work? So we're not exactly talking about an individual. We're talking about reclassification of a position, which is independent of the individual and the individual process that Mr. Macias has claimed that we are not supposed to be a part of. That's all I'm suggesting. But it's up to this board to decide whether I'm right or not. It's not, it's just to bring it up for discussion.
I understand your question now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments, questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Appreciate it. We'll move on to agenda item number 6.
Madam Chair.
If needed.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Macias, yes.
forgive me, and I don't like to do this, but on item number 18, we've had people sitting here literally all morning who are candidates for appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I would ask for the flexibility of the commission to go to that item next, because I do anticipate that the next item on the regular agenda, 6, will take a period of time in
Thank you,
discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, is everyone in agreement to moving forward to agenda item number 18? Commissioner Murillo?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. With consensus from the commissioners, we will be moving on to agenda item 18, appointing 3 planning and zoning commissioners to serve for a 2-year term. Good morning, Ms. Ainsworth.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. I am Christina Ainsworth from Community Development. We do have 3 seats on the P&Z that are up for reappointment. They're currently filled by Commissioner Bill Zargis, Commissioner Robert Zerniak, and Commissioner Fernando Herrera. Commissioners Zerniak and Zargis are seeking reappointment, and Commissioner Herrera is not. We do have 10 applications for those seats, and so I will give a brief overview of each candidate and then ask them to come up and say a few words. So the first candidate on the list is Jorge Luis Aguirre Baez. Mr. Aguirre has been in the insurance business since 2017 and currently owns the Jorge Aguirre Agency, Farmers Insurance in Chaparral, New Mexico since 2018. He holds an MBA from NMSU and has a background in digital systems and communications engineering from Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez. Mr. Aguirre believes that good planning and development can improve the quality of life for all residents of Doña Ana County. And I will ask Mr. Aguirre to come up.
Good morning, Mr. Aguirre.
Good morning, Chair Chaparro and Council, Commissioner members. Sorry, my name is Jorge Aguirre. Hi. Do I say a few words? Well, as you can tell by my accent, I am an immigrant, and I am a business owner and employer in Doña Ana. I live in Las Cruces. I have some experience. I participated in the board of the Doña Ana County Humane Society for 3 years. My term just ended. And I think that planning and zoning is crucial to improving the lifestyle of our communities and the quality of life of our communities. And so that's why I'm proposing myself for this position. Do you guys have any questions?
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Aguirre? And I said good morning, but rather it's good afternoon, Senor Aguirre.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Did you have a question, Commissioner? No? Thank you.
I will introduce the next candidate, John G. Bruno. Mr. Bruno is a retired Santa Clara County Sheriff's Officer who is a 26-year veteran who served as an alternate public information officer when needed. He spent 8 years as a classification officer assessing the level of risk possessed by incoming prisoners to be placed in appropriate housing and reviewed their behaviors during their time in custody. Currently, he is an independent contractor as an associate agent with the Red Friend Corporation, who hosts open houses and assists with preparing a home for sale. Mr. Bruno's interest is born of the desire to serve the community, plain and simple. And I will ask Mr. Bruno to come up, and also for all the candidates, if you would limit your speeches to just maybe a minute at most. Thank you. Mr. Bruno, are you here? I don't see him, so I will go ahead with the next one, and that is...
Although, Mr. Chair, I just want to note that it was not a requirement to be here.
We did not require them to be here. We gave them the option. They were notified that it would be on the agenda today. Okay, so the next applicant is Robert Bob Zerniak, PhD, current P&Z member, originally appointed by the BOCC in 2013 to fill a vacancy, has previously served as secretary and vice chair, and has been serving as acting chair since the COVID-19 pandemic. He has over 30 years of experience working with local governments throughout the state of New Mexico on land use and transportation issues, and is a retired urban planning and geography professor at New Mexico State University. Dr. Zerniak also served on the Extraterritorial Commission and was chair in the late 1990s. Dr. Zerniak's request for reappointment is based on his desire to serve the county. My concern for the fair treatment of all citizens who come before the board, and my ability to work with planning and zoning staff and P&Z Commission to review cases. And I believe Dr. Zerniak called in and is remote. So Dr. Zerniak, you may say a few words if you're there.
Guido, can you hear me, Christine?
Yes.
I guess the most important thing is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the county, and to protect individual property rights of citizens of the county. And I think that overall the Planning Commission has done a good job of that, and I hope that I can continue in that role. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Chair, the next candidate is Anthony Gutierrez. Mr. Gutierrez is a Las Cruces native with a love for the land and woodworking, who accompanied his grandfather at age 9 on many land surveying jobs. He previously worked maintaining and repairing rental properties, worked at an injection molding firm, was a recipient of a scholarship in industrial engineering at NMSU, and after graduation worked for several local engineering and surveying firms. Currently, Mr. Gutierrez is co-owner of GEM Surveying that provides topographic mapping, construction layout, and general land surveying in New Mexico, Colorado, Arizona, and Texas. Mr. Gutierrez states that as a local member of our community, having extensive experience in development through the practices of engineering and surveying, I feel I am qualified to serve the public through a position on the P&Z Commission. Mr. Gutierrez, if you're here, you can step up to the podium.
Madam Chair, Commission, I just want to serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission to be an expert voice when we're hearing subdivision applications or cannabis, a lot of stuff we've heard today. But that's it. I just want to bring some expertise. I have also a background in programming and through that industrial engineering, through workflow, process, all that kind of stuff. So I'd like to bring that and be able to just act as a good go-between between the public and the engineering and surveying community. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I do have one question, and this is probably for
Hernandez?
Ms. Amesworth. Do we do any business currently with Mr. Gutierrez's property or business, GEM Surveying?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Saljo Hernandez, there are instances where Mr. Gutierrez has submitted or has represented applicants on various applications. And so, yes, we do business on occasion with his company.
And then as a management perspective, would that be a conflict of interest here on this board?
Not automatically. The way that it's addressed is that if there were issues that would come in before the P&Z that Mr. Gutierrez is involved in any capacity, he would have the obligation to excuse himself from any consideration or formal voting. That's the way, and that applies to this county commission as well. Of course. If you find yourself in a direct conflict of interest or the appearance of a direct conflict of interest, there's an obligation to note that for the record and then, in all likelihood, recuse yourself from any further consideration on the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Ms. Amesworth.
So we will proceed with the next candidate, who is Mario O. Jimenez III. Mr. Jimenez III is a lifelong resident of Doña Ana County, and his professional experience has been dedicated to public service in the governmental, private, and nonprofit sectors. He previously worked in the Doña Ana County Clerk's office from 2009 to 2014 and was also a former chief deputy clerk, followed by being an independent consultant and campaign director, then later executive director of Common Cause New Mexico. Mr. Jimenez III feels his experience in various public service environments will be well-suited in service to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And Mr. Jimenez, are you in the audience?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jimenez.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. As mentioned here today, I am well-rounded in various sectors of government. I have donated have provided my life career to public service in all various sectors. And I think my previous experience and expertise in the various sectors would be a good fit to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I ask you please take a good hard look at my resume as well as the letters that have been submitted on my behalf and take those into good consideration in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Richard A. Purcella. Mr. Purcella has been a resident of Doña Ana County for 17 years and has an extensive background developing, operating, and training in the auto service industry. He formerly served on the P&Z Commission in Marana, Arizona, has owned and operated Chevron, Firestone, and Goodyear tire stores. Currently, he volunteers for the Tortugas Festival and the NMSU Aggie Golf Tournament. Mr. Purcella is pro-growth and believes that if matters come before the commission, they are resolved quickly, and states that we are growing rapidly and the decisions the commission renders should be in tune with what is good for Doña Ana County. Mr. Purcella.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good morning. I've been here since 8:30 and I'm tired. Anyway, Richard Purcella. I'm from Roswell and moved to Albuquerque, went to school, had a business in Albuquerque, retired, moved to Marana, Arizona, and was lucky enough and fortunate enough to be on the planning and zoning over there, and was on the task force for the tax proposals in town. And why now? I didn't, being in business all those years, I never had time to give back to the community. So a couple years ago, I was fortunate enough to be on the National Relations Board here and enjoyed it very much. And I would like to be considered for the planning and zoning. I know a little bit about it. I know about setbacks and stuff like enters and exits and stuff like that. So if you have any questions, I'm open for questions.
Any questions, commissioners?
No?
I do have a question. Mr. Purcella, on Marana, what is the population there?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
The population of Marana?
Oh, Marana's, at that time, that was 18 years ago. So I'm sure it's grown a lot since then. But at that particular time, it was around 25,000. Small town, but we made a lot of progress, a lot of building. We had to do a lot of corrections and, stuff like that. And when I first moved here, a lady took me to Sonoma Ranch, and I loved the houses there, beautiful homes. But my neighbors were only 10 feet away from me, and I didn't like that. So I bought a house in Picacho Hills, which is a little bit better. And it's getting a lot better, but we still need a lot of work to correct a lot of stuff. So if you would consider, I would be more than happy to do it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any more?
No, I was just going to make a comment, Madam Chair. I think you have the old airport or the air graveyard out there where they park all the planes in Marana.
Mm-hmm.
So and if, for what it's worth, now it's basically part of Tucson at this point.
Yeah, it's grown a lot.
Yeah.
The last time I went through there, I couldn't believe there was so much growth there. So anyway, would like to see Las Cruces do that. Grow. I'm pro-growth. So, we can do a lot of work there. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hernandez, any questions? No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, our next applicant is Marcy Teague. Ms. Teague is currently Vice President of Operations at Middlecraft Company Incorporated in Air Service of Southern New Mexico, in addition to being the owner of Vogue Real Estate Investments and co-owner of JLT Consulting LLC and J&J Motorsports LLC. Ms. Teague feels my involvement in the community and contribution to our local area through multiple businesses will be a valuable asset in contributing knowledge and information to facilitate decisions made by the BOCC and actively participate in any issue that may arise as required by the position. Ms. Teague.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me be here. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to apply for this position. I was very glad that it happened across my email. I've had a few of those opportunities lately. So I'm looking forward to possibly being appointed and being able to share my knowledge and expertise. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Thank you.
Okay, next we have Billy Lynn Underwood. Mr. Underwood has extensive experience in local government and served in several jurisdictions as a building official, building inspector, plans examiner, and has worked very closely with P&Z staffs and commissioners across the country, including working as a building code expert for the Emirate of Abu Dhabi United Arab Emirates for several months. Mr. Underwood got his start in the building inspection field at Doña Ana County in the mid-90s and also has a BS in civil engineering technology and a BA in journalism and technical writing from NMSU. He is also the author of 9 books on the building safety, including one that serves as the National Bible for building and code officials. Mr. Underwood is anxious to bring my knowledge to my home of Doña Ana County. Mr. Underwood, are you here?
Yes, I'm online. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate very much the opportunity to speak to you and introduce myself. Lynn Underwood, resident of Doña Ana County, was born in Deming and went to college right after I got out of the Marine Corps and from back home from Vietnam. Lived in Las Cruces, of course, and moved away maybe about 30 or 40 years ago, seek fame and fortune. Now that I've sort of acquired it, I guess, I've moved back. And I'm equally interested in coming to share my knowledge and expertise with the Planning and Zoning Commission. I've had extensive experience on the staff side of the Planning and Zoning Commission, explaining things related to the building code and how they affect things. So I completely understand exactly how planning and zoning works. Anxious very much to offer something back to Doña Ana County. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak and listen to the presentation today.
Okay, next on the list is Alejandro Uranga.
Any questions, commissioners? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alejandro Uranga. Mr. Uranga was born in El Paso and raised in La Union, New Mexico. Mr. Uranga is currently a realtor with Realty One Group, MB, in El Paso, Texas. And from 2011 to 2020, he was a realtor with Steinborn and Associates in Las Cruces. Previously, he was town council chairman for the La Union town site and a former board member for Meals on Wheels in Las Cruces. Mr. Uranga states, I think I would be a great asset to your team with lots of experience and professionalism. Mr. Uranga.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. I appreciate you guys considering me for the position of the planning and zoning. I've worked closely with other projects when I was in La Union with Mr. Macias and former Commissioner Gonzalez. So I have a lot of experience in regards to working with people and making the right decisions and being fair and honest with all my decisions. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Uranga? None? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, Bill Zargis, current P&Z member appointed in May 2019. Previously served from 2012 to 2018 and was heavily involved with the formulation of both the county's comprehensive plan and the Unified Development Code. Mr. Zarges retired to Las Cruces in 2010 after a career in industrial sales and management. He also served on the Clovis, New Mexico Parks Commission from 2008 to 2010 and was formerly on the Candia, New Hampshire School Board, serving several years. Mr. Zarges would appreciate the opportunity to continue serving the residents of Doña Ana County.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I don't know what to say that other than what I've been doing. I've been working with the Planning and Zoning Commission since basically about 2012 when we moved here after I retired. And I would appreciate the opportunity to continue. I think there's some things that need to be looked at. The continuing, how do I want to say it? Bringing the extraterrestrial zones in. We presently use a bunch of what the consultants call sorry, I'm used to being on that side of the mic, not this one. The extraterritorial zones, and what we have is transitional zones right now that can be changed into use zones, and I'd like to work on the board to continue doing those things, and hopefully you guys will reappoint me. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any question for Mr. Zarges? None? Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, now we will pass out the ballot. And so we will have the first round of voting. Optimistically, everybody would agree on 3 candidates. If not, we will go to subsequent rounds.
So do we have a ballot for Commissioner Murillo?
I was just going to ask how we can handle.
If you have it in electronic form, you can send it to her and she can return it.
Our caller.
Do we?
Or can I get through the chat?
Well, and Madam Chair, this is not a secret ballot, so you do need to put your name on the ballot so we know who you voted for. So I guess we could also just have Commissioner Murillo announce the names of the 3 that she's voting for as well.
Or someone can take her vote
Let me just call her.
by call and
I'll
just
call her
fill
right
it
now.
out. and
Commissioner
certify
Murillo, I'm
that-
going to call you and you can
That's
indicate how I should enter the ballot for you.
Is that,
Well,
Okay.
that's fine. I was just going to suggest, as Commissioner Murillo was saying, she could enter it in the chat on the WebEx, and we can see it on the screen as the other one. Whatever works.
And again, Commissioner, it's 3 votes. Each commissioner has 3 votes.
So you would select 3 candidates in the first.
one round and then we give you the ballots and then second round?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And then I'll just note.
I always like to try to understand the probability of us all selecting the same people the first time. It's like almost 0.
So, Madam Chair, I guess the question, I don't know if it's for you or Ms. Ainsworth, is the intent that we will take the top, like, I guess how's the process going to work, since there's so many choices here?
So we will, on this first round, they will be tallied up, and assuming that at least there's a majority on 1 or 2 candidates, then those would be automatically now for appointment. And then if there's a tie on any of the candidates, then we go to another round to hopefully choose either a second or third candidate, however the first round goes.
Okay.
And an individual will need at least 3 votes.
While we're taking this first vote, first I want to say to all of you, everyone who applied, we really do appreciate your willingness to serve. And we also apologize for the long delay and the time it's taken to get to this point in the meeting. So please, we are not immune to the situation and what's happening here. But we do appreciate your willingness to participate. Thank you. Is that okay, Madam Chair? I forgot to ask.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Yes, and I'll echo that. Thank you for remaining with us throughout the day. I know it's been a long day for everyone, so it's much appreciated.
I anticipate we only have 3 hours left.
Okay, so, okay, Madam Chair, it appears that we do have a consensus on 3 candidates. And so I'm going to go ahead and just announce what the votes were. For Jorge Luis Aguirre Baez, there was 1 vote from Commissioner, sorry, I'm looking, it was Commissioner Reynolds. Okay, thank you. No votes for John Bruno. For Anthony Gutierrez, there was 1 vote also from Commissioner Reynolds. For Dr. Zerniak, there were 3 votes from Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, from Commissioner Murillo, and from Chair Chaparro. For Mario Jimenez, we had 3 votes as well. Those were from Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, from Commissioner Murillo, and from Commissioner Sanchez. For Richard Purcell, there were no votes. For Marcy Teague, there were no votes. For Billy Lynn Underwood, there were 5 votes. And those were Commissioner, well, I won't have to list those since all of you voted. For Alejandro Oranga, there were no votes. And for Bill Zarges, there were 2 votes from Chair Chaparro and from Commissioner Sanchez. And so the 3 selected applicants are Robert Zerniak, Mario Jimenez, and Billy Lynn Underwood.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. And again, thank you all applicants who joined us today. I appreciate your time and your willingness to want to serve on this Planning and Zoning Commission. It means a lot to me. And for those that were elected, so we have Commissioner Zerniak, Commissioner Jimenez, and Commissioner Underwood. Congratulations, and we look forward to, we really can't work with you, but to hearing the decisions that you make on anything presented before you. And Mr. Zarges, thank you so much for your work in the past. I really appreciate the time you've put into our community. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, I did have a question. Do we need to have a motion, or does our votes suffice as certifying the outcome?
Your votes, because technically you're voting and you're voting,
Okay.
your votes have been announced publicly, so that is sufficient to ratify the 3, filling the 3 positions on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
So then, just for the record, so the minutes read appropriately, we have 3 commissioners, Zerniak, Commissioner Jimenez, and Commissioner Underwood will be the new incoming commissioners for the P&Z committee. Okay, so we are, no, that was, so commissioners, if that's all right, we will move forward to agenda item number 6. And does anyone need a break besides myself, or can we just push through and then take a break right after the consent agenda? All right, then we'll move on to agenda item number 6, Human Resources Overview of Commission Support Staff.
Good afternoon, Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez, Commissioners, Meg Haynes, Human Resources Director. I'm here today to present to you some options on commissioner support as was requested at a previous Board of County Commissioners meeting. Basically, it was requested to present options that the commission might take into consideration. So that way there would be assistance with research, policy development, constituent contact and outreach, coordination of meetings and travel, and assisting with other priorities and initiatives. So the Human Resources Department reached out to Class A counties and other relevant entities such as City of El Paso County, City of Las Cruces. The next two slides indicate the entities that we received information from, and I may go back and forth just a little bit, but to explain. So they're just in alphabetical order by entity on these slides. There are several entities that have at-will employees for the commission's support. As we go through these slides, you'll notice that the at-will employees are direct employees of the commissioners. Whereas you'll notice that the classified employees usually report to a staff position within the entity. So Bernalillo has each commissioner appoints a full-time executive officer, which is an at-will position. Chavez County, they have a classified employee. It is a public services administrator position, and it reports directly to the public services director, and it provides administrative support to the commission. City of Las Cruces, they used to have a liaison, but now it is just administrative assistant position, and it reports to the county manager. The position reports to the county manager's office, but assists in clerical support of the council. Sorry. They also have interns available to them if the counselors have special projects or research that they need at any given time. And then the City of El Paso, each counselor appoints a legislative aide, and that position is also at will. So on the next chart, Eddy County, they have a classified employee. It is an executive administrative assistant, and it reports to the county manager, and it supports the county manager, county commissioners, and county attorney. Once again, that is a classified employee. El Paso County has at-will employees. Each member of the Commissioners Court has 2 full-time staff members, and the commissioners can choose from either executive administrative coordinator, public policy analyst, or senior policy advisor. Sandoval County has a classified employee reporting to the county manager, and it provides administrative support to the commissioners. San Juan also is a classified employee, an executive office assistant to the county manager that also provides support to the commission. And Santa Fe County has at-will employees. They are appointed by the commissioners. A full-time constituent services liaison supports each commissioner. So as you can see, it varies greatly, but it's either at-will employees that the commissioners pretty much appoint or classified employees that report to other staff within the county or entities. So with that said, with all the information that we've obtained, we have 3 options. And the first one would be a graduate intern. The compensation for that position would be minimum of $15 an hour. It could go up from there, but it has to be a minimum of 15. Advantages of this type of position, you have a limited budget impact because there are no benefits supplied to that intern. We can hire based on the needs of the commission, and also it provides the opportunity to engage students in the governmental process. Disadvantages of this type of position would be the availability of interns, finding somebody to fit the needs. They may not have the desired experience you may need or request, and it could be a consistency issue if, there's a lot of turnover with interns. So that's something to consider going the graduate intern option. The second option would be a temporary employee that would be at will. You would be paying between $15 an hour to $26.20 an hour, and then plus benefits. Temporary employees do receive some benefits, and so the benefits would cost between 25% and 50% of the salary. The advantages of a temporary at-will employee would be that they could work 20 to 40 hours a week. You'd have consistency and experience. You could also have them supervised on a day-to-day basis, possibly by Community and Constituent Services Department. So that way you wouldn't have to deal with the day-to-day. You would just assign assignments. And then something to consider for the disadvantages would be the impact on the budget, depending on if it were a position for each commissioner or several to share. Temporary employment is intended for 1 year or less. We'd have to look at that. Recruitment process, if we had that position on a yearly basis, we'd have to go through the recruitment process. And then it could be a possible conflict with the Community and Constituent Services Office. There would have to be coordination to make sure that that temporary position was not doing the same work as Community and Constituent Services. So. And then the last option that I have here is regular classified staff. Once again, we're looking at between $15 and $26.20 an hour plus benefits. They could also work 20 to 40 hours a week. You'd have consistency and experience. And once again, I would recommend that oversight be with the Community and Constituent Services Office. Disadvantages could be the impact to budget, and the employee is not at will. And so they would go through the progressive disciplinary process, and you would have less or possibly less flexibility with selecting staff. So with the research that we did, those are the three options that we came up with, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
Not so much questions, I think is just a thought, just more comment, is I'm looking through this. If I'm looking at the three and would consider, I think given that it's I think as we discussed, this being new and maybe being pilot, I wouldn't, I'd be looking at maybe item number 1 or number 2, but probably leaning towards maybe item 1 to start with. If I had to choose one, I think just as we kind of develop this and start seeing what the position how it can work and how it can help, I think that'd be what I would look at. But I also think, it was nice to see the examples from the other cities and counties as well. So to see I think it was interesting to see that Santa Fe had an at-will hire, but the way the city of Las Cruces is, they have their interns to help with policy along with administrative assistants. So it's just a couple of different things to look at. But like I said, if I'm looking at this sheet right here, that's kind of where I would be at if we chose one.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I agree with you on 1 or 2, but I'm looking at 2 just because we do need consistency, and a graduate student may not be consistent. I like the temporary employment that is intended for 1 year or less. I think that the possible conflict can be worked out with the Community Services Department or the Community and Constituent Services Department. I think that it shouldn't be hard to overcome. So I'm leaning towards 2.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Shelter Hernandez.
First off, thank you for putting this together. This is exactly what we wanted to see. The added bonus was definitely seeing what the other municipalities and counties do around the state as well as in El Paso. I appreciate that information. When we started this conversation, I thought that the graduate intern would be one of the best options to engage with NMSU or DACC to work through that. Once again, the bench is in deep in Doña Ana County, and expanding that bench and getting people that experience is huge. Looking at this, I definitely think number 2 is probably a little bit safer for the commission. Personally, I think we should still pursue anyone wanting an internship within the county for an elected. I know that I would have loved that experience when I was going through the graduate department at NMSU, or when I was going through the government department at NMSU, sorry. So I'm kind of leaning towards 2 as well. If we had to make a decision, I still would love to see some kind of an internship program through NMSU and DACC that can pair them up with someone, if someone was willing to do that work. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And the 1-year temp employee, would that be a re-up every year, like a mandatory, because we're only allowed to have a temporary employee for 1 fiscal year, correct?
Chair Chapato, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, the way our temporary staff are right now, classified, yes, that's the way it is. We'd have to look at the at-will. We may be able to do something different with the at-will employee.
Okay, perfect. That was kind of the gray area there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelder. And on this, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good with the first 2 options, either one of them. But however, if I go with the first option, I'd want to do that temporarily just in order to see how it worked, to prepare me for how to manage someone like this and make sure we got the value out of it. To go to 2, locking into a 1-year temporary or 6-month temporary or whatever the number is, are we locked into that, or I say it's still at will? Would I get to interview the person myself and make the decision? Okay, and then I can make the decision to change them if I wanted to as well. If I have that kind of influence and control, then number 2 sounds fine.
Again, number 2, since it's an at-will position that would serve basically that individual commissioner, that's the direction you want to go in. Again, sometimes it's a little bit harder to get someone to come into an at-will scenario, but basically they serve at the pleasure of the commissioner. So the commissioner, from my perspective, would do the selection.
Does anyone ask?
Go ahead, Commissioner Reynolds.
I'm
I'm writing down the question so I don't forget it.
Commissioner Murillo, do you have an opinion?
That was going to be my next. You're anticipating it.
No, I was
Commissioner
asking
Murillo.
you. I was saying that I was done, and you could ask her. That's all I'm saying. Sorry.
Commissioner Murillo.
I'm fine now.
Yes, and we're discussing the commission support position options. 1, the graduate intern. 2, the temporary at-will staff. 3, the regular classified staff. Do you have any thoughts on either one of those options?
I'll go with number 3.
With number 3?
Number 3.
And I have a question. So I guess I was not sure on this. If we're looking at all these positions, 1, 2, and 3, is that a regular person assigned to each commissioner, or is it just 1 for all 5 commissioners? Because if it's 1 per commissioner, that's an impact to the budget that in my mind may not be, well, I would have a hard time explaining it to my constituents that, why do I need a full-time assistant? I was under the impression that it would be 1 person for the 5 commissioners, and we could agree on someone that would be able to help us 10 hours I don't know how we're going to divide up the time. Maybe, Commissioner Reynolds might need 20 hours one week and I only need 5, just depending on the issues that are coming up with the county. Because if we're looking at 2620,
Again, Madam Chair, it's really the discretion of the commission in terms of what it wants. You want it to have options. So the option can be one person, but if you did that, then let's just hire another constituent services person that's completely and solely dedicated to the commission. But if it's one of these options, then you are looking at potentially 5 individuals if each commissioner wants one. And so we do need to have some guidance because we would have to incorporate it into the budget. And you're going to hear the discussion later this afternoon. But I know that some commissioners were looking at, I want my own. Other commissioners were saying, well, let's hire 2 or 3 people and share them among the 5. Let's bring in an individual graduate. Now is your time to tell us what you want. And you need to do it by motion. That's why I had them put under, even though it's a presentation, possible action by the Board of County Commissioners, because we do need a decision made if you want to have it incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And if I may, I just threw some numbers together. If we're looking at a person for each commissioner, we're looking at about $270,000 additionally in the budget, between $200,000 to $270,000 per year in the budget. And I don't know, commissioners, I don't think we need to be spending that kind of money on someone to help us research issues. At least in my opinion, now that I have clarification from Ms. Hayes and Mr. Macias, I would prefer to see an additional person under the community and constituent services that can just address issues with the commissioners, because that would be, I don't know how much the pay would be, Ms. Hayes, but I would probably be safe to guess that it would be a lot less than $270,000 a year.
Yeah.
And
yes.
where are we going to put them?
Chair Chapato, commissioners, that's correct. If we were to go with an option to put another position under community and constituent services, then that would be one position. It would be earmarked for the commission's support. It'd probably be at a specialist or coordinator type level position. A lot less budget impact than 200,000, probably around 50,000, just off the top of my head. But then you would have consistency. That person would be identified to support the commissioners, but also under the oversight of the community and constituent services manager. So that way there would be follow through and, regular updates. So that is definitely an option to go that route, or depending on what the commission would like, you could go with a couple of different positions, interns or temporary at will. Of course, more than one at any rate would be, a higher budget impact.
All right, so I have another question. If we say, we do hire this additional person under the CCS, and this person is just to help the commissioners, and, I don't think that we all have to always agree with each other, but we can work through issues, and we can work through issues with different staff people, just as we have with all of you. I mean, we're able to speak to each other and make sure that what we vote on and what we do is in the best interest of our constituents. It's not to our own interest, but rather the constituents. So are we able to place that person under the CCS and just do a temporary for now until we get our feet wet and we figure out that we 5 commissioners figure out what the need is in the next year instead of getting one for each one and saying, okay, Doñana County, you're going to be paying $270,000 because we each need our assistant instead of the $50,000 that we can spend just so that we can move forward and start testing the waters as to what our needs are at this time.
Chair Chaparro, Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, Commissioners. Basically, yes, you could decide to go with a temporary position for right now, classified for a year, see how it works out, determine what you would like to do from then. And then if you would like to make it a regular classified position, then we would develop that position, advertise for that, and then fill it ongoing. So yes, you could do the temporary option right now, work out how it's going to be handled, and if that's the way you see fit and that's where you'd like to go with it, then we can make it a classified regular position. That person, if it is a regular classified position, the temporary person, or the temporary position, the person in that temporary position would have to apply for the classified position. It wouldn't be just a natural going from temporary to classified.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I would not agree with putting them under the community constituent services. And the main reason being is, while we already have that. And, you know, I know Susie and Liz do an amazing job keeping up with everything. But the CCS department is not what I was looking for. And I think where, you know, I think one example, we had discussion on wanting to understand policy and what is best for us. You know, just to, if it helps frame it at all, and I know $270,000 sounds like a lot, but when you figure it's almost, well, we have almost a $270 million budget, we're talking 1/10 of 1%. And I'm not saying we spend all 270,000 and it's, I'm just saying that I know we want to be fiscally sound with the monies that we do spend. And I share that concern. I guess I just, my concern is that I would love something more. And given that you know, that's where someone, well, we are part-time, that's what our role is. I know that doesn't, we put in more than that, but, you know, that's where I feel like, you know, and I wouldn't mind sharing and trying to see, you know, maybe something like the city of Las Cruces where, you know, we have, where it's kind of there are some shared resources, but someone that I could go to work on policy and work on follow-up or work on some things, I would much rather have that and have that discussion about what that could potentially do. And that was going to be my second comment is, I don't know that we have to make a decision on today, but I think if we have direction to the county manager and to the management on exploring what really are our costs here, and we can incorporate that in our budget, and we can improve that in the end for our budget to see if it fits or not. At least that would be my thought. I don't know that we have to say, unless we need to make a decision now.
No, there's no need to make a decision now. We're just chatting and trying to give our county manager some direction so that they can present costs and whatever else is needed. And I wasn't trying to push anybody in towards a decision. I was just trying to make my point clear is that I just don't think we need to be spending $250,000 on additional staff. But anyway, Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, forgive me, it would be good to select the option that you want so that we can cost it out and so that we can actually develop a job description after we consult with the commission, the breadth of it. So we are in the process. We're doing another budget workshop this afternoon so that you can see what management's recommendations are. And then you may choose to deviate from those recommendations. You may want to do something different. But at the next meeting in May, we're coming to you for approval of the preliminary budget we need to incorporate this into that budget proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Murillo, would you like to share your thoughts on the discussion we've had to this point?
Well, now that Mr. Macias had stated that when we hear from on the budget conversation there, I think I was thinking of number 3, right? But I don't need someone to help me to do the research and stuff like that. But I mean, if it comes to an agreement between all 5 commissioners, I would like to wait to hear what at the end what they're going to say, on that, and then I'll make my decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've thought about this a lot and actually looked and made a decision to send it to Mr. Macias already. And I was looking for someone that I think I need for only 20 hours a week max. And if I run that through items either 1 or 2 at will, there are no benefits associated with those positions. Number 3 has a benefit associated with it. So when I look at the cost for somebody, for me, at 20 hours a week for 1 year, no benefits, it's $15,600. That's not going to go to get to 200,000. So I would recommend that for the first round of this, we actually approve that. And if we decide halfway through that's not what we want, we can go back and say, what is it going to cost to change that? But I would make a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we actually choose 2, and I would prefer to do it for 20 hours a week and a temporary position for up to 1 year.
So let me repeat the motion so that I'm clear. So your motion is to go with option number 2. Thank you. So your motion is to move forward with option number 2, a temporary at-will staff from anywhere between 15 and 26.20 an hour plus benefits for 1 year?
Madam Chair, I'm missing the benefits. Okay, that's 20 to 50%. So a temporary employee does get benefits even at 20 hours?
Yes, sorry, Chair Chapato, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, there are some benefits afforded to
Okay. So
temporary
if we
employees.
keep the range at 20 hours a week, the impact is not as significant, it's not that significant. But if we go to 40 hours a week, then it could be. I believe I can get by personally with 20, and that's why I would make a motion that we do number 2, temporary, 20 hours a week for a contract up to a year.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to move forward with position type, temporary number 2, not to exceed 20 hours per week for a contract limited to 1 year.
For each commissioner.
For each commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Thank
your
you.
motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Reynolds, do I have a second?
Second,
All right.
discussion.
Well, if I may.
Oh, sorry.
Sheldon Hernandez, because I'm trying to get everything on the minutes here. So I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds to move forward with number 2 for no longer than 20 hours, temporary 1 year for each commissioner. I have a second by Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez. Now we go into discussion. Anything else, commissioners? Commissioner Murillo? Commissioners, any other discussion?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez.
Sitting back, listening to these conversations, my original intent when I brought this up was there was going to be an educational component to this. And that was the experience. After the conversations had today, I am a little worried that if I was a individual looking at one of these positions, I would definitely be fearful in applying for it because we keep putting time limits to this. And if I am someone looking for a job, I would be very concerned that we could change our minds at any given point about that. That's my personal belief on this one. But at the end of the day, I want to see an educational, some kind of benefit to the individual that is getting into this position. A part-time job helping us look at policy, look at community activities, going out to events, going into the community, working at, we just had a Mesilla cleanup day, going to those things, working through it, meeting with the community, working with us. It's something that someone's going to go into for the love of the community, the love of government, the love of learning. And then from there, I would hope that they go into a position in constituent services, or they go and work for one of our federal delegation working as a field rep or something like that. This needs to be an educational position where they're learning and they're growing with us, commissioners, and with the staff. And that's what I truly want to see in this. Because at the end of the day, it is a huge fiscal impact, but it needs to benefit the community. And offering this to the community and offering this and putting an educational spin on it, and maybe it is a graduate intern that comes in as a temporary employee for 20 hours a week. I think that's fine. But at the end of the day, I need them to learn something from this, and I want that to be somehow associated into the job description, because I want them to feel like they're being, I want to feel like we are motivating them to continue a life of service in government.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelter. And on this, Mr. Macias.
You're basically getting the best of 1 and 2 through going through this mechanism. You want to make it an educational experience, 20 hours a week, somewhere within that pay range is perfectly situated for a graduate student at NMSU. And you can do that. And you can rotate them. They'll be there for a year and maybe they go on, or maybe there's a way to extend it if they need, but it caters to that already. So if you're committed, because this is an at-will position, you're the ones hiring, you're the ones selecting, you're the ones supervising them. So you can make it as educational an environment as possible if you want to go in that direction, and that's an individual decision by the commissioner. Or you can find someone who is working another part-time job or working a full-time job who wants another 20 hours worth of employment. You have great flexibility. But by going to 2, you certainly can easily incorporate 1.
And Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, Ms.
when we advertise, definitely we would advertise with NMSU DACC. So to Mr. Macias's point, it's the best of both worlds. Yeah.
And if I may, go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Let me make sure that we are not at odds in terms of what we're telling you. You hire who you want. This is an appointment by the commissioner. So, I mean, we can advertise, or you can come and tell us. And in fact, that would be the preferred approach. If you know someone, you've reached out, you have someone in mind, will save us the effort, name them, and they get appointed. If not, if somehow your commissioners are struggling coming up with someone who would be interested, well, then we can go out.
Thank you. And I will caution the commissioners, because this is probably where we're going to head, but I would really like for us to keep in mind that these interns or our at-will staff be able to communicate with each other and, talk about, share the knowledge that they're gathering with each other and in turn with the commission, because I'm so happy to sit on this board and I look at my fellow commissioners and everybody has such a great, expansive area of expertise, and sometimes you bring to mind things that I haven't thought about or things that I'm learning from each and every single one of you. So I'm hoping that we can share that with these people that come to work with us so that it's just not limited to one district or one issue, but that it serves the entirety of Doña Ana County.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
And I think as we kind of move forward in the process, I think this is probably just a comment, because I am absolutely in what the vice chair has said, I absolutely agree, because I hope we can make these positions educational. But I was going to say, you know, one thing we can work on if in the end this goes to the budget and then we approve the budget as is, that we come up with, I think, like a training criteria for them to go through so that they can understand, like you were just talking about, understanding OMA, understanding all of these things that go on in that the functions in our government, so that they're prepared to be able to kind of work through some of those potholes. But it's all part of the learning process for them.
Right.
But like I said, I know that's kind of several steps down, but yeah, thank you.
All right,
Madam
any
Chair.
further discussions? Commissioner Murillo, anything else to add? Because you're not here, so I can't see you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Murillo, I think you cut out.
I'm having a hard time here unmuting. So we're making a motion, so we're not going to wait till the end to hear what the head departments have to say or anything.
Well, Commissioner Murillo, we do have a motion and a second regarding moving forward to option number 2 at 20 hours or less, having an employment for at least or a year, just to start this process for each commissioner. That's the motion.
I see. Okay.
So is there any further discussion on that? Any more thoughts?
No, not at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez?
Madam Chair, I might have an issue with it being an appointment, I think. I kind of want it to go through the proper channels of an interview. And I would like to be a part of the interview, but I don't know if I necessarily feel comfortable with an appointment by myself to someone.
I agreed.
That feels murky to me, and it kind of bothers me a little bit, personally. I think I would rather see it as going through the proper HR. There's a job posting, there's candidates, and we are able to sit in on a interview. And if we have someone that we believe is a really good candidate, or we are at a career fair and we encourage them to apply, I think that would be a really good way to do this. Just personally, the appointment word kind of freaked me out a little bit, because that's where I'm at. I apologize, but thank you.
Commissioner Shelter, and on this I agree, because having an interview is the fairest way to recruit people instead of just having whomever we think is the best candidate. And that way it's fair for all applicants. So do we need to amend that motion, Mr. Macias?
No, you don't. But again, remember, there's incredible precedence. Anyone who gets elected to office, they name their staffs.
Yeah, Madam Chair?
So the interview is done by the individual commissioner. And you can interview 10 people, or you can interview 25, or you can come in already knowing that you wish to name someone to the position as your assistant. It has to be a little bit more, I'm not saying intimate, but it has to be someone that the commissioner is absolutely, completely comfortable with, because this is an assistant to you, not to the county structure.
Understood, but would HR be able to help us with the advertisement of
Sure,
such?
through whatever you want to do. I think the question is here, how do you create the position? Is it at will?
Okay.
Which it really needs to be. I'm sorry, this is an assistant to the individual commissioner, and then whoever succeeds you in these positions, if that individual is still around, they have to have the opportunity to say, yes, we'll keep this individual, or why am I stuck with the individual when I never appointed him?
Right, and I believe that's what option number 2 states on the screen that we're looking at. It's temporary at-will staff.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, Mr. Macias is absolutely correct. And all of your concerns that I've heard so far basically amount to the process, okay, not the approval. Right now, we're working on the approval of the position and how we want to bring somebody in. The process on how to do that, we can follow the normal guidelines and go through HR, or as he said, we can do it our way. It also allows us to get temporary people for a 6-month contract, and even though up to a year. We can also do students, we can also do pretty much everything but our family. And nepotism is something we can't do, but, yeah. That's fine. You can make me the offer, but I don't have to accept either. But you certainly can request.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
It's just
Commissioner Sanchez.
for a point of clarity for myself. So it was the way I understood it is we're making a decision to be considered into the final budget for this year to be approved. So is that the process we're going, or if we're making the decision now, is that automatically, like, we are absolutely moving forward with this?
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Macias, but I believe the motion was on the floor was to move forward with option number 2 with the language that Commissioner Reynolds stated to be added to the budget so that we may vote on the budget in May. Is that correct, Mr. Macias?
Again, what we need to do, we had 1 or 2 options. We could have kept this discussion to the actual budget discussion that we'll have a little bit later. And that way you can see if you wanted to add it. But this is a standalone item that is here. So you can either take action right now, or you can take action later. You can, because it's all the meeting today. It's not a separate work session. It's part of the meeting. You can postpone this till later. But we do need to know going forward what the plan is so that you can create the positions. That's because that's what you're doing. You're creating 5 part-time positions. And then the kind of the range of funding so that it can be incorporated into the preliminary budget.
Well, and Mr. Macias, thank you. I think what my clarity is in trying to understand, are we making this as part of the current fiscal year budget and moving forward? Or was this going to be incorporated into the next fiscal year budget, which then we'll have to approve in May as Chairman?
Right. The positions would take effect the 1st of July.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
So that way it gives everybody plenty of time to make a determination in terms of how they want to move forward, how they want their particular position advertised, or whether they already have someone whose name can be given to us to fill the position.
Okay, I still have a motion on the floor. So with that clarification from Mr. Macias, is there any other discussion? All right, so I need a roll call vote on that motion, please.
Commissioner Murillo?
No.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
No. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we still have item number 12 that was removed. Oh, no, we haven't even gotten to the consent agenda.
We haven't gotten to the... So based on that, Mr. Macias, I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and I don't like taking too many breaks. I apologize beforehand, but we need to go to the bathroom. Thank you. No, I'm good. Okay, we're back in session. We will be moving, where's Mr. Macias? Agenda. All right, commissioners, then we're going to move forward with the consent agenda, items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
I'd like to pull items 15 for separate consideration.
I'm sorry, 15 and what?
Just 15.
Oh, just 15. All right, then I'd like a motion to approve consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 16, and 17, please.
I'll move approval.
I so move.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. There's a motion by Commissioner Murillo, second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Then we will move forward to agenda item number 12, the application and commitment letter for the Transportation Project Funds Grant in the amount of $13,389,196 from the New Mexico Department of Transportation for Desert Wind Way construction. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Sanchez. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Madam
Come
Chair.
on up, Mo.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we table this item for,
Isn't there a motion on the floor?
What, to when?
table indefinitely.
Madam Chair, I'd ask for clarification. Under the Roberts Rules of Order, table moves something from now in the meeting to later in the meeting. So I think what's being proposed is a motion to postpone indefinitely. Is that?
Well, actually, if you, Robert's Rules of Order uses both, but okay, I'll make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
That motion would need a second.
I understand that. All right. There is a motion to postpone agenda item number 12 indefinitely. Is there a second? Motion does not carry. We will move forward to the presentation by Mr. Moabed.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chair, Commissioners. As you all know, the project is, we have broken the project into, we have designed it, but it's broken into 3 sections, the west section and central and east section. It goes from the I-25 Thorpe interchange and goes 3.7 miles east and connects to the Sonoma Ranch development area. This project also connects us to the National Monument, and which has been supported by a lot of bike and trail people. And also, we have received a letter of support from the NMDOT and also a letter of support from BLM and letter of support from Las Cruces Public Schools and letter of support from Office of Emergency Management. I entertain any questions, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Any comments?
And also, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chair. I have a consultant, Colin Maher, here from the Molson and Corbin, in case you have detailed question about design. He's in charge of design.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Commissioners?
I'm sorry, what is his name?
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Maher. I work with Molson Corbin. We've been hired by the county to design this project.
Yes, is this going to be a connector road between I-25 and Red Hawk?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now, as far as the connector roads, a requirement in the city is to be 4-lane. And I understand that this is in order to abate some of the traffic that actually goes all the way down to 70 and back up and back over to Red Hawk. So if we're going to make a connector road, shouldn't it be 4 lanes?
This road was planned by the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization as a 4-lane road. It
Okay.
is not going to operate as one functionally at this point in the design.
Okay, and that's the reason I wanted to table this, is because the design criteria for this road is inadequate for what we're trying to, for the purpose of it. The purpose of this road is to provide a connector for the future development in the area east of Doñana. If we put in a 2-lane road, we're going to have to go back later and put in a 4-lane road. I believe that a better solution here is to try to find a different way to put this road up through there. I know it's on BLM land. I know it goes next to Las Cruces city limits right now. I know the county's going to pay for all of it. I am not against having a road there. I'm just saying if we put a 2-lane road in there to provide relief for getting to that area, it's going to be inadequate for the future that we're trying to prepare for. So I think this is an ill-advised design, and it should be tabled from this point, taken back to the drawing table, and then brought back again. Part of the reason it's not a 4-lane is because it also eliminates a lot of the frontage to a lot of properties going up through there, so that they'll actually have a much smaller front yard than what they currently have. With the way that the property is going to be done, we're also ignoring the fact we'd like to have multi-use lanes, bike lanes. None of that's being considered either. And if we have a connector road, we should consider all of this as a future development project, as opposed to something that's just a patchwork in order to get us over a situation that we currently face. So I think it's just ill-advised and premature to approve this at this point, and we need to postpone it until we could get a good plan. That's my feeling.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And just to clarify so that we're all on the same page, because there was a meeting last week which I attended, and it was just a public information meeting, as I understood it. I understand there was 2 lanes involved, and there was several presentations of the 2 lanes along with bike lanes. So there are bike lanes included in the design. And I understand that the county is not going to pay for the entire road, just a portion of it, because the other portion belongs to the city. And so we can talk to the city about possibly paying for that, but, and I don't believe that at that presentation, anything was brought up about eliminating front yards from anyone. So I don't know where that information is coming from, but I'd like for that to be, if you'll allow me, please, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam Chair,
I'd like to,
Commissioner,
if
may I
you'll allow
answer
me,
that
please, Mo,
question?
if I can finish my question, please. It's been brought up that the elimination of front yards is going to go forward, and that's not what I heard, and maybe I didn't hear it, or maybe it wasn't presented, but out of fairness, I think that the questions need to be addressed.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we have 50 foot of right-of-way. So that, the proposed project is not increasing that 50 foot, not even by an inch. We are staying within the 50 foot right-of-way through the residential area. And the project is designed as a minor collector, based on a minor collector, and also based on the future projected traffic. This road, as a 2-lane, has more than capacity to carry the future growth.
So I have another question. When you're talking about future growth, are we anticipating for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, based on the Mesilla Valley MPO for 2045, this can carry the traffic even further than that, because right now, based on the design of a roadway, each lane can carry up to 1,600 vehicles a day. That means 3,200 for both lanes. And we don't have any roads in Doñana County that carries 3,200 vehicles right now. So this road is going to be more than adequate to deal with the traffic.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Sanchez?
Madam Chair, and I'll just comments, and I know because we've had, I wasn't able to make the meeting on Thursday at Doñana Elementary. And so meeting up with the team yesterday, I think one of my concerns right now is obviously the thought that this is an arterial road, because I think when we had discussed this originally, this was going to be ARPA funds dedicated to increasing the accessibility of the national monument. And so, you know, where I can stand, and I think while I'm not supportive of the entire, I think with the entire project, where I could support it is if it went from Thorpe all the way to into BLM, or right where the trailhead is, so that we could still accomplish exactly those types of the objective of increasing the monument or accessibility to the monument. The other thing that I want to note is, you know, I think what's a particular part, because while I was told that one of the feedback from the area residents was that people even speed through there now. And so that's part of the reason why I'm concerned if it is an arterial, because you have a straightaway that comes all the way through the monument and eventually into Thorpe. And so what my other concern is, there's already an existing issue. So what I would hope is that if we were to move forward with it only through to the monument, that we could identify traffic calming measures such as bulb outs that could help minimize speeding through the Desert Wind Way community. Right now, they're in the western side of, or sorry, eastern side of the Doñana area. So, like I said, I've been on the fence of this, but I could theoretically, I could support going through to the monument, but I don't know that I support at the moment going all the way through. And even now, I know while it's hoping that we continue to build for the future, you know, I don't know that it's necessary to go all the way through right now.
I don't believe we're going through, I mean, there's a certain point where it stops after the arroyo. Am I correct on that, Mo? As I recall from the meeting?
Yes, you are, Madam Chair. There's a
Okay.
point at which the planned road will stop, and that is at the Las Cruces city limits.
Okay. Does that address a question, Commissioner Sanchez? Because I'll be quite frank with you, my car's not going to make it out there, and I had made arrangements with Mo and the engineering firm to take a look so that I can fully understand the concept of there. I don't have a four-wheel drive vehicle.
Yeah, I think it's not, like I said, I think I understand where we're going with it. I think one of the discussions I had was actually, to me, it would make sense that if we're worried about connectors, that the city of Las Cruces that a project for them would be to extend Angler from Del Rey over to the Mesa Verde area, because there's a natural connection there that doesn't exist at the moment. And you wouldn't have to go through any residential areas. And so, like I said, I think where at the moment, I don't support the entirety of this project. I could support, again, going to the mountain bike trailheads with some traffic calming measures through the community. But otherwise, like I said, this is where I'm on the fence for this project. And I understand the timelines that we're trying to meet here. But I want to make sure that we address, like I said, I don't know that we need to go the full amount yet, because we just don't have that growth. We don't have the population on the Red Hawk area to support it. At least in my mind, we don't have that at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
I actually agree with Commissioner Sanchez, and I'll echo what he said. I believe that giving access to the Doñana trailhead out there, but with looking at the necessary precautions for reduced speeding and increased safety out there would definitely be on the forefront of my mind. I'm currently looking at the Google map, and I see that natural progression line. But I will agree that I believe that this project should stop at the trailhead, increase access, but not continue through to the Red Hawk. And I think Angler Road would be a perfect little sideways road going out there, but I'm on the same page right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I'd like to add, Madam Chair, that one of the reasons I mentioned Angler is because with the A to B study that the NMDOT presented, they did recommend putting on and off ramps to I-25 at Angler as well. So, like I said, I think that's where be a perfect opportunity for people to divert to I-25 through Angler. But
Thank you. Commissioner Murillo, any thoughts?
So this is, it's more like a blessing, right? I mean, it's for approval to, kind of like a resolution to send out the application. Is that correct, on number 12?
Mr. Macias?
Madam Chair, that is the application and commitment letter, just giving authorization in order to apply. And again, just so that, based on what I'm hearing, it would be a motion to approve the application, but the amount wouldn't be $13,300,000. It would be an amount commensurate with being able to, the road to reach the, that designated area. So it would be a lesser amount. And that would be what's before the board at this point for consideration.
So Commissioner Murillo, it's only a motion to approve the application for funds, but not to move forward with the road itself. Am I correct?
Well, it's to apply for the funds that would develop the road up to the limitation that the commission would want to place. And again, there's no guarantee that there's going to be even a dime coming back. It's statewide competition, so it'll depend on how this project rates in terms of the assessment. But again, it's like everything else. Unless you apply, you don't know if you're going to get any monies. And the likelihood from the very beginning of getting $13 million is limited. So actually, probably the amount of money that we would be most competitive for would limit the project to along the lines what Commissioner Sanchez and Sheljo are discussing.
That was going to be my next question. I mean, do we be able to secure funds to even just get to the monument? I think would be wonderful for our county. I call myself on things, and I had made arrangements with our engineer to take a better view of that road and how far it extended and the impact it would be to our residents, because I don't like to make decisions just on the spur of the moment. So it was going to be next week. But at least in my mind, if we're able to just submit an application and just secure some money to maybe make improvements on the road, just to the point where Commissioner Sanchez had mentioned before, that might be something that we might look at. I mean, we're not committing to putting the roadway in all the way to where the engineering firm designed. So those are my comments. Commissioner Sanchez.
I was just going to add, I believe the process would be if we were to approve this application, it would then go to the Mesilla Valley MPO, and then they would then rank it along with projects from the town of Mesilla and the city of Las Cruces. So in essence, we would duke it out to figure out what's the priority list, and then that would be submitted to NMDOT from there. So I concur that this is not, once we do this, this is just one step in the process. But again, like I said, I just want to avoid, how do we minimize the impact to the residents in the area and into also the monument. But if there's an opportunity that we can definitely access or improve access to the monument, it would, at least where I'm at, I think we need to find ways to continue to work on outdoor recreation in our communities. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I know there's some folks out there in the public that might want to step up to the podium and just give us their thoughts, share their thoughts with us, and especially based on what we've just mentioned and what we've heard from Mr. Macias, that we're not looking to maybe extend the road at this time, but just to submit the application to secure monies to move forward with this. Would anybody like to approach the podium? I was going to say good morning, but we're well into the afternoon.
I should have taken the opportunity to speak earlier at the beginning. I didn't know I was going to wait for 5 hours. But anyway, thank you for letting me be able to speak today. I was originally going to ask for you to table your vote on it, but primarily I was just concerned at how fast this seemed to be moving. I'd heard about this 2 weeks ago. I was watching the MPO live feed because primarily for the Mesilla project, but then I heard about this other one, and so I was following up on that because I do use the monument. And I was concerned about, impacts on the road and the residents there. So I did go to the Doñana, Village of Doñana meeting there at Doñana Elementary, and just was surprised at how few residents were actually there. And I talked to a few people that I know from there, and they didn't know anything about the road, let alone a public meeting. So I was just wanting you to maybe table it to get more input from the residents. At that meeting, they talked about how one of the main reasons for the road improvements were to relieve congestion on Highway 70, and that's primarily over in Las Cruces area. So I was kind of surprised that the county presented it at the MPO meeting rather than the city of Las Cruces. If that was a concern of theirs, why didn't the city of Las Cruces present that to the MPO? As it was, because of the high price, they ranked it third after Mesilla and then Las Cruces. So I don't know all the ins and outs of the funding for DOT projects versus county and all that, but I was just asking for there to be more input and to reevaluate the project in the context of the monument and other pressing funding priorities. But thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And your name, please? Ma'am, your name, please, so that we're all familiar with you.
Trina Witter.
Thank you, Ms. Woodard. Ms. Woodard? Okay. Good afternoon. How are you?
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. I'm good. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak about this. And Madam Chair, I wanted to let you know you could actually drive a Prius to the trailhead. So it's beyond
Solo
that.
have new tires.
Beyond that, you need a four-wheel drive. But to the trailhead, a Prius. We all know that area needs improvement. That's for sure. An arterial roadway, thank you, Shannon, for the information you shared, because I don't want to see 4 lanes out there ever. I don't. Right now, what I do see is I see with the access that we already have, I see lots of 4-wheelers going out there. They're not sticking to the designated roads as they should by law. They're out there making their own. And you just get on Google Maps and look at the last 5 years, 10 years at that area north of there, and you'll see. And that's happening between Red Hawk and where the trailhead is now. So I'm against people tearing up our national monument. And we don't need to start by paving the road through there and giving them even more access to tear that up. BLM doesn't have the resources or manpower to monitor that, and neither does the Sheriff's Department. So what you're inviting many more accidents out there on road and off road. And the off-road ones are the ones that should really scare you because it's hard to get to those people. So, yeah, cutting the project down to a more reasonable amount of money that's likely to get funded is important. If it's not an artery, then you don't need the roundabouts. You just improve the existing roads. You don't have to condemn property. Improve the existing roads you have out there. Those 90-degree turns are enough to calm some areas down. I mean, people drive there now. It's paved now all the way up to BLM. So fix what's there, add some calming features, add a bike path, preferably one with a curb between the roadway and the bike path. And I think people will love it. And if you're having a hard time putting that park out there wherever you were having all this negative feedback on, put it out there. Work with BLM to put it up by the trailhead. Make another desert nature park out there. People will go, and I don't think you'll have opposition for something like that, like you're getting from the other one. So that's basically it. My main concern is quality of life and the safety of our residents out there. I worry about kids out there on bikes, on motor scooters, electric bikes, people walking, Because if you turn that into an artery, it's going to become a speedway, and that's going to put people at risk, especially kids. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, any other comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
I did have a couple of questions. How many people showed up at the meetings that we've had? How many attended from the neighborhood?
Well, at the last meeting on Thursday, I counted maybe 15 people besides counties, was it 10?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yeah, we had about 15 people.
15, okay. The reason I'm lobbying for this, because this is not my district. Frankly, if it were just up to me, I'd say, fine, let's do it. I've received calls from 2 legislators. I've received emails from at least 6 people, all of them saying that we're moving too fast. And we're not getting enough input from the people that are going to be impacted by this directly, like these people here. And I'm okay, and you know what? I think we got to have a solution. I'm all good with that. But coming up at the very last minute before we have to put in an application 1 or 2 days later to get everybody involved, I think is rushing it too much. And it's sad that we've not acted on this 2 months ago to say, do we get approval? Coming up and saying, we got to do this now because in 2 days we have to have an application is pushing a lot of people to a point that they're not ready to go. And I was asked to bring this up and try to slow it down, but to slow it down at all is going to be another year. So we've put ourselves in a situation which we should never be into. And is it a bad idea? Is it a good idea? I think having access to the monument's great. Is there a way we can do it a little 2 miles north of there so we don't have to condemn anybody's property and take it to a whole different road that wouldn't impact so many people? I haven't heard from the people except through emails and phone calls. And again, it's not my district, and I apologize for them calling me. I didn't ask them to, and writing me. But I just would like to slow this thing down, and just because the residents need a little bit more involvement in this, a little bit more input into it before we take all the action. And that's the reason I brought it up. So with that, I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
We'll vote or do whatever.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez? Oh, Commissioner Murillo, go ahead.
Madam Chair, that's why I had asked that question if it was just, a resolution to do the application, because, it takes about 2 to 5 years for a project to go through. And I think there'll be plenty of time for the public hearings where the residents will be able to speak on, what's going on and what they want. And working together, we'll be able to do this and see what we need for that road. I'm not very familiar because I don't live there in that district, but this is just the application, and that's why I had asked that question, just to make sure that the residents know that it's not going to go right away. It takes time, and so that's all I have to say. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez?
Maybe just a point of clarification for this action item. So it sounds like there's a lot of conversation about just going to the monument, not making it a connector road. So if we were wanting to take action on this and limit the project scope for the application, how would we put that forth?
In the motion. You would modify the motion, basically indicating approval, authorization to apply, and basically for management to determine the actual cost leading it to the monument, which would reduce the request from 13 million down to the appropriate amount, and that won't be very difficult to do.
Thank you.
And again, with the language that approving an application for it to not be an arterial all the way through, but basically to the access point. And I do want to clarify, we're not taking anybody's property.
No.
Okay, so I keep on hearing that being
Condemnation, there's no
mentioned.
condemnation
Or
that I
not,
heard of any property.
there's no anticipated condemnation. In fact, where there is an adjustment there on Thorpe to align the road, I mean, probably the property owners, since it's just vacant, would be very open to the idea of selling the property.
Does that,
And that's just to make the arrangements, so nobody's talking condemnation at this point.
does that answer your question, Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, Mr. Macias,
Yes, sir.
It does answer my question as far as condemnation, and you're correct. However, as long as they're willing to sell their property, you're right. If they're not willing, then we still have to go through the property. So there's a potential that could be an issue. Probably not, because you're right, they'd probably be glad to get rid of it. But it's still something that we as a board have to be prepared to say, it could be a possibility, that's all. So I
Thank you.
apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. And just to add, I think one of the discussions I had, Commissioner Reynolds, with Mo and Colin and the Moles and Corbin team yesterday was, where could we potentially see moving it, like you said, so it didn't go to the neighborhood, so that way we didn't impact them. And I think the biggest concern becomes is that because of where the private property lines are, obviously then you have to purchase right of way. But the other part is that part of that would probably require us going through the monument. And obviously then to get that type of approval, then you're going, with BLM, working with BLM, that would be significantly longer process. But I think that was something that they had also considered as a.
Yeah, if I might, I don't mean to interrupt you, but already with the property we're talking about taking, it's going to require a NEPA process as it is, which is going to take 3 to 4 years. 2 to 4 years. So yeah, so it doesn't change it whether we go through more of BLM or less of BLM, because we're still going to have to go through the NEPA process to take the land we're looking at.
Correct. The NEPA will still have to happen, correct.
Right.
The one thing I will add, and I do 100% agree with you, is I wish we would have had more time to review this as the BOCC, so that we could have had some time to adjust and maybe come back at this meeting and find what we needed to push to get this to approve for application. And so, I would hope that in the future we have some additional time so that we're not right up against the deadline for this. The other thing I did want to bring up, and this is from a discussion with Mr. Torres when we were on break, was I know the county has been working on trying to notify our constituents of various public meetings. And so just one suggestion he had, and I don't know if it's in our arsenal yet, so to speak, but was simply like we do with code changes, where we put up like a big yellow sign or just something like a big sign in the neighborhoods that catches attention to notify them of a public meeting that's coming up. And it's something that we don't have to incur the cost of postage, but it might be another good way to raise attention for those living in maybe in an affected area, that we're going to be having a public meeting, and that way we can get better attendance at these events, so that we were making sure we're getting their input and so on. So I just wanted to throw it out there as an opportunity for us that we can maybe look at that approach.
I think that's a good idea. Who can miss a big yellow sign? But anyway.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's what was suggested, and we are taking the lead on that. We're going to put up signs on both sides of the neighborhood. And also we have done it, which we have done on all of the projects, and we're going to continue. We're going to go door to door and let everybody have a pamphlet on the project and the date of the meeting and location. So we are doing that.
Thank you. Thank you, most. Okay, so commissioners, what we're looking at is the original motion to approve the application and commitment letter for the 13 million and change, or I could entertain a motion to modify the original motion to read that the application be submitted so that we don't lose the opportunity for funding, but only take it to the monument, and we can add bike trails and things of that nature, however you'd like to craft that motion, and not make it an arterial roadway.
Madam Chair.
Who
If I
made
may,
the mo-
just a second.
No, okay.
Just a second. So was that?
It's too much. Who made the original motion to approve?
I made the suggestion. I didn't make an official motion.
Oh, so there's
Well,
no motion.
No, there isn't a motion.
I
and
did.
Amanda, who made the motion?
I
Because
did,
now-
sorry, I apologize. I think I made the motion, and then the vice chair made the second.
Second it? Okay.
So it would just be Commissioner Sanchez making a motion
To amend.
to modify the motion that he made earlier, placing the limitation and directing staff to modify the request. And then if Commissioner Sheljo
Would like to second.
is agreeable to that, his second would stay in place, and you just go forward to any further discussion that you want, and then once you've completed that, a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to modify my original motion to approve the application and commitment letter for transportation project funds to only address the project up to an eastern point of the Doñana Trailhead, with the amount and the match amounts to be commensurate with the adjustment of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Do I have a second?
I do second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez. All right, I have a motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez. Is any other discussion warranted? Great. May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, the motion carries 4-1. Thank you very much. We will now move forward. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Colin. We will now move forward to agenda item number 15, the modified joint powers agreement between Doñana County and Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. May I have a motion on that?
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, second by,
Second.
thank you, second by Commissioner Murillo. Is there any representative for the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority?
Ma'am,
We pulled it for discussion, Commissioner?
excuse me, Madam Chair. We had a vote on, that was you modified the motion instead of
Correct.
amending. Okay, got it. We're correct then. All right. Yes, there's me, actually. If you've looked at this, you'll notice that the motion is actually to add a 14th seat to the board. And we did look at this in the commission's meeting, or the committee, the board meeting. And some of the questions that came up were a 14th member will actually add some, the possibility we have a tie and a vote. We have to figure out how to deal with that. Another question that came up in this was, this is actually a member organization with MIRVDA, and all the people that participate, except for one who's been on the board for 5-6 years, is actually a member organization that actually participates and pays for a position. And this new member would actually not be a member position of the board. It would be just an added member to the board to, I guess, to advise or be a part of it, and also would have a vote. The question is, since they don't have a position to where they do anything that's actually related to the board, unless there's an emergency, then is it really necessary to have this position? That's the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion on agenda item number 15? Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez?
So this is being voted on not only here in Doñana, but the city of Las Cruces, town of Mesilla, village of Hatch, city of Sunland Park, and city of Anthony. Is that correct? They will all have to move to
ratify.
And do we know where we're on the list? Has a similar discussion been brought up in any of those entities?
I cannot respond
Not
to
that
that.
I'm aware of.
I'm assuming that this went out, the request went out at the same time that it came to us.
Okay.
If you,
So, Commissioner Reynolds, is this an issue with the 14-member board being even, or is this an issue with the individual that will be representing this 14th position, the OEM?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez. It's not about the person, it's about the position. If you look at, you can look at the way everyone voted. It's actually one of the attachments on there at the bottom of it. It shows how the board voted. And the questions brought up by the 4 people who did vote against it basically were simply, since they are, the position is not fire, ambulance, police, or something like that, is it really a position we need on the board to participate since it's more of an outside entity position? And that was the question that was brought up. The 14th member of the board is not really a complicated issue. It's just basically we have to put policy in place to say how we break a tie. And but that's policy we can put in later. It's just a matter of what what purpose does the position serve? And I think that's what all the other organizations are looking at as well. Now, we as a board collectively, the majority said, yes, it does serve a position, a reason for the board, but individually, a few of us felt it wasn't, and I admit that I voted no on the position. And that's part of the reason I pulled it, to see if you all had a different opinion, or if you agreed that it probably is not consistent with the purpose of the board. That's all, the MIRV the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. Commissioner Sanchez?
No, I've never served on the MIRVDA board, so, this is just my take from the outside looking in. And, while I can understand what we were saying, you're looking at fire, you're looking at law enforcement or police, but I do believe that, in a case of an emergency and so on, that's usually the person that takes over a site, or the process that it elevates to is usually Mr. Lopez and the OEM. And so, and given that he serves all of those communities, I guess it would make sense in some fashion of him being a part of that board. I can understand kind of the discussion and understanding, hey, is this really, the right, I guess, based on the current makeup, but I could see why the addition of Mr. Lopez or the OEM director would make sense to the board. But like I said, that's just from the outside looking in.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, and I agree with you, Commissioner Sanchez. I think it's very important to have Mr. Lopez on there. Any other discussion, Commissioners? Commissioner Murillo, any thoughts?
No, I mean, so the MIRVDA did approve it, is that correct? On their side, because this, I know, I don't know if other entities have brought it up to their agendas and stuff, so.
From the documents I do have in my notebook, it was approved.
Yes, that's correct. It was
Okay.
supported
Okay.
by the majority of the board.
Oh, was it approved by the majority? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Macias?
Yes,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. If say, based off of the way the voting members were, if the city of Las Cruces refused to ratify the amended JPA, what would happen? Would that cause, would the board still move forward and they don't have a choice, or how would that work?
No, since it's a JPA, the participating members have to all approve it,
Okay.
Unanimous.
because it is an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement, and the board itself cannot, what they are approving is that they're recommending the change to the JPA to include the Director for the Office of Emergency Management.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Anything else, Commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
One more thing I forgot to mention is that you're correct that the position of the Office of Emergency Management would be engaged by most of these organizations if there was an emergency. However, the Office of Emergency Management cannot declare an emergency. It's our board, the city board, the sheriff, and the governor are the only four entities that can declare an emergency in this county, unless I'm wrong. Okay? So the reason that it's not necessary for him to be on the board is because he really doesn't have the authority to do anything except participate in the discussion and vote on issues related to the board, which he has which the position has no responsibility over. That was my concern. Okay, it's like me saying I'm going to pull somebody in off the street who has no real impact on what anybody in the board does unless there's an emergency, and then ask them to vote on the issues that we have on our board. And that's the reason I had concerns with it. Just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
And Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
Consent agenda have some resolution numbers. Item number 8, 2023-36. Item number 9, 2023-37. And item number 14, 2023-38. And item number 17, 2023-39.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, then we will move on to hearings and ordinances, agenda, 17.
Madam Chair,
Am I, it's been a long day.
what is the preference of the commission? The food has arrived for the commission. We ordered lunch because of the still continued time frame on the meeting. Would you like it brought out to you, or do you want to recess for a short period of time?
All right, so what I have left that I'm seeing on my sheet that I've scribbled on is
Item,
the
20.
hearing and ordinances, then the correspondence by Doña Ana County, and then our budget work session. Can we push through 20 and 21 and then go in through our budget work session, commissioners?
Item 17.
No, 17 was already, that has a resolution, we already voted on that.
Yes,
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry,
correct.
you're
on
right.
that?
Yes, that was
You're
part
right.
of the consent.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was, yeah, it's the other one's number 20.
So it's just 20 and 21
20 and 21,
before.
are we okay with moving
Correct.
forward? 20, all right, so we're going to move on to hearings and ordinances. Agenda item number 20, repeal County Ordinance Chapter 195, fire prevention, and replace it with the new Chapter 195 titled Fire Code of Doña Ana County.
So we're going to do that and then eat?
Sure. I'm
Do
sorry,
this and then eat?
pardon me?
Madam Chair, sorry. So you want to hear item 20 and decide on that and then break for lunch?
Well, I'd like to do 20, 21, and then break, and then go into our budget session. Is that all right with you, Commissioner?
Sure, yes, I was sorry, I was distracted by my coffee coming, sorry. I
Thank you.
apologize.
Do I need to swear in Chief Cherry at all?
No, this is a legislative hearing,
Ah.
so it's not a quasi judicial.
Chief Cherry, good afternoon. I know you've been waiting all day.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Yeah, so today we're here seeking like you described, the repeal and replacement of Chapter 195, the Fire Code.
Need to have a motion on this, am I correct? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve, that we approve repeal of ordinance Chapter 195 of fire prevention and replace it with a new Chapter 195 titled Fire Code of Doña Ana County.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Murillo, seconded by Commissioner Murillo. No. Please proceed, Chief Cherry.
Thank you. So as described, we're here discussing the repeal and replacement of Chapter 195. This is the last time that this happened within Doña Ana County was in 2015. This is an obligation that we have as the state adopts a newer standard. Local jurisdictions have to follow suit. And so in November of 2022, the state adopted the IFC 2021, and we're following suit. It was published after your approval for publication, which was on March 14th, and then published on April 2nd in the Sun. If there's any questions.
Any questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
What is a fire official?
So within Doña Ana County, we designated a fire official. It's similar to the building official. So it's someone that meets and confers with, all of the codes and ordinances, meets with businesses, and follows through on the enforcing the ordinance that we're adopting.
So that would be you, Chief Cherry, or someone that you designate?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. And anything else? May I have a vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Commissioner Murillo? Commissioner Murillo, we're voting on agenda item number 20 to repeal the old ordinance to replace it with the new ordinance for the fire code of Doña Ana County. Can we skip her and move forward, and maybe she'll come back on the line?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. Sorry.
Commissioner, what is your vote?
This is Commissioner Murillo. Yes, it wasn't letting me unmute. I'm sorry.
So that's a yes, Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes, again.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
and Chair Chaparro.
Yes, a motion carries 4-0, and we will move on to Agenda Item 21, correspondence received by Doña Ana County.
Before I start that one, item number 20 had an ordinance number,
Thank you.
334-2023. And correspondence is Richard Rubio versus Doña Ana County and Joshua Martinez versus Doña Ana County.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'd like to take a break so that we can have just a wee bit of lunch. How long do we need? 15 minutes? We'll be recessing for 20 minutes. Time is 2:40, so if we can gather shortly after 3 o'clock, please. Thank you.
I have a question. The number 20, it was, Amanda, was that 2023-29? Sorry.
For the 334-2023.
Oh, -023.
Yeah.
334. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, we're taking a break. Thank you.
the important points that we would be looking at, and our next steps would be the approvals and DFA submission dates. This slide shows county-wide sources of revenue, so it includes general fund as well as restricted funds. The first column is our adopted budget for the current fiscal year. The second column, we have the FY24 preliminary draft, which we are developing. The third column shows the difference between the two and then the percentage change. So for gross receipt tax, we are expecting 3% more than what we have received in the current fiscal year. That's our assumption. And so this amount also includes the Spaceport, Medicaid, Intercept, and Detention, about 2.7 million of that. There is about a 20% change. Equalization, we are expecting a decrease based on what we actually received in FY23. We received 4.29 million. We had budgeted at 6.7, so now we are bringing it down to 4 million. There is a decrease of 41%. Property taxes are based on current evaluations times tax rate and 3 years average collection. We are expecting an increase of 5%. Fee and service charge, the largest portion is the detention care of prisoner fee, which is going up in FY24. In addition to that, we also have the franchise fee for El Paso Electric, utilities, and 1% fee for assessor's office, motor vehicle revenue, and fleet maintenance revenue. Miscellaneous items, the biggest portion here is the LATCF, Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund. We received 4.7 million in the current fiscal year, and we are anticipating 4.7 in FY24. This also includes the PILT, which we have budgeted at 3.46 million. We usually receive it in June. The other taxes include gas tax, flood tax, and cannabis excise tax. For penalty and interest, there is a slight change of about 3%. This is made up of late wastewater fund charges and also property. The investment income, we are expecting a significant increase based on discussion with the County Treasurer's Office. State distributions include the Fire, EMS, and Law Enforcement Protection Fund. The change is about 12%. And grants here include all the county grants, and we would be finalizing the grants at the end of the fiscal year. Whatever is left over would be carried forward, so we would have the actual figures. So overall, if we look at the grand total, for the subtotal, it's about a 15% increase, and then if we include grants and state distribution, about 17% increase from FY23 adopted budget. This slide only shows the general fund revenue. It does not include any restricted funds. In GRT, again, we are using a 3% over what we've received this year. Equalization has been decreased based on what we received. Property taxes difference is about 5%. Fee and service charge here includes basically the franchise fee for El Paso Electric. That's the biggest portion. Then we also have landfill fee, building permits, and clerk's fee. Miscellaneous, there is an 11% increase. PILT is expected to come in June, and and it's based on what we have received in the prior 2 years. Investment income, we are expecting an increase this year. Penalty and interest, there is a slight change, just 1%. And grants from general funds are the BLM illegal dumping grant. Now we would start reviewing our expenditures. So for health insurance, we are not expecting any increase this year. The presentation was done at the BOCC today. For FY24 union step, the impact is $850,000. There is 6% pay increase for unrepresented employees, and that amounts to $1.6 million. The union unfilled positions are budgeted at a higher level. The impact is $775,000 on the budget. We are taking 30 vacant positions and reallocating them. The new positions would be 30 FTEs in unrestricted funds. There are 5 FTEs in restricted funds, 3 part-time positions, and 6 school resource officers position. We will be discussing them in the coming slides. Vacancy factor has been updated. It's approximately 7% for general fund departments.
Madam Chair, is this the time to ask questions, or do we wait till the end of this?
I'd like to wait until the end of the presentation, please. Commissioner Reynolds,
Okay.
thank you.
So the 30 vacant positions that have been reallocated are 22 positions were for detention center officers. The impact was $1.5 million. 2 laborer positions, $104,000. Environmental code officer lead, $58,000. And these, there were 5 other unfunded positions since 2017, and they have been reallocated. So the 30 new positions from unrestricted funds, 10 are for DASO. The impact is $601,000. These are 10 deputy positions for the department to use as they see fit. For fire, there are 14 positions, 9 firefighters, 3 lieutenants, 1 deputy chief volunteer recruitment, and 1 EMT training specialist. For facilities, there are 2 positions, 1 plumber and 1 electrician. Community development has economic development coordinator position. Development technicians, these are 2 positions for Santa Teresa remote office, and the plans examiner position is also for the Santa Teresa remote office. The total impact on the budget is $1.89 million. Moving on to the part-time positions from general fund, there are 3. One is for the probate's office administrative assistant. OEM has a volunteer coordinator, an animal control live evidence technician. The total budget is $106,267. Next, we have the restricted fund positions. 4 are for flood commission, project manager positions, and 1 is for HHS from indigent funds, program and contract administrator. The budget impact of these positions is $424,820. School resource officers, there are 8 positions. The budget impact is $641,240. However, this would be covered by the school districts. So a MOU would be created, and this is contingent upon the MOU and outline of cost reimbursements. This slide shows county-wide expenditures. It includes general fund as well as restricted funds. In personnel costs, there is an increase of about 15%. This also includes overtime, callback, incentive pay, on-call pay, and shift differential pay. Operating cost sees an increase of about 18%. This is based on county-wide departmental needs. Debt service, the difference is about 1%. This is for geo bonds and other debts that we have already scheduled to pay out. Capital outlay, we would discuss it on slide 25, 26, and 27. And this is, we also have some items which are capital in progress right now, and then we have some new requests. State distributions, it's Law Enforcement Protection Fund, EMS, and Fire. The difference is about 7,000 here, and the grants include several projects, including American Rescue Plan Act, Emergency Rental Assistance, and Jetport grants, and other grants for the county. So this slide shows the FY23 adopted budget and the preliminary budget. So first one is public safety. The difference is about 16%. This includes DASO, detention, fire, OEM, and GRT admin fee. The next bars that we have is for elected officials. The increase is about 19%. And here we have included the assessor, clerk, commissioners, probate, and treasurer. Administration, we can see there has been change of about 21%. Here we include the county manager, finance, fleet, HR, IT, legal, PIO, risk, auditor's office, and LATCF, the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund, is also included here. Community services, the difference is 22%. Here it includes animal control and constituent services, community development, flood, HHS, waste exchange, farm, and range. Public works, again, there is a 12% increase. It includes facilities, fairgrounds, vector, jetport, road, utilities, environmental fund, and GRT admin fee. Debt service, there is not much change, and this is based on the debts reflected by the county. Other items include Anthony Water and Sanitation GRT and Spaceport GRT. This slide shows FY24 preliminary budget breakdown by percentages. It's very similar to the previous slide. Here we are not showing FY23 and 24 side by side. Public safety is the biggest at 39%, followed by administration at 20%, community services is at 15%, other items at 7%, elected official excluding DASO is 6%, and then debt services at 1%. Here we are showing only the general fund expenditures. Personnel costs have increased by 16%. It includes overtime, callback, incentive pay, on-call pay. Operating costs is across various departments, 9% increase. Capital outlay, again, we will be discussing them on slide 24, 25, and 26. And the grants here in general fund is the BLM illegal dumping grant. This is similar to the slide we had previously seen. That was for all different funds. This is specifically for general fund. Again, for public safety, the increase is 16%. It includes DASO, fire, OEM. Elected officials, there is a 24% increase, includes assessor, clerk, commissioners, probate, and treasurer. Administration, there is a 7% increase. Community services is a 22% increase. Animal control, constituent services, and community development. Public works, we see an 8% increase, and that's facilities, fairgrounds, vector control, utilities. And next, we would also be showing breakdown by the departments. This pie chart shows the breakdown for FY24 by sections. The biggest is public safety at 40%, including DASO. Administration is 33%, followed by public works at 11%, elected officials 9%, and community services at 7%. Here we look at budgets for all the different departments that we have. Public safety, sheriff, fire, and OEM, overall there is a 16% increase. And most of the increase is due to salaries and benefits. There is also some increase in operating expenses. For OEM, there is a one-time cost of $86,000 for all hazard plan update. For the elected officials, again, for the clerks, we see a 45% increase. There is a big increase in salaries and benefits and of about 1.1 million. Operating costs, there is an increase of about 50,000. Assessors, treasurer, commissioners, and probate, the increases are due to salaries and benefits. In the commissioner's budget, there is also increase of 77,000 for travel costs, memberships, 120,000. And the memberships include Transit District, Council of Governments, Association of Counties, and Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. In probate, we see an increase. That's because of salary and benefits. A new part-time position is being requested. In county managers' budget, there is increase also for salary and benefits and due to external agency increases of 570,000. Risk management, information technology, human resources, financial services, legal, public information, county auditor, and other non-departmental items, which is our GRT admin fee. Overall, we see a 7% increase. There is decrease in public information because constituent services was previously in there. Now it's in a separate budget. We would be showing that in the upcoming slide. In human resources, there is a decrease of 1%, and that is decrease due to operating costs of about 106,000. We continue with other general fund departments. So community development, the increase is in salaries and benefits, and also they have a new land development software license, contractual services, data system maintenance. Animal control, there is a 2% change. Constituent services was created this year. Previously, it was part of PIO. Overall, the change is 22% in these 4 departments. In public works, facilities, vector control, fairgrounds, utilities, and non-departmental items, we see small increases. Overall, it's 8%. So here is a summary of the previous 3 slides. So in public safety, the change is 16%, elected officials 24%, administration 7%, community services 22%, and public works 8%. Overall, there is 13% change over the departments from current year's adopted budget versus the preliminary that we are presenting. So other departments' operational expenses, these are non-general fund. Again, we see in detention, there is 11% increase. A lot of it, 2.8 million is for salaries and benefits. And in their operating costs, the increase is due to the Yes Care contract of 526,000. Flood commission, there is increase in salary and benefits of 427,000 because of 4 new project manager positions. Their operating has decreased due to aerial photography, 750,000, and contractual services. For utilities, the change is about 7%. Fire excise restricted funds, so their operating costs increased by 1.6 million. Largest increases in vehicle maintenance of 1 million and building maintenance 300,000, equipment 270,000. Healthcare assistance fund, here again, there is increase in salary and benefits. There is a new position there. Also in operations, there is an increase of 1.7 million, mainly due to safety net care pool contributions of 813,000, which has gone up, and ambulance service 525,000, contractual services 305,000. In road, there is an increase of 11%. In operations, they have an increase in fuel and equipment leases and other items. In fleet, there is an increase of 11% due to cost of fuels and other operating expenses. HHS, we see an increase in salary and benefits, as well as in operating expenses. The overall impact is about 30%. Assessors and Jetport, the increase is due to salary and benefits. In the non-general fund departments, the overall increase is about 16%. So this brings us to our budget recap. We are expecting to start the fiscal year with 191.57 million. The revenues that we are budgeting are at 263.5 million. Our expenditures are at 332.18 million. So if we receive all the revenue and spend all the money that we are budgeting here, our ending cash balance would be 122.9 million. We are required by DFA to maintain a reserve. Our reserve requirement for this amount would be 23.2 million, which would leave us with an ending cash balance of 99.63 million. As per this budget expenditure, we would be using reserves, 68.67 million. We'll also be looking at that on the next slide. So, and if we look at the different rows, we are listing the general fund, the special revenues, capital projects, debt service, enterprise, which is our utilities, internal services, our fleet funds, trust and agency is the money which we hold for other agencies to be distributed. So this is our revenue and expenditure balance. So this reflects the revenues and expenditures listed on the previous recap. So our revenues for the fiscal year are 263.5 and expenditures 332. So 68.68 would be coming out of restricted funds, out of reserves. But most of the use of reserves is for one-time expenses. So that includes restricted funds is 54.6 million. That includes grants of 38 million, fire excise tax, flood commission, fire EMS distribution. The local assistance tribal consistency fund, we would be receiving 4.7 million in FY24. The crisis triage is 935,000. Cash reserves are set aside by a prior commission to cover revenue deficit of the contract. Potential retiree payouts is about 840,000. One-time items in operations are a public information special project for 95,000, which is the imaging campaign. Utilities, building maintenance, and flow meters permits for 54,000. OEM has all hazard plans for 96,000. County manager emergency fund of 165,000. Capital includes both restricted and unrestricted, and we would look at the capital on the next slide. So if we take out, so the budget surplus is 90,000. So if the budget recurring revenues exceed our budget recurring expenditures by 90,000. If we take out the one-time expenses. These are our capitals in process, so they were approved for FY23 budget, but still haven't been fully completed. So for DASO, there is the crime scene unit for 617,000, and FY23 fleet build for 690,000. For facilities, there is district court, 176,000. Community development has the software for 500,000. Utilities has grant matches for 1 million, and transfer stationing monitoring wells for 75,000. So that's 3.068 million for capital projects, which might be carried over to the next fiscal year. We would update them as we get closer to the year end. These are the new proposed capitals from unrestricted or general funds. For DASO fleet replacement, it's for 25 vehicles, it's 2.629 million. Clerk's office requests are valet sorter, a warehouse, and Ford van. Detention center has a water control system replacement, a slider replacement, stainless steel shower inserts, and tile replacement. Engineering, 5,000 for some costs related to grants. Facilities has a turbo mower as well as trailer ramp. The total request on this slide is 7.31 million. On the next slide, we'll continue with more projects for a new capital projects from unrestricted funds. For facilities, there is trailer, ATVs, ground maintenance equipment, and CES bond fee. IT has access control upgrades, battery replacement, and fleet has EV charging stations, county vehicle replacement, and roads vehicle equipment. The grand total of the new proposed capital from unrestricted funds is 9.611 million. Moving on to proposed capital from restricted funds, for HHS, there is vehicle detention projects for 410,000 from corrections fund. Fire excise has projects and vehicle purchases of 10.729 million. Jetport has vehicle replacement of 38,000, and flood has projects, equipment, and vehicles for 5 million. The total from restricted funds is 16.26 million for capital projects. This slide provides the information for external agency funding level. So we have listed what was budgeted in FY23 and in FY24. So the increase we see is for MRFDA of 133,316. County Extension Office increase request is 16,336. South Central Regional Transit District increases 110,000. Animal Services Center increases 310,184. And USDA Wildlife Services is 1,500. So on our next BOCC meeting on May 9th, we will bring our preliminary budget before the board for review. The preliminary budget is due to DFA on 1st June. On July 11th, we will come before the board with year-end budget adjustment as our fiscal year closes 30th June. And July 25th, we would bring our fourth quarter report for FY23, which would be the final report for the fiscal year we had just closed. And we will bring a final budget before the board for approval, which both need to be submitted to DFA by 31st July. So yes, please let me know if there are questions.
Commissioner Reynolds, I know you have a pressing question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does anyone else have any questions before I start mine?
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Now I've got to go back and get where I wanted to start. Give me a second, please. I do have a kind of an overall question, and that is the assessor's request is 6%. Does that include the impacts of Senate Bill 324?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Lucio Lucero, Budget Officer. Yes, it does. From our budget meeting, they did work in some incentive pay figures. Once the actuals occur during next year, we'll be analyzing the costs to the county if approved by the board, and we can make adjustments during the year if necessary.
Excellent. Okay, next question. On page 248, on page 248, you say that you're anticipating a 6% increase for unrepresented employees, not currently on STEP plan. What does that mean? What does the STEP plan mean? Who does that exclude, I guess is a better question. Page 248, line
Sorry,
item number 3.
Slide 5.
Oh, slide 5, sorry. Thank you, Chris. Commissioner Salzo Hernandez. I have to get it right. Slide 5. What does a not currently on STEP plan mean?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, that means pretty much our command staff that are on a STEP plan. They're not part of a union. And so there's a current step plan in place where every year they get that guaranteed step increase. And so that is just to clarify.
Okay, so will they get 6% on their step plan, or will they get 1% or no percent, or what are they going to get if they don't get the 6%?
It's really based on their step plan, so the percentage increase on their step plan.
Why shouldn't we, if we're going to give an increase to the whole county, what prevents everybody even on the ones on the step plan, from not getting the same increase? Why are they excluded? I'm just curious about that. I'm confused.
Basically, what it is that there's already a predetermined amount. For Dasso Command, there's already an existing plan in place that gives them a certain movement based on the movement of the deputies.
But if they're not on contract, and they're not union, and we give everybody a 6% pay increase, why are we giving them the 6% pay increase? Is it cost of living? Is it because to be competitive? Why are we doing the increase in the first place?
Commissioner Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, the cost of living, or this particular 6%, includes a market adjustment based on the unrepresented pay plans of 2.5%, and then the additional 3.5% to avoid the compression issue for that group of unrepresented employees. The command staff for public safety have had different step plans for some period of time. In Dasso's case in particular, they came before the commission and requested a specific step plan and spelled out the criteria by which they wanted that step plan to operate. And so the county is following that resolution passed by a previous commission.
Okay, but who else in the county is being impacted besides, let's just say, the sheriff's department?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Who else in the county is impacted by this besides just Dasso?
So none of the unions would be impacted because they all have their own collective bargaining agreement, and the Dasso Fire and Detention Command staff would not be impacted by this, as they all have individual step plans that essentially provide them their annual increase.
Okay, Dasso, Fire, and who was the other one?
Detention.
And the detention. Okay, so if we provide a pay increase for the entire county, those three organizations, command staff does not participate because of a step plan that we put in place before. Should we revisit that as a county, as a board?
Well, I think I need to clarify. This actually affects a very small group of employees. We're not talking about the command staff being the group that's separated out, because all of the unions have a step plan. So this impacts a very small group of employees who do not have a step plan.
And the reason I'm asking this question is because last year we gave a 5% increase or 5.75% or whatever it was, and several people weren't part of that. And I'm wondering if is this something the board is missing and that we should be doing, or is it policy that we need to change? I mean, exactly how should we be handling this? Because it seems to me, I'm an employee, I'm sitting here at my desk, I'm doing whatever, and you say I get 6%, hell, I'm gonna jump up and down, excuse my French. However, the guy next to me, okay, who happens to be my boss, doesn't get that raise. Okay, I'm trying to rectify how that feels fair to everybody and everyone in the county, and they feel appreciated.
Well, I think
How's that
I would,
work?
if I could clarify, I think for this group of unrepresented employees, historically, this is the group of employees who's been left behind. The folks on step plans have continued to get their steps, and the command staff have continued to get increases when the unions got increases. And this is the group of employees who's been left behind. So they have continued to get steps, and this is the group that when there is a budget issue, we honor step plans, and if there's anything left, this has been the group that's been given an increase.
Okay, so when I look at the PRC and I see that there's a step plan and there's step one, and that doesn't change for 2 years, is that their step plan you're talking about?
The CWA negotiated a step plan in which they do not get an increase every year. They, at the bargaining table, decided they would prefer to get larger increases on every couple of years, and that was their decision. Management has discouraged that as a practice because of the very perception issue you're describing, but it was their election.
Okay, the reason it's not just that Dasso, it's other departments that are also affected by this. That's why I'm asking the question. So it comes up from a lot of the management staff in the county that are affected by this, and I think it sounds to me that maybe this is something that this board should actually address if possible, at least with the people that are affected, and try to come up with a plan that seems more even, more reasonable. So I'd like to deal with that sometime in the next 3 to 6 months, if we could. Look at that step plan and see if there's some way we can make it more equitable. That's what I'm looking for. Okay? Thank you. Next question. Next slide. Sorry. Okay. You're asking for, the detention center is asking for 22 positions, is that correct?
No, this is completely different. Just so that I can explain, you and other members of the commission have continuously raised the issue of unfilled position, the number. And so taking that to heart, what we have done, rather than to increase the number of overall employees for the county, we basically scoured the listing of positions and identified, it should, I don't see a total, but I think.
It's 22 on this slide.
No, it's 30. How many?
30.
They're 30 if you add them all up. These are the positions that we identified that have historically gone unfilled. So in essence, what we are doing is moving them and their budget to the positions that are being created. The detention center officers, we identified that we could move 22 of the open positions that hadn't been filled for extended periods of time to help us cover the number of new positions being created so that we're not adding to our overall numbers. So you've already seen, you'd have to see the list of the new positions, but these are 30 positions that we identified to fill the gap. So no, we're not asking for 22 new positions at the detention center. We're not asking for any of these to be filled. This is what we're informing the commission, that we are moving from unfilled categories so that other departments can fill the positions.
I think I got it. So in looking at the unfilled positions, the detention center currently has 72. So what you're saying is you're going to take 22 of those positions from that unfilled list, funded but unfilled?
Yes.
And you're going to apply 22 of those to reallocate?
To the new positions that are being requested.
Good, I like that. Okay, that's good. What are you going to do with the other 50 positions?
Those positions are in the process of being filled. At any given time, there's going to be numerous positions that are filled. Okay. These are the ones that we were able to identify would be an easy move.
Okay. Can we pull any other positions from the other 200 positions that are still unfilled from this year? Besides just these handful? Because I know there's other positions that are being requested that aren't being filled.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, based on your previous questions in the earlier part of the BOCC, we ran a survey, and there are currently 196 classified positions that are vacant. Of those positions, only 27 are not somewhere in the recruitment process. There are the 70-some positions you mentioned for the detention center, and there are 40 vacant positions currently in DASO plus 2 DASO appointees. So that makes up over 130 of the vacant positions that you're seeing on your list out of the 196.
Okay, so the budget for detention center that's increasing doesn't include additional positions because they were funded this year, correct?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat
No, they
that?
were existing positions. They're existing positions. And again, because of the pace that we are now filling the positions, because of the compensation improvements that this commission has authorized, we're filling those slots. Those slots would be necessary in order to make sure that we are able to operate the facility at the standards that we need to be able to achieve. So it would be too risky from our perspective, and in dealing with Administrator Baker, and I think he's here in the audience and can address that issue, we have taken as many as we believe is prudent to take at this time.
Okay, so I do have another question. This is just kind of it's not exactly related. Okay, since we did allocate over 100 positions, whatever the number is, since we did allocate over 100 positions in 2022 that didn't get filled in 2022, where did the money go?
Again, just so that the commission is aware, any money that is not spent by the department that has been allocated by the commission at the end of the fiscal year, with very, very, very few exceptions, it goes into our reserves. That's part of what you see, the early numbers that are showing you in terms of the reserves. At the end of each year, in only a limited number of cases where they are restricted funds, if they are general fund money, salaries, operational cost, at the end of the fiscal year, if they have not been spent, they go into our reserve category. And then you reallocate monies and draw down those reserves, just like you do in the, when they show you $9.7 million that we're suggesting you put into capital improvements. Well, it comes out of those reserves and it draws those reserves down. But always,
Can that money
it
be
reverts.
used? Can that money be used for anything else during the year? Let's say halfway through the year, because when we allocate that funding, like in 2023, if we have 100 positions to fill, that's 100 positions to fill and budgeted for day one. So if we hired everybody on July the 1st and they started on July the 1st, then we would meet our budget request because we have full-time people funded for the whole year. So if we don't get them all filled on July the 1st and we fill them in, say, September or October, there's a pool of money that's there early on that we don't need. Can that money be used for anything else during the year besides those? I mean, can we reallocate that 2 months' worth of pay that we didn't pay because we didn't hire to something else, and what can we allocate it to?
Well, again, you certainly have the authority to massage, change the budget in the manner that you feel is prudent. When the county goes to have its budget approved by DFA, DFA has repeatedly warned the county that it's spending a lot out of its reserves. Normally, you try to keep your budget within the recurring amounts, but we historically have not been able to do that. So can you, at the end of the fiscal or towards the middle of the fiscal year, yes, you have an authority to allow you to move money, especially if there is no plan to be able to spend those amounts into different priorities. Can you do that legally? Yes, you can. There is a vacancy factor, and they'll explain that in a minute, that basically already takes into consideration that we don't fill all of the positions for the full 12-month period.
Okay.
But short of that, you have flexibility to move money around at various stages during the fiscal year.
Good. I'll circle back on that in a month or two to see what money we have that we can do something with.
And again, we will be, that's part of what Ms. Dawood was showing on the chart, is that there's the end of the year reconciliations. We come and we basically show you where there was money that was allocated for that fiscal year that wasn't utilized by the different departments, and it's those amounts of money that are going into the reserves of the county.
Okay.
And again, I want to encourage just to recognize that those reserve monies are for one-time utilization. They're not to be built into the recurring costs.
Okay.
You just don't know how long you're going to have that money.
All right, so who's going to answer the next one? I guess it'll be you. So on slide number 10. On slide number 10, it shows that there are 8 school resource officers. It's my understanding that request has been pulled back. Is that correct?
We have been given notice by the sheriff. I believe that there is an email basically indicating that she no longer supports, but I'll let her address that issue. These are management recommendations to you. So we had already identified in discussions with Gadsden in terms of really the number of actual positions, especially if they were to be certified law enforcement, that would be at a minimum necessary for next year.
Okay. If in fact the sheriff has requested not to fill these positions and there's some money available, I would like to request that we provide an inventory person for the fire department because there's a tremendous amount of problems with losing equipment in the fire department that's unaccountable, has cost us sometimes $1 million a year. So I know that there's a position we need for that, and I'd like to make a personal request to this board that we allocate at least one of these positions to provide an inventory officer for the fire department.
Okay, so that the board knows this has to be by motion at this point. You want to, if you want to amend the recommendations, and absolutely that is the prerogative of the commission, but understand that we have submitted a budget to you that has about $100,000 in flexibility that isn't committed. And you've indicated to management that probably that amount of money will be eaten up by the assistance to the commissioners. Certainly, people can ask for assistance. We evaluate the priorities in every department, and you can see that we have already made a very substantial commitment to the fire department and the capacity to serve this community. The priorities have been firefighters. There'll be another assistant chief. Somewhere within that category, they'll be able to find a way to basically track what they should have been tracking all this time, and every department should be doing it, is basically their inventory. You will have another opportunity if we believe that there are additional revenues during the course of the year to add additional positions. And, but again, from the departments, you can have your discussion with the elected officials and they can come up here and they can have discussions. But we are asking you to kind of honor the commitment that has been made because it is substantial to the fire department. But that is not to suggest that in any way we reserve. Did we create the inventory?
And if I may just clarify,
Oh, yes, and let me just suggest here, forgive me for not going to that point directly, Commissioner Reynolds, but this amount of money is not coming from the county. This has nothing. It's the cost that would have to be passed on to the school districts. So we can't say, okay, let's reduce this amount by 4 resource officers and let's take that $200,000 or $300,000 and move it to the fire department. We can't do that because this is not an illusion, but it is an amount of money that we would anticipate would have to be paid by the school district.
Okay, maybe in our next budget meeting, it would be great if you can find a way to fund that position because it is a pretty important position. There's one other position I think that is one that we're going to have to fill, whether we like it or not, and find the money for it with some other position, and that is the CALEA manager. That's actually part of the requirement to become CALEA certified is to have somebody overseeing that program, and I don't know that we can avoid that. So either we give up another position for it or we create a position, and I'd like for that to be considered as well.
Madam Chair, forgive me. Again, I'm not looking for disputes.
Neither am I.
I'm not. But when we had a meeting with the Sheriff's Department, the total request was 30-something positions, 32, and then another 28 with the school resource officers. When I asked for the prioritization of positions, like we do from every single department, and again, that's just the natural process of the way, we were told directly that all 30-plus positions were the #1 priority. Okay. Not this is more important than this, we really need to have this, we can give up something here, we can wait till mid-year, nothing. All was #1 priority and the school resource officers were #2. Okay. So this is the recommendation coming from management. We are recommending to the commission to create 10 positions, 10 new positions for the Sheriff's Department, and basically let them decide what the priority is. So if they want to use one of those positions to create CALIA program manager, they can. Or, and again, so that we don't get into these discussions about each and every position, if they want to create the PIO, well, they have positions that haven't been filled for a substantial amount of time. They can ask for a reclassification. They have a captain's position, and I've suggested this, a captain's position that has not been filled for an extended period of time. They could fill that position at that compensation level, and they could have that captain oversee CALIA compliance, oversee PIO activity, and they would be having a position. There's ways to have these discussions, but they have been difficult to achieve, so it's always add more, add more. Well, we can't, at a management level, determine the priorities if everything is the same level of importance, unless you fund 30-something projects, and I'm sorry, there isn't the money to do that.
Okay. Mr. Macias, I think, yeah, my only point is that I know that these two positions, whether, you know, we find them in some other place in the budget, are, in my opinion, just my opinion only, are fairly important for the path that we're trying to use moving forward and to protect the assets that we have with the county. That's all. So I'm not saying that anybody has said, do this. I'm just saying, looking at this, if we have the positions, if there's a way to take another unfunded position in the county to hire somebody for these two positions, I think it would benefit the county in a big way. That's all I'm saying, okay? And how we get there is up to you and everybody else at the county and this board if we decide to find another way to fund them. I think that's all the questions I have now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any questions from the other commissioners? Commissioner Murillo, are you on the line? Do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Sanchez, any questions?
No, and I think I obviously missed a good portion of that discussion, and I think the only question I had, and I think it's partly, you know, when I look at all the departments, I guess one of the questions I had was on flood. There was originally, from when I go back to the March 14th presentation, there was only 2 positions that were requested, but yet we're filling 4. Didn't know, unless it was missed, how did that number increase?
Again, that was basically a discussion. Obviously, Mr. Glenn is here to address that issue, but it is really based on the volume of projects and money that is coming in. We felt that it was very justified, and it all comes out of the Flood Commission budget, and they do have a greater degree of control or flexibility over their monies because they are not general fund monies of the county.
I understand, and I guess I was just wondering where the 2 came in, because I'm trying to, as I've been, you know, before, but I think even when we're having the discussion, I'm flipping between the 2 to see, you know, where the budget, or I guess where's the recommended budget coming from, and the changes. And so, you know, just you know, recognizing that when I did a first pass at this, the personnel costs were several $1 million higher now, but yet we're not funding the requests. And I guess part of that was because those didn't include the additional manpower, is what I understand. So when we were presented, like, so if you were to go up to the previous slides and see what the breakdown of costs were, and I had to be reminded, I guess that was what the concerns was, is I'm trying to figure out where the changes are. And so I think I should say thank you to Lucio, because I think he helped explain that to me. Was when things were presented, the total cost that was presented was before personnel increases. And then all the personnel increases were towards the bottom. So I saw that. The only other one that I noticed, I saw fire had requested 15 positions. We were able to fill 14, but obviously the biggest deficit, if there is one, was going to be with DASO, where if you were to take out the original request of 26, I had to go look, 20-some SROs, there was really a request for 37 positions. And out of that 37, they received 10. And so I guess I was, well, you know, we look at some of the costs for, out of the general fund, obviously, it's a pretty sizable increase for DASO, but I'm assuming part of those was going to be, I guess, where did we come up with, obviously, I know that's why I say I missed probably a good portion of it, but if there were 37 positions that were requested, and we're only able to do 10, and now it's up to the sheriff to do what she wants with them, I understand that piece. But how did you come with only 10 versus, say, 15? I guess, how did you get to that number? And maybe I missed that piece of the conversation earlier, and for that I apologize, but I was just wondering how we got from the request of 37 to 10, and like I said, why wasn't the number different? Why wasn't it 15 and 20? I'm sorry, Mr. Gwynn, you're good. You're just standing there. You just happened to be highlighted one of the, out of the differences from the previous last week to this week, or last month to this month. But how did we get to 10 positions for the sheriff versus a higher number?
Madam Chair, Senator Sanchez, again, the
Commissioner, but I
Commissioner.
appreciate I appreciate the promotion there, but
At some point in the future, I was just forecasting like you've been asking us to do to kind of get ahead. So Commissioner Sanchez, fire has very little vacancies. You create a position, they fill it. They have very little vacancies. So do I believe that in creating the number of positions, I think it's basically 12 to 14, are we going to be able to fill those positions and fill them on a timely basis? Absolutely. We have historically carried much larger numbers of vacancies in the Sheriff's Department. Right now, as we are speaking, and again, people can tell me different, but these are the numbers. There are 42 vacancies in the Sheriff's Department. And so historically, they haven't been able to fill that gap. So we're back to that discussion. So from management's perspective, we moved off the dime of saying, fill your positions, to the point of here's another 10 positions, law enforcement positions, the priorities within the community. Fill your positions. And if you can get to that point where you can fill another 15 law enforcement positions, which have been unable to be filled, then we'd be the first to come back to the commission, let's provide more positions. But historically, it hasn't happened. So the only thing that I'm seeing, again, because we're anticipating that at the end of this fiscal year, and I want to assure you that we are cooperating, management is cooperating with the Sheriff's Department to move money around, to make purchases this year rather than wait until next year, to try to use the money that is available. But we are anticipating at the end of this fiscal year that there is going to be another $2 million that will not be utilized by the Sheriff's Department. So again, the perspective is, fine, you can say, here's another 15 positions. But if we haven't filled even the 10 existing vacancies, then we're only holding more money up that can be utilized elsewhere. So we look at the trends, and we make a determination, and we try to make some movement in an environment that is difficult, because I can't imagine how we would come up with being able to fill 33 positions at one time. And it's rare that there is that kind of ask. People can try to say that they can justify it. The historical spending does not suggest that.
Well, and I guess it kind of still goes back to Mike. I understand where your I guess the explanation is, but I guess I still wonder at how we got to just 10 versus 15. Like, I guess, is it just a arbitrary decision that based off of,
and again, I
or
can
was
hear-
there a specific number of vacant positions you were trying to keep under? I guess, you know what I mean? That's what I'm wondering, is if she if the sheriff currently had 19 positions open and then you did 10, so she would stay under 30, was that the intent, or was, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how the math, how the math works, just so that I can understand it. So, if anybody tries to say, how is this determined? Well, I got a better idea. I understand the priorities. I understand having vacant positions, and I understand how you say you'll come back to the commission if there's a need for additional positions. I was just wondering how we got to 10. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, like.
Because it doubles the number of unfilled positions that are currently there. And based on the hiring practice, that is a substantial contribution.
But I thought we said she had 30 positions open, but doubling would be.
No, the law enforcement positions.
So she has 10.
There are 10 vacant deputy positions now.
Okay.
So now here's another 10 positions. And if you believe that they all shouldn't be deputies, if you believe one should be a CLIA manager or one in another position, or one of those deputies is a sergeant's position, well, then you have the flexibility to work those numbers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions, commissioners?
I have a,
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez.
thank you, Madam Chair. At the very bottom, we have, capital and, proposed capital unrestricted funds, slide 25. The total is $16,266,981. That money is coming out of reserves, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the 16,266,000 is coming out of reserves. And then if you go to the slide that shows, slide number 22. It shows the use of reserves at $68,670,000. Where does that difference come from between the unrestricted capital and what's being allocated out of reserves?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so the difference is primarily made up of grants. So that's the largest portion of that 68 million. So that slide you were looking at was only restricted fund capital. So that was fire excise tax, flood commission, and those budgets are within that special revenue line that you see up there, the second line, second row, where you'll see the use of reserves at 62.2 million.
Okay, so then, okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you.
Anything else? Commissioner Murillo, any questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? I think we're done.
I believe that there's individuals in the audience that would want to address issues related to the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward to the podium to address any issues on the preliminary budget presentation? Good afternoon, Sheriff. How are you?
Hello, ma'am, Chair, and Commissioners. We did redact or pull back our request for school safety officers. That was the actual request. That is not school resource officers. Please know that there's a difference. School resource officers are fully deputized, okay? That was not our offer. That was not our request. We also have court security officers. So this was based on that type of role. It is not a full deputy position. So when I understood when Lucio contacted us and told us that, or told me that the positions approved for school were deputy positions, and they were for GISD, Gadsden. I withdrew because I'm not privy to those conversations. I didn't have any conversation in terms of any kind of MOUs with anyone. From the very beginning, we've been very clear, school safety officers. It's very different than having deputies in the school, full deputies. So that's number one, which, again, you know, the county has animal control officers. They have codes enforcement officers. If this is a project that the management would like to see go forward, there are avenues within his own jurisdiction. He can certainly make those efforts. And that might be something to consider because they already exist in a certain way, don't they? Let me also clarify something. This was a terrific budget session. And let me tell you why. Early on, I tried to explain more than once poorly that our positions were numbered. And believe me, I don't want to get into those smoke and mirrors, but out of this budget cycle, when we met with the county manager and Lucio, finance was kind enough to tell us how they thought of this particular aspect of vacant positions. That is, and Mr. Macias made it very clear, until it's filled, it's empty. Brilliant. We love that because we've never been able to do that before. I've mentioned to you that with regard to cadets in the academy, they held a number even though they weren't even filled. I had to hold 20 open. And mind you, up until recently, that process would be 6 months from posting to filling, right? It ties up our funds, as Mr. Macias told you. It's unnecessary. So when this came up with the meeting, I said, my gosh, that's brilliant. Withdraw the numbers, and then our budget is open. Our entire open positions is no longer so specific, right? It's open. They're open until filled. So what we did was we looked around the state and said, how many other academies run all the time? Well, there are 10 other satellite academies. We're one of 11. And so he said, hey, when do they operate? January and July, generally. So guess what? We have 2 or 3 in process now to go to the January academy in Hobbs, I believe. We will send as many as we get, 2, 3, 4, to begin processing. We're no longer holding out for the big one, right? We're going to do it continuously. So it freed up our funds immeasurably. And I want to tell you that you're not going to be seeing some of this constriction or control of the funds as you had before. And this is the first time today that I had heard the 10 positions we were given, they were noted to us as deputy positions. This is the first time I've been told they're positions. Excellent. We love that. We can work with that. We can make that work. But I didn't know that until today. So usually when you say 10 deputy positions, they actually mean 10 deputy positions. And let's glance into the future. As of now, we won't have to come back and ask in budgetary hearings for specific positions. We can then look at our overall budget and say we anticipate the need for X number of personnel of varying kinds, and that may come out to $1 million, whatever, just hypothetically going forward. We won't need to go, I need a PIO, I need a CALIA manager. We won't be doing that. Because, by the way, I'm not sure what authority any county manager has to determine what positions myself or the electeds have within their offices, because actually we pretty much know what our obligations are and our statutory requirements and responsibilities. So I hope that clears it up. As I say, this has been a very productive time for us, and I really appreciate all of your interest going forward.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Macias.
Again, let me clarify. We identified a specific number, but it's the county manager doesn't approve a budget. But and you're going to see that I believe we reached a consensus with all of the other elected officials in terms of the budget and the budget request. Here, we weren't able to make progress. So I'm not saying that you approve 10 deputy positions. Those positions are there in order for the commission to try to determine what the priority in terms of positions should be. If it's 10 deputies, great. If it's 9 deputies and a sergeant, great. If it's 8 deputies plus a CALIA manager, we didn't get anywhere in the discussions. We were told everything was a number one priority. I don't know how to try to negotiate an amount. It can't be that. It's never that. There are positions that are more important than others. So again, let me suggest to you that there shouldn't be any suggestion that you're abdicating authority and then from this point on, we just kind of arrive at a number. There wasn't enough of a direction to come up with the specific positions. So I'm saying the sheriff should negotiate with you, because there was no negotiation with us, with management. And we can separate the finance department, but there is no separation. We're basically in there together trying to come up with an acceptable budget. And if you want to go from 10 to 33 positions, that is the prerogative of the commission, That is your authority. But then tell us at management where the difference in the amount of money should come from the recommendations that have been made, because we do not have the additional money to cover the difference between 10 and 33 positions without taking it from somewhere else other than from within the recommendations that we have given you. That is this process here. And if anybody has the right, any of the elected officials have the right to come forward and say, we didn't feel that we got what was necessary, and they have the direct discussion with the commission. It is not the manager or management that is setting the caps. We have a certain amount of money that we're projecting that we're going to have available to be able to incorporate into the budget, and it is for you then to take the recommendations, either accept them, reject them, modify them in the way that the majority of this commission believes is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I do agree with Mr. Macias. The authority and the power to appropriate any monies to any budget, to any department, lies squarely on the shoulders of this commission and this commission only.
And Madam Chair, I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to respond a little bit more to Commissioner Sanchez. Part of the assessment or the evaluation is that with these school resource officers, to have a school resource officer, you need to have a certified law enforcement officer. There is even suggestion now that the court security needs to be certified law enforcement. We have had that discussion with the sheriff's office in terms of the potential conversion to certified deputies. There are, in essence, the 6 positions that we are, or actually the 8 positions that are being recommended, and they're not all for Gadsden Independent School District. We put an additional 3 in case there was a negotiation with Hatch or a negotiation with Las Cruces Public Schools, none of which has been communicated to me, but I'm understanding that it may have been communicated somewhere to the sheriff or sheriff personnel. So that was what was built in. So in order to get certified officers, now you're looking at potentially having to come up with 18. And if you're really trying to convert the security at the court to certified, then you're talking another 30, 35 positions. I'm sorry, but all of us know the likelihood of being able to hire that many certified law enforcement officers is beyond challenging. Okay, so why are we looking at certified or school resource officers? Las Cruces Police entered into a memorandum of understanding with the school district and has provided the school district with 11 certified law enforcement officers. Sunland Park, that has maybe a third, maybe less than that, of the personnel in the sheriff's department. The reason that Gadsden is only asking for 5, because the city of Sunland Park has provided 2 certified law enforcement officers to cover the schools in the Sunland Park area. So when you look at the totality in terms of where we need certified law enforcement officers, it is a substantial ask. It is not just 10. It is closer to 25 to 30. And that's part of the analysis, because there are 7, and we added 2. This commission added 2 into this fiscal year. There are 7 detective positions that are open. Where are those positions going to be filled? They're going to be filled from the deputy ranks. And part of the reason that they haven't been filled is because it takes the existing number of deputies in order to move them over to detectives, which opens up a wider gap and a greater need for deputies. So all of that is taken into consideration in terms of making recommendations in terms of what should be filled. If there was a better history of being able at a faster pace to fill the deputy positions and to hold them, and we are holding them better than we have in the past because of the actions of this board, there are a number of different factors that go into it, but there has to be open lines of communication to reach a consensus. And so in this particular case, we need the commission to arrive at those numbers.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I think, the question I had, I don't think it wasn't necessarily, like I said, I was just trying to understand how your methodology in receiving, and I think I understood with what you were saying with the doubling. I think my concern with your comments, though, is that, number one, we don't have an MOA yet with Gadsden or Hatch or LCPS. So, you know what I mean? While we're budgeting, while we're showing those as potential, we don't have anything in place. So, if we want to count them, great. I mean, I don't know, but I wouldn't, I think that's one of the things I wouldn't count, because unless we're going to fund it out of our general funds, at least I was hoping that was not going to happen. But so there's that. The other part you ask and I don't know, you know what I mean? Maybe I think we've had good discussions with the sheriff while we've had, we've been going through the budget process here. But I think the question would be because I think the question that Commissioner Reynolds asked earlier around, and it was earlier when we talked on the reclassifications of positions, is how are we, I think, because this isn't just for Sheriff's Department. I mean, there's a slew of open positions that we're going to have to hire for. It's for fire, it's for the Flood Commission, it's for, I mean, you name it, we just went through it, how many positions we have open. So I guess the question is going to be, and that's not, to me, not just for the Sheriff's Department, but it's really going to fall, I think Ms. Haynes and her team have a mammoth task ahead of them to fill these positions. And so we're going to have to figure out, and that's why I say how we can support HR to make sure we fill these, whether, I don't know if it's going to take additional recruitment, but I know in this case, we're talking about Audasso. So I would hope that, I know, and exactly like you said, the open lines of communication. I think I've appreciated the sheriff, having these discussions with us, because you know, I think that's where we need to work together to make sure she gets the position she needs to fill, or the people to fill those positions, and making sure that we're supporting that. But like I said, that goes for all of our positions, so that we can, I know we've relied somewhat, not necessarily relied, but we've been able to take vacancies as some budget savings. But if we're really going to continue to do the work for the people and serve the people here in the county, we need to figure out ways to continue to fill these positions so that, you know, especially on a public safety standpoint. I mean, that's been one of the things that I think I said back in March, was it's important that we continue to build our public safety infrastructure. That's both Sheriff's Department, fire, EMS. I know somewhat with EMS with fire, but yeah. So I just want to make sure of that, like where we're going. Again, I just hope we don't have those. The SROs will come after we have the MOA, which I know there was a note there for that. But again, like I said, I hope we can continue working with the HR team and help support Ms. Haynes. So, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, I have two things real quickly. The first one is one, really the one I want to say second. The first one is something else. As far as what I've been able to research for the school resource officers, the ACLU, every organization I'm aware of that's published anything on this says they don't want more guns in schools. And to be a certified officer as a resource officer in a school, they will be required to carry a firearm. And as far as ACLU says, and everybody who thinks anything about safety in schools, having more guns on campus is not the answer. And I've researched probably 20 or 30 things. Commissioner Sanchez, you were just talking about what? Remind me. I was thinking about something else.
The filling the vacancies across all the county. And
Okay,
then,
that's the next issue. Thank you. That reminds me of the first thing I wanted to say. The first thing I wanted to say was this. When I walk into my community, which is 70-80% Las Cruces, I cannot sit in any meeting hardly without hearing that we don't have enough officers on the streets in the city, in the county, in any of the communities in order to prevent some of the petty crime and some of the stuff that's going on. And we're getting beat up as legislators because there's not enough policing in the communities. So, great, let's do it with 10 people. But you know what, when the citizens come to us and say, you're not protecting me, then I think we need to turn it back over to the county and say, we don't have the budget. Because that's, what else are we gonna do? Because this is kind of where this is going. If you walk into the city meetings, I mean, they're getting beat up every day for not protecting the citizens, petty crime in the streets. I was in a TID meeting yesterday where we're gonna pay $250,000 for 10 cameras to put them on Main Street. And I said, so what's the problem? Petty crime down on Main Street. And I said, well, will 10 cameras solve the problem? They said, well, as I said, is that the only place you're having petty crime? You know what they said? Well, no. I said, well, why are we only putting cameras on Main Street? Why are we putting them on Water Street, you know, and the other streets down there? Well, because we don't have the infrastructure to do it. But what we are doing is we're paying $150,000 a year to make sure we have 24-hour patrol down on Main Street in that area. So they're ponying up an extra $150,000 to just have the security. So we as a board are fine. We can say, look, let's go with that. Let's reduce the officers. Let's try to say that these are not number one priority, as Mr. Macias has said. But I got to tell you, there's going to be some kickback, some blowback for us if we get in the same situation that the city is, and there's a possibility that we might. Because this is the way the world is today. But having more guns in schools, there's not a teacher, there's not an ACLU, there's not the NEA or anybody who wants that. So the resource officers, based on Los Lunas, they have resource officers everywhere, and they don't have officers in the school with guns. So we need to look at their model and try to understand why they make it work and how they make it work without weapons and without certified officers, because they seem to have it, they seem to be doing it well, plus some other organizations. I'd love to have more discussion about this, but I think we've taken plenty of time, and I apologize for this last item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments? Mr. Macias? Anything else?
Not to over-debate the issue, but you cannot go into a room that has parents with school children who aren't pleading for security in the school district and asking for law enforcement. You cannot. That's where this all began a year ago, in a room full of parents with children in the schools asking why there weren't deputies in the school. That's where this all began a year ago. And it didn't even begin then. It began 5 or 6 years ago when the sheriff's office did put certified law enforcement officers in some of the schools in Gadsden. So let me suggest that there is a counterbalance to it. Let me suggest that all of the other local Las Cruces public schools, I'm sorry, I'm unaware that they are moving to eliminate their certified law enforcement officers. And please remember that if it isn't a certified law enforcement officer, they don't need the county. Basically, what it becomes are security. Security. They can hire. And again, I want to assure you that our codes officers, our animal control officers, they don't have the power to arrest. They don't carry weapons. The community, from my interactions, absolutely, not individuals, but if they have children in school, they want an enhanced, secure environment, and it's something that we should be looking at very carefully to try to achieve if we are going to have a role.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And just to respond to you, Commissioner Reynolds, perhaps we're not speaking to the same people, but I have spoken to parents and some teachers and some school administrators, and they have requested of this commissioner to have deputies or police in their schools. And I know there's issues in my district with vagrants or other people that are approaching school zones. And I've been told that they would feel safer with a deputy in the area or in the school. Those are the comments I'm receiving. I'm not saying they're right or they're wrong, but those are the comments that I'm receiving. And regarding reducing officers, I don't think any member of this commission would want to reduce the number of law enforcement officers and hire as many as we can hire. And I would support the Sheriff's Department completely to hire as many officers that we can hire quickly. And I don't think any commissioner on this board would pitch a fit about that at all. But aside from that, any other comments, questions from the commission? Commissioner Murillo?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
I would like to say that I'm very excited to see the economic development position on the budget. I'm very excited about that. Something that I do not see on here that I would like us to consider, and it might get to birds with one stone, but I know that there was an initial request for an assistant to the PIO that was taken off originally. And then I know that we have not done a PIO for DASA or anyone else. If that is going to be housed under the PIO that we have here, maybe looking at someone under the PIO to help with that might be something that we want to consider. I don't know if that's something that we can look at. And then lastly, and I hope that we can move on from this SRO conversation, have we gotten a draft MOU yet from Gadsden Independent School District to see what that looks like?
No, I believe that we've had a little bit of that discussion. We have a model MOU, but the MOU would have to include the sheriff's office involvement in it. So no, it has not There has not been a final negotiation because we don't know if we're able to negotiate the terms of an agreement with the Gadsden School District or any school district. First of all, we have to have the positions that are created by this commission. That has to come first. And then there has to be an openness in terms of how we're going to approach filling those kind of positions.
And then with the Gadsden Independent School Board, have they given any direction what they will do if the MOU does not get in place with the county and the sheriff's department? Do they have a plan B that they're considering? Is that something that has gone forth to their board?
No, I don't. I believe that all of the discussions have been with the superintendent, although I know that the superintendent has the endorsement of at least the majority of the Gadsden School Board to try to see if we can enter into a memorandum of understanding. But if we're not ready to provide certified law enforcement officers, there's probably no need for an MOU.
Okay, thank you.
And may I say just very quickly on the assistance position, I'm looking at internal reorganization in terms of being able to provide that support. That is the reason that we're not asking for a specific position. If I don't feel that it can be achieved, then again, I'll weigh it in terms of the overall priorities for the county. But again, any final decisions, any final commitments are basically can be done by the county commission itself.
If there's that outlooking to find someone to reshuffle in, that would satisfy my need. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaljo. Sheriff Stewart.
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify. I've had one discussion with Travis Dempsey last fall. That was also 3 of his board members. And I asked them outright, do you want a school resource officer in the traditional sense, or do you want school security? They wanted security. They don't want school resource officers. Please know, I won't go into it and bore you, but there's a difference. It's quite a difference. Second of all, he has called a couple of times and asked, where are we since last fall on it? And we had referred him to the county manager because if there are going to be any positions at all, that's obviously where they would have come from. Where we've gotten now with regard to talk of MOUs and I'm not part of any of that. I've never been included in it. I don't know what we're speaking of. Maybe there's another sheriff in town that has some insight, but it isn't me. And I just want to clarify that for y'all. Thank you,
Thank you,
Madam
Sheriff.
Chair.
And I don't think there's an MOU to look at yet. I think Mr. Macias spoke about a model that could be crafted, or we can base whatever MOU we're going to come up with here, but there's not one in place at this time. So there's nothing to do until we create one.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
if
Reynolds.
we don't close this session pretty soon, I'm going to keep coming up with questions. I have one more question.
Okay.
Okay. Assistant County Manager Weir, you said that there was a step plan that prevented higher levels from getting paid, the bonus of the increase in pay. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you please rephrase that?
Remember I asked about the 6% increase in pay, and you said it broke down to a couple things, and the people that had step plans were at a higher level and they didn't qualify in a couple departments for the pay raise, because people that weren't represented and the people that did get the 6%, the people with step plans didn't qualify.
I don't believe I said they didn't qualify with one exception, which is the command staff for DASA, which have a specific resolution.
That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
The command staff. Okay. What's the longest any command staff has gone without getting a pay raise?
I can't answer that. I believe they've all gotten pay raises.
Yeah, I know one just told me 20 years.
That's impossible.
Well, it may be. I don't believe it
impossible.
either. But I'm just saying, if in fact there's even that perception, I think we'd like to have some more information about how this exactly works and how long it is. Because if the step plan is keeping them from getting raises for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 years, we probably should know about it and see if we can't change that plan somehow.
Commissioner Reynolds, if I can be very clear, the command staff are scheduled to get raises on an annual basis. It is the CWA who negotiated a specific agreement that prevented them from getting annual increases. That is the only group that has multiple years between getting an increase.
Yeah, I think it would help us to be a better understand that process. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I said it would probably be good though if we could get a better understanding of how that actually works.
Okay, I can provide you with
Thank you.
copies of those plans.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and if there's nothing else, we're done. I don't need a motion, do I need may I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll give you the motion.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Sanchez to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. I'll just take that as an aye from everyone. We're adjourned at 4:38.